Welcome, host. You are now in the host room and can manage your call and student.
Nikki, can you hear me?
I even turned on my own mic.
Hey, hi.
Hi, good evening, Santa Monica, and welcome to the September 28th, 2021 regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Councilmember Brock, you want to say the pledge for us, please, or lead the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Brock. And now, may we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Parra,
Here?
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Negrete is absent at the moment. Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre is absent at the moment. Mayor Pro Tem McCowen. Here. And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here, and so let's move to the closed sessions, and then I'll ask, are there any chits right now for closed session?
Is there any phone calls right now?
None at the moment.
Thank you.
Item 1A, conference with legal counsel is existing litigation. Litigation has been initiated formally pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D1, unfair practice charge, Santa Monica Police Officers Association versus City of Santa Monica Public Employment Relations Board. Item 1B, conference with legal counsel.
Nikki, may I interrupt for one session? I'm sorry, because I just want to announce, and I miss it, that lines are now open for public comment on our closed session, item 1, and I'll announce when they're done, when Nikki is done reading all the items. So thank you, Nikki, I appreciate it.
Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Litigation has been initiated formally pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsections D1, Paul Veglia versus the City of Santa Monica. Item 1C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Litigation has been initiated formally pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D1, Jennifer Rainey versus City of Santa Monica. And item 1D, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code Section 54957.6, agency designated representatives, Chief People Officer Lori Gentles and Laura Calty, outside legal counsel, Liebert Cassidy Whitmore, bargaining units are ATA, IBT, California Teamsters Local 911, Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109, IAFF, MEA, MTA, AFSCME Local 4819, Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, Public Attorneys Union, Santa Monica Police Officer Association, International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Division, Local 1785, and STA.
And we now have 2 callers.
Thank you. So we have 2 callers now. I'm announcing that lines are closed for public comment, and let's hear those 2 callers, please.
Welcome, Dan Hall. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
My name is Dan Hall, and I'm calling tonight as a representative of the Executive Board of the Santa Monica Democratic Club, and also in my personal capacity as a Santa Monica resident. We believe strongly in an independent public safety reform and oversight commission and are disturbed by reporting that the Police Officers Association is attempting to insert active duty police officers onto the commission. I am a U.S. Army veteran, and our rules, regulations, and oversight came from civilian leadership at the Department of Defense, the White House, and ultimately in Congress. Our military justice regulations flowed from creation in Congress through the ranks. As soldiers, we could request or recommend changes, but generals and admirals do not get a seat at the table to vote on training Congress mandates, budgets, forces restructuring, who to confirm as our chiefs, and many other similar parallels to what the commission is now looking into. Speaking for myself here, I believe we are fortunate to have Interim Chief Seabrooks in what, by my impression, is a well-functioning, trained, and respectful police department. But the incidents of May 31st cannot happen again, and I believe the appropriate way to ensure that is through an independent review of the OIR report, independent analyses and recommendations, and independent ability to coordinate oversight functions. Thank you for your time. As always, we appreciate the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Welcome, John Katz. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and council members. This is John Katz, the president of the Santa Monica Democratic Club. I'm calling tonight in my capacity of the chair of the executive board, which this week voted to support the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission. We have been really pleased to see the progress that the commission has made under Chair George Brown, and we're really pleased to know that there is accountability happening in our city for the police department. And we want to make sure that this civilian oversight is what we continue. Civilian oversight means there's not any interference from the police department, police union, or any other entities that may try to influence unduly the work that the commission is doing. We want to see the commission continue to be and act independently, and that is what will happen if we continue to allow the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission to act in its full capacity, unaltered, unchanged but in composition in any way, and without delay and uninhibited in the scope of its work. So please keep that in mind as you consider item 1A today, the Santa Monica Police Officer Association's proposal trying to weaken the commission and undermine the public's confidence in the ability for this commission to do its job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. So now I'm going to turn to our city attorney to find out when we'll be back.
So I'm going to estimate that we'll be back around 6:30 after approximately an hour in closed session.
So we hope to see you again at 6:30, and we will see you when we get back from closed session. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back to the September 28, 2021 regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We've returned from closed session, and I'm going to turn to our city attorney for the last time and ask him if we have any report out.
On items 1A, 1B, and 1D, those matters were heard with no reportable action taken. On item 1C, the plaintiff in this case alleges that the city's inadequate maintenance and inspection program resulted in a...
I'm sorry, what? That's okay. Sorry, keep
So in
going.
item 1C, the plaintiff in this case alleges that the city's inadequate maintenance and inspection program resulted in a dangerous condition on the Santa Monica Pier, namely a bolt protruding from the wooden decking slightly more than 1 inch that caused her to suffer a displaced fracture of her kneecap when she tripped and fell over the bolt on July 13th, 2018. The city does not admit these allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend a settlement in the amount of $120,000.
Move settlement.
Second, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and so that passes 7-0. And before we move on to our special agenda items, I want to, which will be called next, I want to just recognize two people here who will not be up on the dais with us the next time we're in this meeting. And we will miss both of them. And let me start with our city attorney, George Cardona, who has been with us for years, has performed the work of 5 people while he's doing it, right, has set new standards for handling meetings where we actually get to see what we're voting on before we vote on it. I am so grateful to you, George, for everything you've done. I'll miss you terribly, and I want to open it up to others on the council to talk about you. But before I finish, so that we can maybe do this, I don't mean efficiently, but John Jalili, who I have heard about for years, stepped in when we really needed a city manager and has been better than I even expected. I always say he's like my Yoda, right? I mean, he has been so calm, so wise, and so willing to just step into whatever situation we have. And I am also so grateful to John, but I want to reiterate, I am also so grateful to George, and I want to open it up to other council members who might want to talk about this as well. Councilmember Davis.
Well, I certainly agree, Mayor Himmelrich, with virtually every word you said. I'm going to start with Mr. Jalili, who I first got to know a number of years ago when I was one of the thorns in his side, bugging him about various educational related issues, and had the opportunity in being an education advocate and sitting in this chamber and watching him conduct council meetings with the council. And, one did learn that I never wanted his job. And two, that, civility and professionalism go a long way towards leading to good policy. And John, you are a model of both civility and professionalism. I'm so glad in this very brief time that I got to know you much better. In this very brief time, I have learned a lot from you about how to address questions we're all facing. And so I really want to thank you for stepping in when we needed you. And I also want to tell you that you will be your counsel will be sorely missed, but I have your phone number, so you're in trouble. With regard to Mr. Cardona, as a practicing attorney myself, I feel totally competent in saying he is not just a fabulous attorney, but one of the smartest, most diligent, most innovative and imaginative attorneys I've ever had the pleasure of working with, both in my professional life and as a council member. Whatever legal question is facing the city, George not only digs in and makes sure that we are given the best possible legal advice, but he also presents it again in a very professional way. I think people in this room know that George has taken the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. I will call them that. Because that's what attorneys do sometimes, is they put themselves out there to be the lightning rod for people who are angry about decisions that the council may have made. And George has taken it all with the plum in a really masterful manner. So I will give George the highest compliment that I could ever give an attorney, which is he's brilliant, he is hardworking, and he is just a truly nice gentleman, and he will be sorely missed. So thank you, George, for everything. And I also have your phone number if I ever get in trouble with the State Bar.
Yes, Kristen.
So I'll make it super brief because I know you both are probably already really uncomfortable. So one thing I think it just applies to both of you is calm and steady. And you've both been a great source of counsel and guidance for me. John, it's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you personally over these last few months, and I'm going to miss just the expertise and the history and all the wisdom that you bring to this role and have brought to me and how I look at things. I've really appreciated our conversations and our meetings, so thank you. And George, there aren't enough words. You've just been such a steady, reliable, dependable person for me throughout this process since I joined the council. And one thing I think for both of you is two of the best laughs out there. And it's always fun to hear you both chuckle on the other end sometimes of a phone call. But I don't know how you do it. And I am not an attorney, and I would never, you all are far smarter than I would ever dream of being. But I've known a lot of attorneys. I've worked with a lot of attorneys. You are by far one of the smartest. It is amazing to me, the level of recall without even knowing where the conversation's going. Your ability to cite very specific, it's photographic. And I am so impressed by you. And it has truly been an honor to work with you and under your guidance for these last 14 months. So thank you so much, and you will be sorely missed.
Yes, Councilmember Negrete.
I just want to say to both of you, I'm sad that I didn't get more time with you, but both George and John, as a new council member, the newest, you were so patient with all of the phone calls, the after-hour calls. I mean, both of you put in hours that are unbelievable. And I just want to say thank you for not laughing in my face until maybe you hung up the phone, but putting up with all of what might have seemed to be silly questions, but just your patience and willingness to educate me, because taking this position isn't easy. You guys make your jobs look easy, which says a lot about you, and I hope to be able to still call you after this. Thank you guys so much for everything.
Thank you. And yes, Councilmember Parra.
And I'll keep it even shorter and sweeter. I echo everything that my colleagues have said, and I just want to thank you, John, and thank you, George, my partner and my colleague, just for all your support and guidance these last 9 months. I really appreciate you both extremely so much, and I will miss you both, and I wish you both, I wish you the best of luck in your new endeavor, and you get to go back to your retirement. Lucky you. No, but thank you again for all our conversations and for all the amazing wisdom that you have shared with me and for the wonderful and honest conversations that we've had, John. I really appreciate our time together. So thank you.
Yes, Phil.
Well, I told George earlier that in spite of myself, I really appreciate his counsel, his calmness. I'll agree he never hung up on me. That's pretty amazing. And, it took me a couple of months, I think, to really start to trust George Cardona. And when I did, the advice I was getting really started to make sense. So I want to thank you. As a new council member, I needed someone with expert guidance, someone who could look and peer through the haze and look at the distant horizon and help me. So I appreciate your counsel. I appreciate what you've been doing for our city, and I wish you the best of luck in your new position. So, George, as I said earlier, thank you. Mr. Jalili. So I will tell you, and you guys have heard it from me, in that my first few months on the council were stressed. And the feeling of walking your office and just calmness and feeling, even though you were judging me, but not being judged, and that calmness in which I could come in and discuss things and have just an honest, calm conversation with you. It's just so fabulous. So I understand why you were here so long the first time. I knew of you and in the city the whole time because I was here. And it always struck me that so many people in the city afterward thought that John Jalili was just a fantastic city manager. That, I think, I've said this before, this is a really tough job, being a city manager in any city. It's probably one that most people never get out of unscathed. And you came out of it, not only unscathed, but you went to the South Bay and ran city after city after city and helped out. And I understand why they all wanted him. Because, John, you are this sense of calmness, of honesty, of being a great captain, knowing where the ship should go, but not trying to force the council to go there. It was remarkable that you're able to speak once or twice in our meetings. And I love that it's just this calmness. So I want to thank you. I look forward to having breakfast with you one day at the Kettle and in your home city. And I look forward to you coming back over and over again. You're not really retired. You're just going on a short break. But thank you so much, John. I really appreciate our conversations. Thank you.
Yes, Oscar.
Well, John had many years of service in the city of Santa Monica, so thank you very much. I was glad that I was able to see you as a city manager, as a younger man, and then now sitting at the dais next to you has been a real pleasure. So thank you for your years of service, and George, thank you very much also for all your commitment to the city and all the good work you've done throughout the years. And good luck with your future endeavors.
So thank you all, yes. And I think we can stand and do this. So let me just say, it's the first time I've seen George's face turn color even a little bit. And it was barely pink, so I give him that. Now we're on to the two items, and let me just say that I'm going to have our clerk call it in a minute, but our lines will be open, and after we're done with the report part, we will be taking callers. So thank you very much, and Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item?
Item 2A, City Manager's Report, Economic Recovery Update.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council, and of course our Santa Monica community. My name is Anuj Gupta, and I'm the Deputy City Manager, and I'm very proud to join my colleagues this evening in presenting tonight's City Manager's Report, providing an update on the extraordinary ongoing work of our Economic Recovery Task Force. We'll be hearing from our Economic Development Manager, Jennifer Taylor, Aaron Taylor from our communications team, as well as our Public Works Chief Operating Officer, Peter James, this evening. And I just, can't say enough that, as I've said before, we stand on the shoulders of dozens of staff across virtually every city department who have been tirelessly leading this economic recovery work, along with the collaboration of our business and our community partners. And I know a lot of time was just taken, but I would be remiss if I didn't say so much of that is also thanks to the extraordinary partnership of our city attorney, George Cardona, who is a vital member of our economic recovery team. Every time we had an idea, the answer, as I think his answer was for most people, and perhaps uncommon among city attorneys, was not, no because, but it was, let's figure out a way to do this and do it in a way that serves our community most effectively. And he was an extraordinary partner in that, and we are so grateful. We will miss him. And of course, our interim city manager, John Jalili, continued the in that chair. And we, of course, thank and will miss John as well. Now, with the steadfast support of this council, Recovery Task Force has led the way to propel a sustainable, inclusive economic recovery for our businesses, our workers, and the families of Santa Monica. And particularly, we have focused on the most vulnerable members of our community in this difficult time. They have underscored the extraordinary resilience of our city through this long-lasting and most ever-changing set of challenges that we've seen over the last 18 months. So I'll tip my hat here to Peter. As he built most of this presentation, he looked to Merriam-Webster to identify the formal definition of resilient, defined, as you see here, as first able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. Also, the ability to recoil or spring back into shape after bending, stretching, or being compressed. And amazingly enough, the third definition of resilient in Merriam-Webster is the city of Santa Monica. It's true, but don't look it up. So indeed, we are seeing many, many signs of an economy and a community on the rise here in the city of Santa Monica. Our hotel TOT, our transit occupancy tax, and our parking revenue are increasing, with noticeable gains on weekends in particular, as regional and domestic visitors return to Santa Monica, and we all prepare anxiously to welcome back international visitors beginning in November. Retail sales are picking up with an estimated year-over-year increase in city sales tax revenue of 60% in the second quarter, with particularly noticeable gains in hotel and restaurant sales and general consumer goods. We have welcomed more than 300 new businesses to Santa Monica this year, everything from a new luxury auto dealership on Auto Row to an iconic donut shop that you see pictured here. And of course, we have seen many key employers throughout the city demonstrating their commitment to Santa Monica with expansions and lease renewals, as well as investments in new facilities across the city. Now, of course, we don't want to ignore the fact that very real challenges do remain in our community. Unemployment levels remain stubbornly high. We do have over 4,200 residents, or 7.8% of our residents who are unemployed. Many of our local businesses do continue to struggle with finding staff. It's a pervasive challenge nationwide, and it's true here. And schools, businesses, and of course our own city organization are facing the challenges of increased vaccine adoption and compliance, as well as facilitating a safe reopening in the coming weeks and months. But the bottom line overall is that we are a resilient community on a steady upward trajectory in our recovery. Of course, this resilient and strong Santa Monica did not simply materialize out of thin air. As we assessed our work, it became clear that there were three key ingredients that underpin our incredibly strong foundation, that also are the foundation for our recovery from the many challenges of the last couple of years, and that also set us up for continued growth and prosperity in the years ahead. First, our core community values, which are embodied in the policies adopted by this council and your predecessors that have sat on this dais for decades before. And above all, the people that you all represent that live and work in our great city. And those values, of course, are equity and inclusivity, accounting for resident and business health, and ensuring accessibility to our great community for all. Second, the dedicated staff and business organizations that have made Santa Monica an exceptional place to live, learn, play, visit, shop, and dine. And third, the strategic planning and investments that have kept us ahead of the curve and have kept our community and our neighborhoods safe, thriving, sustainable, and accessible. So you'll hear more about our work in each of these areas from my colleagues tonight. So with that, I am pleased to hand it off to Jennifer Taylor.
Good evening. So I'm going to talk about the core community values. I wanted to take some opportunity to highlight some programs that you've heard about before, but we wanted to provide important updates. The first one, we talked about local resident health, equity, inclusivity, and universal access. First program being the rental assistance programs. With the eviction moratorium ending this week on September the 30th, a big focus of our time and resources this summer has been outreach to make sure Santa Monicans are aware of the over $7 billion in state funding available in rental and utility assistance. So far, over $29 million has been requested from over 1,800 Santa Monican households, and over $15 million has been paid to date to Santa Monica households so far. Thanks to our focused outreach under the leadership of Aaron and the Economic Recovery Outreach Committee, working with our Emergency Operations Center and staff across the city, over 650 households have applied successfully for funding support. So rent abatement is also anticipated to be provided to 60 commercial tenants, thanks to your leadership and direction and funding support. And some of our local partners, including the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce and the Pepperdine Strauss Institute, are also helping to promote landlord and tenant support services, including pro bono mediation support, which is ongoing. And in fact, I believe the Chamber and Senator Ben Allen are doing a webinar tomorrow to spotlight on additional resources for our landlords and tenants, both residential and commercial. And all of this work is thanks to the efforts with the City Attorney's Office, our rent control team, Community Services, Community Development Department, and City Manager's Office collaborating in outreach. Another key pillar exemplifying core community values and resident support is our Virginia Avenue Park Emergency Food Pantry. The city-operated emergency food pantry opened at Virginia Avenue Park in April of 2020 and has served over 200 households weekly to address food insecurity brought on by the pandemic. In mid-August, these services were transitioned back to local food pantries and the Westside Food Bank. They're currently operating a pop-up emergency food pantry at Virginia Avenue Park on Fridays. And really, we just wanted to thank the generous support of grants through the We Are Santa Monica Fund. Many individuals, business leaders, community leaders have donated, and this is enabling the Westside Food Bank to continue to support local pantries that are serving households receiving this type of assistance. In addition, our Santa Monica Farmers Market teams are also increasing and helping to increase access and distribution to fresh produce through the CalFresh program, food assistance, and EBT stamps that are issued at our Wednesday and Saturday markets. And these efforts continue. In fact, they're growing in terms of demand. So as Anush said, economic recovery process is ongoing, and there's still important needs out there. Early childhood and child care has been another key pillar of economic recovery efforts. As we've learned and been reminded over this last year and a half, child care services are an integral component of a healthy economy. Our human services team quickly identified urgent needs among our child care providers to help support their operations. Over 76 businesses were assisted in the form of grants of approximately $700 each to help to fund and buy educational supplies for many of our childcare providers. We got a whole bunch of emails from childcare providers. One said, "Thank you so much. It's greatly appreciated, especially during this time as we're trying to recover from all the impact that COVID has caused." For next steps in terms of ongoing childhood and childcare support, one of the interesting stats is Santa Monica has among the highest percentage of childcare providers that are currently open and operating in LA County. However, many of our providers need to continue to increase enrollment to stay open. With the dual goals of both supporting our parents who need childcare and the providers who have open spots, the city staff have created a web page that lists all the licensed childcare providers in Santa Monica, and it's sorted by neighborhood. And this has been really helpful, particularly many of our childcare providers are small businesses and they don't have marketing support and budget. So this has been really crucial. And this webpage has been shared via Seascape and Santa Monica News and promoted via social media. Art of Recovery. This was launched by our Cultural Affairs team and Economic Recovery Task Force in November of 2020 as part of a crucial part of the city's economic recovery efforts, with the goal of harnessing the power of arts in the city's economic, community, and health recovery efforts by funding artistic works and creative projects that strengthen and connect Santa Monica. 4 key pillars of the Art of Recovery program are economic recovery, racial justice and cultural equity, well-being and public health, and community connectedness. To date, over 212 project concepts have been received, 24 projects have been funded, including at iconic landmarks such as the Santa Monica Pier and on the 3rd Street Promenade, and over 100 artists have been hired. And I wanted to take a moment to talk about the importance of artists and our creative industries, which are essential to the city's economic recovery. Over 10,000 Santa Monican residents work in the creative industries or did recently work in creative industries. And so this program has really been important of helping get many of our residents back into work and artists with jobs. As well, Santa Monica's cultural nonprofits have brought in over an average of $33 million in revenue to the city each year. In terms of next efforts for Art of Recovery, portion of the funds have been set aside to support community and artist-driven events, including Americana in the Park, which I hope you've all had a chance to go and enjoy at Gandara Park. And this has been a great partnership with McCabe's Guitar Center, one of our buy local legacy businesses on Pico Boulevard. And the concerts are on Sundays from 3 to 6 p.m. And I believe there's 2 more as part of the series. And the last key component I'm going to talk about is business support programs. So thankfully to the guidance of council and really the leadership of our business community coming together, City partnered with the Santa Monica Chamber Foundation and the Local Initiative Support Corporation in LA to distribute grant funding, $5,000 each to 78 small businesses in Santa Monica. And many community leaders and business leaders helped to donate to this funding support through We Are Santa Monica Fund. Just quickly, I have a couple snapshots of the distribution of the grants. So this map on the right shows a geographic distribution. The blue dots are the actual grantees that were awarded grants, and the yellow show the applicants. No surprise, nearly 500 businesses applied for these grants. We raised about $400,000. There's still a lot of demand out there, but we were really grateful that distribution went throughout the city. Nearly 50% of the grantees, businesses represented minority-owned or led by people of color. 51% were from low and moderate income census tracts here in Santa Monica, and 50% were women-owned or led. So we're really proud of that. LISC helped by having them do the grant awards. It was done through an online randomized application system. And what was also interesting is the number of truly small businesses that benefited from this. So 44 of the grantees reported annual revenues below $250,000. And just as reference, the cap was $2 million a year. So we had some businesses at the higher end, but quite the majority came from very small businesses. and quite a lot were from our 90405 postcode. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Aaron Taylor from our communications team and heading up the Economic Recovery Outreach Committee to talk about dedicated staff and business.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks so much for having me tonight. I'm going to focus on the dedicated staff and business organizations, an important part of economic recovery. And we're going to look at communications and outreach, public and private partnerships, another important part of this, economic development, as well as the business processes and reopening efforts. So very excited to be with all of you tonight. I'm representing a lot of staff colleagues, but also community colleagues and business contacts as well. So there's been a very active group of community partners involved in this work. So honored to be here to represent. Starting on communications and outreach, over 10 community organizations have been coordinating regularly on public messaging. Our collaboration and effort include alignment on all kinds of topics, from cleanup messaging and public health information to what's been happening citywide. So I just want to say thank you to the partners individually, both staff and volunteers from a wide range of organizations, the Montana Avenue Merchants, the Main Street Business Improvement Association, the City of Santa Monica Travel and Tourism, the Santa Monica Chamber, Downtown Santa Monica, the Pure Corporation, the Pico Improvement Organization, Macerich and Santa Monica Place, 18th Street Arts Center, as well as commissioners and community members that actively participate in the communications and outreach efforts around economic recovery. Our communications and outreach efforts related to economic recovery cover so many different topics, and we share the information in all different ways. So from digital to print, to social media, to our email newsletters, as well as that constant collaboration with the outreach partners and media partners as well to get the word out. Here's a quick snapshot of some of the information that we've shared since June on so many different topics through Seascape, our community newsletter, which is distributed to 60,000 addresses. And we've had over 18,000 website views on economic recovery related topics since June 1st. We've also shared information regarding economic recovery in our business update email newsletter, our community newsletter, SAMO News, as well as a specific email newsletter related to job opportunities. So we have over 27,000 email contacts that are regularly receiving information on economic recovery. We're also sharing this information via our 83,000 social media followers. So just this summer, we've been focusing on, rent relief, business grants, the open Main Street events, hiring local, keeping Santa Monica clean, Americana in the Park, and so much more. And on the slide, you just see a quick snapshot of some of the messages, but definitely follow us and share, please. But excited to be sharing out that information across our audiences. And finally, a lot of the information shared about economic recovery has also resulted in local media coverage. Here's a snapshot on the screen of some of the recent stories related to rental assistance, the Higher Local Jobs Board, and Main Street. Since June, economic recovery related information has resulted in over 144 news stories. And finally, here's a quick snapshot of some of the print materials that have been developed and distributed since June 1st. Of course, there is lots more, but hopefully you've seen our posters, you've seen some of the postcards over the street banners and more, again, elevating information related to our recovery. Moving forward to public and private partnerships, the dedication of staff and volunteers through the We Are Santa Monica Fund has been incredible. The We Are Santa Monica Fund was established to meet critical community needs, not funded through the general fund, and that public-private partnership has been so important for our recovery. These are private donors, whether it's individuals or businesses or nonprofits, supporting Santa Monica businesses and residents with immediate reopening and recovery efforts and needs. Over 1.3 million has been raised to date, and since June 1st, over 500,000 has been distributed to address food insecurity and small business needs. There's been 300,000 to address the food insecurity and 200,000 match funding toward the business grants that Jennifer talked about earlier. That was also match funding, and the Santa Monica Foundation, Chamber Foundation also donated to the business grants as well. The We Are Santa Monica Fund Board has begun their work. They've started to meet this summer, and they're very focused on community needs. And so a big thanks to the city manager's office, to Public Works, to the city attorney's office, and also every single one of the We Are Santa Monica Fund Board members who are leading this work. Moving on to another important part of the work that has been moving forward is the Hire Local Jobs Board. The Hire Local Jobs Board, the Trades webinar series, and the Trades Intern Program has made progress this summer, led by Community Services and the Public Works Department. The Hire Local Jobs Board has elevated over 360 jobs posted by 72 different Santa Monica businesses across different industries. And of course, we've been promoting that information in a lot of the different ways that I shared earlier. We know hiring is a real challenge right now for businesses. So this is definitely an opportunity to make a match between some of the business needs that folks have and the individuals across our community that are looking for jobs. So please go to santamonica.gov/hire local if you're looking for more information. We'd love to make that match. In addition, the Trades webinar series featured 8 experienced educators and trades professionals who shared their challenges and successes and insider perspectives on careers in the trades and gave tips on how to pursue jobs in the growing green economy. The series has been recorded and shared via our YouTube channels. And finally, thanks to the funding shared by City Council, we've been recruiting for the Trades Intern Program, which offers both paid training and benefits. And we're very excited to recruit those and onboard interns that will serve in the Big Blue Bus, Public Works. And again, of course, thanks again for the funding on that. We've also been making progress in the Virginia Avenue Park Commercial Kitchen. This is moving forward, which will provide a new space for businesses looking for commercial space. $640,000 of funding has been secured from public and private sources. Koning Eisenberg, the same architects that worked on the Pico Library, has also been onboarded, and pre-work for the kitchen is beginning now. Staff is also working with a consultant to identify the kitchen operator, and we expect this to be completed in October. A big thanks to the Community Services Department and Public Works for leading the way on this very exciting project. And finally, we've also done work on to make sure that Santa Monicans can get outside during this devastating pandemic, including a big emphasis on reducing the red tape and streamlining permitting so that businesses can get up and running in as little as one day. And of course, our work has brought over 170 businesses outdoors. From public sidewalks to private parking lots to parks and beaches, our restaurants and retail, fitness and recreation businesses are using the outdoor spaces in new and creative ways. We're looking now on a permanent program that will include parklets and private patios in order to extend the outdoor dining opportunities throughout the community. There's also overwhelmingly positive support for the program, with 96% of our residents want to eat and shop outdoors, and 79% of our businesses have said that parklets are increasing their sales. Looking to the future of the Santa Monica Outdoors program, we'll be coming back to you in January to review a more permanent program, including a fee study and the ordinance adoption. Of course, tonight you will also review and discuss the promenade. And so a huge thank you to the Community Development Department, Transportation, and the City Attorney's Office that have been leading the way on the Santa Monica Outdoors program. And of course, a tremendous thanks to our businesses who have been so creative in creating an amazing space for all of us to enjoy the outside. With that, I'll pass it over to Peter, who will close out tonight's presentation and focusing on strategic planning.
Nice work, Aaron. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Mr. Cardona. I'm going to spend the next 8 minutes in this final section of the presentation in a bit of a reflection, talking about all the hard work and accomplishments of the council, city staff, and the community in laying a solid foundation for Santa Monica to be resilient in the face of a global pandemic and to bounce back, recoil, after bending and stretching or being compressed by all the various factors that were levied against us over the past 20 months. And this segment highlights how decisions and investments that we made in the past support and provide relief for the local and regional community in a way that few cities could compare to. To begin, I just put up the slide of our beach and our parks. I want to touch on decades of continuous investment in those systems that have paid huge dividends during the pandemic from a community resiliency standpoint, not necessarily from an economic resiliency standpoint, but from a community resiliency standpoint. Because of the limitations on indoor dining, exercise, childcare, sports, and just general socializing, our parks were used in ways that they have never been used before, by accommodating the interests of residents to safely gather, to play, sometimes to have dinner parties, to exercise and to socialize with one another. And similarly, the beach saw tremendous crowds hoping to escape the bound environment of 24/7 home life. And it brought joy to a community and a region that were paralyzed by the uncertainty of COVID. Getting to the parks and beach as well as to our downtown or from neighborhood to neighborhood or up and down the Pacific shoreline was made possible by projects born out of Santa Monica's intentional shift towards multimodality. Plans and projects that were authored by planners and engineers, funded by our city council and endorsed by our community, had already transformed many of our streets and pathways across the city into a roadmap of high quality pedestrian, transit, bicycle, and vehicle facilities that gave people real choices during the pandemic for how to move around safely and at their own speed. And I was remembering this moment early on in the pandemic when all of a sudden we stopped driving. And do you remember how the air got noticeably cleaner? And for a moment we saw it, right? We saw what could be if we made different choices. And you might also remember that there was a global shortage of bicycles. I tried to buy some for my kids. It was impossible. But it's because more and more people worldwide and in the city of Santa Monica took to the streets on 2 wheels instead of 4. And we're using these type of facilities, safe and highly visible green bike lanes, 136 lane miles worth in Santa Monica, giving our residents and workers a place in the right-of-way to move around the city safely and to have fun while they were doing it. Pedestrian improvements citywide, from new streetscapes to targeted intersections to the reconstruction of the California Incline, meant that you could walk out of your apartment and safely visit your dentist, walk your dog, or meet your neighbor in a park. And these are mundane activities, to be sure, but without them we lose our sense of normalcy, our sanity, and our sense of place within the community. And even during the pandemic, we were able to build upon these solid foundations, acting quickly, but with a mind towards leveraging longevity. This council directed staff to fill gaps in our circulation network and expand outdoor dining options for businesses on Ocean Avenue. Our mobility team worked with the city engineers to rethink the roadway allocation on Ocean Avenue and executed a plan that was originally conceived of in the downtown community plan that fit the needs of the pandemic perfectly. While bringing better bike and pedestrian access to Ocean Avenue, this project also created a critical and missing link between 2 other past investments, including the Esplanade and the Incline, which both ultimately tie into the beach bike path. Just a couple of factoids about the Ocean Avenue project. On weekends, our bike volumes are up 20% compared to 2019. At the intersection of California and Ocean, pedestrians, bikes, and scooters make up almost 40% of everything moving through that intersection. These are remarkable statistics and proof that these investments have a lasting effect on our community. The Main Street Alfresco project, one of the first out of the gates when COVID began to shut the doors on dining and retail, has now evolved into something much more than K-rails and umbrellas. The local community and the Merchant Association is intimately invested in the outcomes of this project and push hard to maintain its vibrancy for the benefit of all who visit. Staff from DOT to Public Works to police and fire have busted their butts to support Main Street, including conceptualizing, organizing, and executing a super popular open streets concept on 4 weekends throughout the summer and fall. Santa Monica's also taken chances. Why am I wearing this? Sorry, just get used to it. Santa Monica's also taken chances in the past that gave us an advantage during these challenging times. We've rolled the dice on innovation technology proposals from scooters to delivery robots to zero emission delivery pilots to our own transit app that lets riders pay for bus rides by phone. This is not the stuff of science fiction, but of a city that placed high value on sustainability, mobility, and giving its residents and workers choices for how they live their lives. There are many, many, many more examples of how technology has supported us during the pandemic, but one that I want to highlight in particular, for the sake of keeping things brief and relatively high level, is our CityNet fiber optic network. Santa Monica Fiber is safe and secure and capable of astounding speeds that surpass the limitations of sovereign nations across the globe. This essential piece of infrastructure, which has attracted many media and healthcare providers that require that fast, reliable, and secure internet connection, also served our kids during the pandemic, who were moved online for school, or who used Zoom to talk to faraway grandparents, or stay connected to friends that they could not interact with. CityNet also supported legions of workers, like many of us city staff and you council, who had suddenly had to shift working at the kitchen table, garage, or corner of the bedroom to attend meetings, collaborate with colleagues and clients, or provide economic recovery update presentations to City Council. And at this point, you might be asking yourself, how did all of these leaps in technology come to be? Or where did all of these ideas for multimodal streetscapes, signature projects like the Esplanade, or guidance for the elaboration of our park system come from? Much of it ties back to Santa Monica's commitment to advanced planning, community outreach, and the core community values of resident and business health, equity and inclusivity, and universal access. For example, CityNet would never have existed were it not for the Telecommunications Master Plan of 1998, a plan that was adopted almost 25 years ago. It's time for an update. The 2010 Loose, whether you love it or hate it, it describes how the city's evolution will unfold over a 20-year period, and it's responsible for things like the Bike Action Plan, which has given way to the green bike lanes, the cycle tracks, the Michigan Avenue Neighborhood Greenway, Ocean Park Green Street, the Link, and future projects like the 17th Street Protected Bikeway or the planned buffered bikeway on Broadway. The Pedestrian Action Plan, which has motivated significant enhancements to our pedestrian infrastructure and fomented the concept of Vision Zero, which we're actively pursuing in our new investments. The Downtown Community Plan, which highlights affordability, conservation of historic features, and public gathering spaces, to name a few. The Loose is also responsible for bringing Expo to Santa Monica, responsible for the Colorado Esplanade, and for many other physical projects that have helped us weather the storm during these crazy times. And lastly, to close this section where I began, Santa Monica's Recreation and Parks Master Plan has given us decades of guidance on where to invest our tax dollars for the benefit of the community, and how to diversify and expand programming to meet the needs of people of all ages, abilities, and interests. Drawn up around the same time as that Telecommunications Master Plan, a new draft is needed now to guide us for the next 20 years as we contemplate how our open space needs have changed and where investments should be directed. And as I said before, our parks have been used heavily during the pandemic, used in new ways that we didn't anticipate. And I think that many of those may be here to stay. So we'll need a plan for that and for maintaining these spaces that really weren't designed or budgeted for that kind of use. So with that, I'm going to pass it actually over to Anuj to close out the last few slides. Anuj is going to help us look to the future. All you, Anuj. Oh, sorry.
Thanks a lot, Peter. So just lastly, to bring it home, I wanted to highlight the work that we've undertaken with the Santa Monica Economic Sustainability Strategy. We began this project in partnership with Guidehouse Consultants before the pandemic at the direction of council. And the idea at the time was to set our economy on a sustainable trajectory in the long term in the face of the many technological disruptions that we were facing. We revived the project earlier this year with an eye towards building on that prior work and also the innovations and the process improvements that were catalyzed by the economic recovery to set our city's economy on a strong path to 2028 and beyond. So the strategy puts us in a position to turn our eye to the horizon, pivoting from the tactical responses and programs that we've devised out of the urgent necessity of the response to COVID economic fallout, to strategizing for the short, medium, and longer term efforts that we must undertake to keep Santa Monica a thriving, resilient community and broadly expand the prosperity and opportunity that we experience to a more inclusive array of residents and workers. So as the full strategy reflects, we're talking in terms of short, medium, and long-term planning efforts. In the short term, including the immediate term, tonight you'll hear more about the 3rd Street Stabilization and Economic Vitality Initiative. Soon, the final housing element will be coming before you, as well as the ongoing Shared Identity Project that has surveyed over 1,000 Santa Monicans and interviewed more than 150 to create a unified voice and a unified approach to how we communicate about our city to our residents, our visitors, our workers, our businesses, and elevate the identity of what makes our community special. In the medium term, and some of the recommendations reflected in this strategy that would potentially come back to the council in the future are the development of an innovation team in the city to be able to vet and review and potentially implement new technological innovations that could be to the benefit of our residents and our business community. Economic recovery scorecards that can help us assess policies and assess our progress in our recovery and in increasing economic prosperity for all. And additional ideas on local hire and expanding the scope of our economic development efforts to include a broader focus on workforce development as well. And in the long term, but things that we need to get to work on now are things including the beach management and master plan, which include an eye towards the 2028 Olympics, which will be literally bringing the world to our shores and to our beach. As well as the authorization that we have as a result of the agreement with the FAA to close our airport at the end of 2028 and transform that land for public benefit in the beyond. These are some exciting longer-term projects, but ones that we will be pursuing additional resources for immediately, including with some of the federal grant programs that are being unleashed by the American Rescue Plan. So with that, obviously lots of work to come, but a lot of work that we wanted to acknowledge and celebrate to you tonight. We are happy to take any further feedback or questions from the council. Thank you all so much for your time and for your attention and for your constant support of our community's economic recovery. Thank you.
And thank you all. I'm going to move to public comment in a second. Do we have any chits?
No, we do not.
Oh, we have no speakers. Great. So, council, this is our time to comment or ask any questions. But I just want to say that that was an incredible compilation of data and principles that I thought was really helpful and very informative. And I want to thank you all because it was very specific and yet at the same time very focused on our values. And I really appreciate it. Thank you. So why don't we start at Christine, unless Christine, you want me to start at the other end? Good. I'm starting with Councilmember Para, and I think we'll just go right down the road.
I'm going to make it short and sweet because we have a long night. Fabulous report, so thank you so much. I really appreciate that you called it a resilient city. Because in my line of work, that's what we teach. We teach people to be resilient and self-sufficient. And so Santa Monica truly is a resilient city. And so I appreciate the play on words with that. And so I'm excited about where we are and all the great work that the community and the city has put towards our economic recovery and the path ahead. And all the great projects. I mean, they're really exciting, and I can't wait just to see them come to fruition. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember.
You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. I really appreciate it, and the whole team did a great job, and obviously a lot of people worked on that presentation, and it shows. I do have a few questions. I think the first one relates to the issue about and this goes to me somewhat with resilience, is how do we encourage businesses who, have teetered and tottered through this difficult time? I know we've been giving grants. I know we've been working with them with outdoor spaces. And yet what I continue to hear is that every day is a new adventure. What are sort of our long-term, medium-term and long-term investments in our local economy that will help our businesses not just sort of get from day to day to day, but actually become more healthy?
It's a great question, Councilmember, and I think it's a number of things. Number one, I think, as you said, continuing to make permanent some of the innovations and the kind of, it's hard to call them silver linings given how hard the last 18 months have been, but I think some of the discoveries or rediscoveries that we've experienced in the last 18 months, certainly this concept of Santa Monica Outdoors is something that we will be bringing back to you to make permanent and to make something that we can really not just be for the benefits of people who visit Santa Monica, but starting with our residents and the businesses and the workers who kind of avail ourselves of our greatest assets, our weather and our climate and our landscape. I think some of the process improvements that have underlied that program, as well as some of the longer term efforts that David Martin's team and the Community Development Department are leading on permitting, on increasing the use of technology, on streamlining permitting to ensure that businesses that are opening or businesses that want to make changes to their operations or to their spaces can do that in a much more streamlined and effective way, continuing to invest in those things. And then also, I think leveraging additional resources beyond what we have, because we know that our resources are limited and certainly got a lot more limited over the last year and a half. So we have been investing, as I alluded to earlier, we are pursuing federal grant funds that are flowing to the Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration that we intend to really see land to the benefit of our city and our residents and our businesses. State funds, I would highlight some of the extensive outreach work that Aaron and others have led and that the council has supported for the rental assistance for landlords and for residents, and then our business grants. So I think looking beyond sort of our immediate budget, our immediate staff, to see where else can we leverage additional resources and partnerships to support our businesses and our residents.
And one of the questions, and I've mentioned this with Mr. Jalili in the past, is we know, for example, that the Department of Transportation is offering a number of capital grants in an attempt to remediate, I don't know that that's the best word, but remediate past injustices that have resulted from transportation policy. The most obvious example, of course, being here in Santa Monica, the placement of the 10th freeway literally through sensitive communities that unfortunately no longer exist. Are we going to be looking at opportunities for federal funding to try and, again, remediate just doesn't even come close to being the right word, but try and remedy some of those past injustices? For example, we've talked about covering the 10 freeway, which would reconnect the south side of the city to the north side, that sort of thing. Are we looking at those kinds of big thinking opportunities?
Yes, Councilmember, that is definitely a focus. It was, I think that Gateway Master Plan was something that has been on the list, but sort of lowered on the priority list for many, many years. But I think looking at new funding opportunities, the council did restore the full scope and funding of our federal lobbyist contract with the Ferguson Group in the last budget cycle to reflect the fact that this is a very different federal landscape for funds that could be to the benefit of our city. So I think those types of projects are things that we are in a much better position to identify and pursue.
And a couple more questions. One is, obviously, we will be welcoming beach volleyball at the 2028 Olympics. Very excited about that. Are there opportunities, because we will be an Olympic host site, to also, for lack of a better term, latch on to some funds designed to promote that particular event and to help us, because the beaches, we're a beach community, to help us sort of improve that, for lack of a better term, visitor, customer, as well as resident experience down on the beach?
Absolutely. I think that beach master and management plan that was referenced as a short-term objective to set us up for the long term has 2028 squarely in its sights. I think that's the idea, is if we can initiate that work now, we'll be in a much better position to even as it is today, I think the world would love to come to Santa Monica, but if we have, the planning to really make it shine on a whole new level in 2028, it could really be something that is to the benefit of all.
And then the final question/comment I want to make goes to something Mr. James said, that when we entered into the COVID pandemic, we consistently talked about how do we come out of this as a less automobile-centric community. And it was great to see the work that we have done already. But I'm wondering, what are I know we have some projects at the work, like the 17th Street project, but how are we, what do we have in the future, Hopper, if you will, for coming out of the pandemic as being a less auto-centric city so we can get back to having those blue skies and healthy air that we enjoyed for that brief moment when people weren't driving all over the place?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. I don't know, Peter, if you want to add anything from your perspective on the public works side. I mean, I'll just say that I think our Department of Transportation and part of the vision in integrating our Big Blue Bus existing staff with our parking and mobility teams was to be able to better support and pursue that advanced and sort of holistic mobility planning and reduced auto dependence. And I think that the advent and expansion of Santa Monica Outdoors in some ways almost sort of, moves us further in that direction by reimagining the use of outdoor space, especially space that had previously been dedicated to the cars in new and sort of community benefiting ways. But Peter, any?
Well, and does that include, I guess my question is, and I know it's a separate fund, but obviously bus ridership suffered a tremendous amount during the pandemic. Are we, sort of focusing on, because the best way to get people out of cars is into buses, as well as bikes and scooters and other things. Are we focusing on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, if Ed King were here, I don't think he is, but he would tell you that they're in regular conversations.
He is here.
Oh, he is here.
He is here.
He materializes.
It was like magic. I mentioned his name and he appeared. I'm going to try that more often.
Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich, members of the council. The short answer is yes. We're looking at strategic initiatives to improve our ridership. I'm happy to report this evening that our ridership was at an all-time high since the pandemic started. Last week, we had 121,000 customers that we carried, which is great. We're continuing to restore service. Just like everybody else in the world, we are struggling with hiring operators. So we're working with HR and some of our other colleagues here in the city, as well as our regional partners at LA Metro and some of the other municipal operators. And then lastly, something that you approved a long time ago, pre-pandemic, was the implementation or the study of looking at bus-only lanes on Wilshire, 4th Street, and Pico in the city, much like our Lincoln corridor, the link that has been very successful in not just attracting more customers, but really providing more efficient service. And we're working with Councilmember Bonin's office and LADOT and Caltrans on extending the Lincoln corridor all the way down to Venice. So those are kind of the things that we have in the hopper right now. Be happy to come back to council some evening and give you a more robust report on those initiatives.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. King. I appreciate it. And again, thank you, everyone, for the presentation.
Councilmember Negrete.
Thank you. That was a great presentation by all, and I appreciate all the different pieces. I want to just focus specifically in terms of small businesses and really continuing to reach out and get feedback from businesses to get truly what they need and what they're looking for, so that we're really addressing true needs. From personal experience, I can tell you that there needs to be more assistance to the businesses that are east of the downtown area, that are often don't have the ability to maybe participate actively because they are literally working in their businesses 7 days a week. And just continuing to look at assistance, because a lot of those businesses, their landlords are sitting on buildings that they don't have a mortgage on, and they are not willing to negotiate, and they are not able to get assistance on there, and because of not having a mortgage. So just really speaking and maybe actively going out and seeking input from small businesses who don't have the opportunity to bring that input, which also lends its hand to being able to supply jobs and being able to pay people a wage that allows them the ability to live in Santa Monica. So creating an affordable opportunity for small business owners transcends into giving people jobs in the community where they can actually pay them something where they can afford to live here. So I hope we keep looking at those things, because I think it's a big part of this resilient plan. And I hope we continue to look at giving businesses opportunities to move in areas that are more high traffic, areas that lend the opportunity to have tourists actually bring that foot traffic into their stores and their restaurants. Because some of those outskirt areas where a lot of the buildings have been deserted and are becoming dilapidated, if your business is next to one of those buildings, it doesn't fare well for you. But thank you guys so much. I think you guys have shown that with even much less of a staff, that you're still able to do what you have been doing and even more. And as a new council member, I'm just in awe as I go through each department to learn all you guys are doing. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan. It's fine. Stop telling me it's fine. You should say, Sue, you called me the wrong.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Just to piggyback on Lana a little, just continuously impressed with the quality of the work product and what you all are capable of doing and the amount of information you're able to provide. It's really, when you go and visit some other cities, it's just, you guys are very good at your job. So thank you. I do have one question because it just keeps coming up everywhere, and it's this issue of staffing. So we have, Mr. King just mentioned it, we have this challenge of staffing, but we also have this 7.8%, I believe you said, unemployment. What do we think, because I hear the speculation that's out there, but what do you all believe some of those challenges to be? Are they unique to Santa Monica, or are they broader challenges? I know just today, the email went out that Crest had to be canceled due to staffing challenges, and so then that affects all of our kids because that programming is not able to move forward. So I'm just curious if you have.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah.
A couple of things that I'll say, and then I don't know if Jennifer has anything to add from the Economic Development Division point of view. I think that certainly the national trends we've seen, and some have speculated that it was at least until the expiration earlier this month tied to the enhanced unemployment benefit. Or I guess the 30th, right? I think, yeah, okay, so at the end of this month, that's right. The enhanced unemployment benefit could be at least in part responsible for less. And I think other sort of indicators include that perhaps some of the enhanced public health guidelines, vaccine requirements, other things are sometimes serve as a deterrent to especially younger folks who may want to otherwise enter the workforce. But I think it's something that we continue to wrestle with as we see the state and regional and national picture. I think the Higher Local Jobs Board is something that we increasingly promote to our own businesses to give us those listings, because there is already a wide spectrum of jobs and qualifications and types of employers and sectors. But the broader kind of inputs we have there, the more we can sort of feed that to our community, and as well as sort of regional potential employee markets. I don't know, Jennifer, has anything to add? Yep.
I think none of these are really specific to Santa Monica. These are statewide and nationwide issues, practically at all sectors of the economy.
I'm just, with enhanced unemployment coming to an end on a Thursday, I'm curious if we predict any changes to that. I mean, I know, like, just again using Crest as an example, it's now going to be at least January before we can see any changes in that program because of something that may very well change in 2 days. People's desire to seek employment, and I'm curious, and you don't need to answer it, but I just want to put it out there, sort of what and how as a city we're going to be able to support folks if the issue of returning to work or not returning to work, sort of what percentage of this 7.8 is due to personal fears about getting vaccinated or not. I mean, and then to what extent are we going to have to support people? And so is more education needed in that area? I don't know. I mean, it's a hard number to determine, but just something I'm curious about, and if there's any way we can help. I know you guys are putting out tons of information, but
yeah, no, we'll definitely keep looking at that. Thanks. Yeah.
Councilmember Brock.
We, like many others throughout the nation, could have just folded our tents when the pandemic hit. And instead, our city staff rose to the occasion. On a reduced budget with less staff, they worked harder. They found ways to really make our city resilient. And that's a wonderful thing. So I want to thank all of you in the room and the entire city staff, from plumbers and painters and graffiti cleaners to everyone in the city, for their hard work over this last 14, 15 months in miserable conditions in many cases. There's only so many masks you can wear out. And so many times you can look at your four walls in your bedroom while you work. So I really want to thank all of you for doing a fantastic job. And thank you for this report. I have just a couple of questions. I hear this every day not every day, every week at least, in my ears, that Santa Monica, while we're doing a beach master plan and we're doing all these other master plans, shouldn't we be doing a citywide general plan? And shouldn't that be something that's on our horizon? We haven't. I found this on the web for I guess my.
Like Siri's got it for you.
I guess Siri, even though I have it silenced,
So let's
Siri
hear
was
what
going to
she
try
said.
and help do the work.
Let's hear what she says.
I so apologize for that. So my question is, my understanding is we haven't had a citywide general plans, a master plan since maybe 1958. My question is, shouldn't we have a new one every 20 years? I know we do a lot of segmented plans.
I think your master plan actually was updated
You were here
and
before.
around, no, right after I left.
Ah.
Well, but earlier, yes, when I was
Okay,
here.
then I
in
was
the
wrong
80s.
with that. Hi, David.
And then,
So, well, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Council, Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem. So we do have a general plan, and it's made up of several elements, which are updated periodically. The housing element, for example, is one part of that, so you'll be seeing that in a couple weeks. The land use and circulation element, that's the loose, that was updated in 2010. And it's a 20-year plan, so that takes us through 2030. So, it is getting close to time when we need to start thinking about updating the loose, because, last time it took, I think, 6-7 years. Hopefully it doesn't take that long this time. But that is something that, in 5 years or so, we need to start thinking about updating the loose to figure out what the vision is for the next 20 years going forward after 2030. But we definitely have a general plan. And again, it's updated in periodic elements.
But in segments,
in
some cities do it at once, or do all cities do it in small segments?
There may be some small cities that do it all at once, but that would be, for us, that would be a huge undertaking, and it makes sense to do it as, the housing element, for example, is based on requirements from the state. So we do that as required. For us, it wouldn't make sense to do it all at once.
Okay. And something that someone else mentioned a few minutes ago, but someone talked about the permit process and planning process. And I think, that needs to be something that's done with some urgency, that we find ways to become a city that's not only transparent, but welcoming to investment, welcoming to the incubation of new businesses, and welcoming to the rapid production of the affordable housing that we're going to need for the next few years. So I think that's a real important part of our resilience and our recovery, is to make our processes be the best in the county and then the best in the state, so that we're not mired in a situation where it takes months for people, whether it's their architect's fault, their planner's fault, whoever's fault, that we become this welcoming city for investment. Because we are open for business, and we want to make sure that people understand that not only are we open, but we're welcoming. And we will do our best to help them through any processes needed.
Right. Yeah, and we absolutely agree with you on that. There's a Moss Adams report that set forward a plan for updating our processing We've gone to the audit subcommittee. We have an implementation plan, and we are working on that really hard. And we agree it's very important to encourage business in the city.
And as we recover and as we are resilient, we know that our residents expect a lot from us in the city. And above all, they expect a feeling of safety and security and cleanliness. And I think part of our recovery is rooted in those core values that our residents want to see in Santa Monica. So I appreciate everything that you've said today. I want to make sure that we are innovative in our approaches for safety in the future, and that we do our best in every neighborhood, every street, and every alley of Santa Monica to make sure that as much as we humanly can, that our streets and our businesses and our residents of all ages in the city feel as safe and secure as they can. And I cede my time.
Councilmember De La Torre.
No, I just, I think a lot of what I would have said has already been said, but just one question in terms of, you know, the kitchen that's being built at Virginia Avenue Park. There's a fund. Can you remind us the name of the fund? It's around.
We are Santa Monica.
We are Santa Monica Fund.
Yeah, that's one. But then there's another one around racial justice. I think it might have been part of the Black Agenda.
So the We Are Santa Monica, it's all the We Are Santa Monica Fund. The We Are Santa Monica Fund has different categories that individuals who or entities that contribute can earmark their contribution to.
Yes. So I guess just specifically, you know, in terms of how we engage our residents, especially residents of color, more in the, you know, economic recovery plan for the city. What are some sort of some initiatives or ideas that we're starting to work on now? I mean, I know that Community Corporation of Santa Monica is going to complete their project on 19th and Pico, and there's a plan to have storefront. I believe it's going to be subsidized leases, you know, for qualified individuals, you know, so that they can, you know, start businesses and I wanted to know if there was anything else that you can report on today in terms of, you know, how is the city of Santa Monica going to ensure that our economic recovery is equitable and inclusive?
Thank you, Councilmember De La Torre. Great question. So certainly the Virginia Avenue Park Commercial Kitchen and Incubator is definitely a flagship one. It's something that we've heard from the community for quite some time, including many active members of the Virginia Avenue Park Advisory Board, of this dream that they want to have, they want to see come to fruition with many of our residents, particularly in the Pico neighborhood, that aspire to start their own businesses in the food industry and just have challenges with being able to get LA County health permits to do that from home. So we're really excited about the commercial kitchen. We also continue to work with Community Corps of Santa Monica partners, the project you just mentioned. In fact, we have a call with them tomorrow to talk about that and where there might be some synergies between that space and the space at Virginia Avenue Park. You're going to hear a little more tonight with downtown Santa Monica and the 3rd Street Vitality Plan about all the efforts underway to foster incubator support in downtown Santa Monica, starting with, I believe, this Saturday. There's a conscious market, a night market, to help small business startups. And we're looking at opportunities with our farmers markets to help with startup incubator support. So definitely lots of attention too around how we help to continue to promote diversity and equity and inclusion throughout the city. All of our bids are also really actively working with, you know, helping to be, per Councilmember Brock's question, really ensuring people know we are open for business. We really are excited about our new businesses opening. We're embracing them as part of Buy Local, and also working on business surveys that are ongoing to get really important feedback from our businesses about what their true needs are. So, but we welcome continued input from you all about other ways we can help.
Yeah, just real quick ideas that have been circulating in the community for many years. One is, you know, like a maker's market. So you have farmer's market, but like on a Sunday, for example, you can use the same space to do a maker's market.
Yep.
And so people can bring, you know, products that they make or, you know, handmade products and so forth. The other thing you mentioned, I had it in my mind right now, but it just went out. anyway, if it comes back, I think it's really important though for us to, outreach to those businesses that have just started. There's a young man who just opened up a flower shop on Euclid and Pico called Sammy's Blossoms. And I visited him and, you just got to hear his struggle. And it's really tough, it's courageous to start a business, open a business during the pandemic while business is shuttering, and he's putting all his effort into it. And I was just wondering, what can the city of Santa Monica do to help out this young man, succeed? And the best thing that came to my mind was, look, you have a cemetery right across the street. Is there a way that, the cemetery operators can know that this flower shop just opened up, on Pico Boulevard, Pico neighborhood resident trying to make things happen. So I'm thinking along those types of partnerships, right? Where the city of Santa Monica might be able to help out these small startups, these locally owned, resident, managed small startups. If there's anything that we can do, and not just for that individual business, but anyone who's starting a business right now in the city of Santa Monica needs all the support they can get. So if there's anything that we can do along those lines, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll certainly reach out to him to get him part of Buy Local Santa Monica. That's a great start, because that raises awareness amongst our 90,000 residents about these great businesses we have here, and really helping to elevate his story. And there's a lot of opportunities through Buy Local where we're working with our partners, our business partners, around B2B opportunities, including opportunities for vending and procurement for our businesses with the city, with other businesses, and with residents. So.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all your efforts.
So thank you all very much. I have just one comment, and I think you know this, but let me say, as I've said many times before, that about 15% of our residents, 15 to 20, work in the city, and 80% work outside those who work outside the city. And we have similar proportions for people. 80% of the people who work in our city don't live here. And I think we should be really focusing, as we're doing all of this, to think about how we can get people to work here instead of work somewhere else, and have more local jobs for people. But great report, guys. Thank you very much. I could say more. We're running an hour behind everyone, so let's... we already are not keeping the trains on time, so thank you very much. And
very much, Mayor. Thank you,
no, I really appreciate it. And now we are going to open the lines on our consent calendar for anyone who wants to call in on any 3 item. The lines will be closed, will be open, and they're closed after the 5th speaker, if there is one. And Nikki, do you want to call the next item, please?
Yes, consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion.
So I have to pull item 3A. Are there any other items that council members want to pull? And I'm pulling, no callers, Nikki?
Not yet, we just opened the lines.
Yeah, okay. And let me just say that I'm pulling 3A, and maybe we should start with that while I'm out of the room, because as we learned a couple meetings ago, my husband's law firm represents Lyft, which is the subject of this item, and in the interest of appearance of impropriety, I will be leaving the room for item 3A, and then I'll come back and we'll do the rest of the consent calendar. And no callers?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
So the council can proceed with consideration and a vote on item 3A and any discussion that's appropriate.
I move item 3A.
Is there a second?
Can I read it into the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you did,
Sorry.
Nikki.
Go ahead, Nick.
Item 3A, award RFP 285 and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement with Lyft Inc. for turnkey demand response transportation services mode.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah. Who was providing this service before this contract came forward?
How you doing? My name is Alfredo Torales with the Big Blue Bus. I oversee the mode program. So the incumbent right now is Lyft. They do 90% of the rides, and 10% of the rides are done by MV Transportation.
Okay. And how long has the contract been in place before this item coming forward?
3 years.
3 years already.
Yep.
So this is an extension for how many years?
No, this isn't an extension. This was we did a whole RFP and a whole procurement process, and Lyft was determined to be the best bidder.
But you said it was a 3-year contract. It does.
Oh, this contract?
Yeah.
It's going to be a 2-year base with 3 one-year options.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Okay, there was a motion by Councilmember Davis and a second by Councilmember Brock. Can the clerk call the roll, please?
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parr.
Yes.
The motion passes. Mayor Himmel-Richel.
You need to vote.
Oh, sorry, I'll record my vote. The motion passes 6-0 with Mayor Himmel-Rich recused.
I left my phone here.
We're done.
That's okay. It turns out now when you get recused, all you have to do is watch the board.
Nice.
Sometimes it might be longer.
I understand. Anyway, so, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan. And now, may I hear a motion to, let me just check again. Madam Clerk, do we have any callers?
No callers.
Yay. Okay. May I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent
I
calendar
move.
other than item 3A?
Let me just get there.
So this is a motion for everything but 3A on the consent calendar. And so moved by Brock, I'll second, seconded by Himmelrich. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parr.
Yes.
And I did vote yes. But that's my vote, but you always have to come back to me, Madam Clerk.
Oh, sorry. Mayor
That's
Hemmerich,
okay.
I'm sorry.
I voted, so it wasn't obvious. So that passes 7-0. Will you please call the next item? Take a breath and then call the next item. And while you're calling the next item, let me just say that we will be opening the phones after the staff report, which I think will be lengthy.
Item 7A, introduction and adoption of an emergency interim ordinance making minor changes, corrections, and clarifications to interim zoning regulations established by emergency interim zoning ordinance number 2636 and extended by emergency interim zoning ordinance number 2658 for economic recovery in the city's BC Promenade District and those portions of the BC 2nd and 4th District. 2nd and 4th Street District, bounded by 2nd Street to the west, Broadway to the south, 4th Street to the east, and Wilshire Boulevard to the north. Authorization to negotiate with Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. to activate the Promenade District to support economic recovery and review and comment of the Downtown Santa Monica 3rd Street Promenade Economic and Vitality Plan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And let me correct what I just said. I believe the lines will open now, although what I'm looking at says they'll be open later.
After the staff report.
I'm sorry.
After the staff report.
Okay. I think we should open the lines now because typically we take comments and questions before we ask questions. So can we open the lines now? Okay, good. So we are opening the lines now, and may we have our staff report? Do you agree with her? Oh, well.
Good evening, Mayor Henrich, Pro Tem Mayor McCall, Honorable City Council members. I'm Barry Snell, Downtown Santa Monica Chairman of the Board. It's a great pleasure on behalf of the Board of Directors of Downtown Santa Monica tonight to present the 3rd Street Promenade Stabilization and Economic Vitality Plan. Over the last 20 months, DTSM has been very busy addressing the pressing needs of the respondents to civic unrest and the COVID-19 pandemic as it relates to our community and businesses. But we've also had our eye on the future. 3 years ago, our board began working on Promenade 3.0, a plan to respond to fundamental changes in the retail environment and to tackle the much-needed capital improvements to our beloved Promenade after 30 years of consistent use. Promenade 3.0 led the way to significant modifications to our code. Some of these changes, like expanding use and easier permit processes for short-term tenants and use of public space, assisted us with response to the needs of our businesses. The signs that necessitate our vitality plan began years before the pandemic. As regional competition increased and economic gains momentum, inciting retail brands large and small to focus on their efforts and dollars online rather than in store, the worldwide quarantines put in place following the outbreak of the COVID virus only exacerbated the use for the first time in 3 decades. 3rd Street Promenade experienced brands moving out overnight, creating more vacancies unlike any we have seen before. This, coupled with the number of people across our region experiencing homelessness and despair, multiplied exponentially during the pandemic. And while services provided by the city to address these problems were drastically reduced, severely impacting the downtown district. Downtown Santa Monica continued to step up. Last spring, we implemented our Downtown Santa Monica Safety Ambassador Program as a means to address the unwanted behavior as quickly as possible. The team of certified security personnel is able to respond to calls for service quickly and with skills needed to de-escalate any difficult situation. They also spent their days roaming the district to proactively meet with those experiencing homelessness in an effort to connect them with the local services agencies who can provide them with the help they need. Through all this, and despite these immense challenges, over the course of the last 6 months, using the latest research and input from a diverse group of stakeholders, we developed the Promenade Stabilization and Economic Vitality Plan. The guiding document identifies changes to the land use and zoning regulations for the 3rd Street Promenade to enable more flexibility around the use of private space and reconsiders the regulatory regulations that limit private properties to the traditional retail, dining, and office model. This is in an effort to create a modern and more equitable downtown, an inclusive experiential retail, live entertainment, nightlife, cultural offerings, and small-scale manufacturing, housing, office, and space, and more. The proposed plan also calls for more rooftop bars, restaurants, underground hideaways that foster nightlife and give the downtown layer an excitement and sense of discovery. A new cultural and entertainment venue that could provide sought-after entertainment experience not currently available in our downtown. The Promenade Vitality Plan, which we are sharing with you today, was created to guide us through a recovery and provide us with vital tools needed to emerge better than ever. Creating a meaningful space full of life and our residents can use and be proud of. We've done a lot of work. And to do this, we can not do it alone. We know that the 3rd Street Promenade is as important to you as it is to us. And your input in this plan is vital, and your commitment to maintaining the core services the city provides to create a clean and safe downtown is important. We would not be fulfilling our promise to our residents and our local business if this doesn't happen. Together, we can resurface from a pandemic that will be healthy, happy, and a bright future ahead. And in closing, I'd like to say, and I heard from Councilman Delatorre, it's real important that we also look to our small businesses as to how we create more incentive for them to move downtown. And this is something that we at downtown have really been focused on as we're coming out of this pandemic, that we look at how we can re-engage our local and regional community to bring back activity, because we all realized during the pandemic that our tourism business was affected greatly. And I think coming back out of it, we need to focus strongly on how we look at our local residents and our regional partners to bring back our downtown to have a new, exciting downtown. So I think it's real important that when you look at this vitality plan, to look at those elements. So I look forward to hearing your report on this item. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Thank you very, very much. Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Council and City staff. I am thrilled to be here tonight. This has been a very, very long journey. My name is Kathleen Ross, and I'm the CEO of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. And as my chair mentioned, we launched this Economic Vitality program about 6 months ago in conjunction with the city. Your then interim city manager, Lane Dilg, and I worked together knowing that true leadership happens in times of crisis. And that's not when it's easy to do. So while the city and Downtown Santa Monica was working so hard to make sure we could do everything we possibly could to help businesses survive, it was also important to start planning. So we created this plan looking at the future of the 3rd Street Promenade and filled the Advisory Planning Commission with residents and property owners, business owners, and true experts in their field to bring the best and brightest minds together to talk through the changing retail environment and what we should be doing to bring the 3rd Street Promenade to the next chapter and to the next generation. I would like to extend sincere thanks to the Project Advisory Group, who spent many hours, both virtually and in person, working on the plan. Those people include Robert Resnick, who is a property owner, Bill Tucker, also a property owner, Julie Eisenberg, who is a local architect and Santa Monica resident, Stanley Eisman, who owns property on the Santa Monica Promenade and who is a resident of our fair city, Nico Rusconi, who is the new owner of the Georgian Hotel, Veronica Glazer, who is a local marketing expert and a Santa Monica resident. And then we had our own David Martin and Anuj Gupta, Stephen Welliver from my staff. And so all of us worked together with the absolute expert advice of Chris Bainan, Kate Jonkis, and C.G. Davis from MIG. These folks have done work all over the country, have advised municipalities, downtown associations, private businesses on how to reinvent and reinvigorate spaces. In addition to that, we had Michael Smith and Larissa Ortez from Street Sense, who are retail experts. They have a Los Angeles office as well, and they are well known in both the private and public sectors. We held many, many public forums, property owner meetings, one-on-one interactions. We took place throughout the entire process, as well as taking a lot of the research we had done on our Promenade 3.0 study, including a Gale Public Space, Public Life study, which evaluates how people use our space currently. This is before COVID, but it was recent, so it was still good data, and we relied upon it. The process was extremely challenging, as all things are right now. It's 100% harder to get anything done, isn't it, for all of us? But leadership in this crisis, as I said, is imperative. And I wish to thank the Downtown Santa Monica Board of Directors, who are all volunteers, showing courage and leadership in this difficult time by engaging in this initiative. They also demonstrated very solid economic stewardship of private assessment dollars in the past years by having enough reserves to pay for this project, allowed us to spend our rainy day fund, and it's been raining cats and dogs in downtown Santa Monica. So I wish to thank all of you for your support, for your time. We've had lots of conversations with you. For that, I am grateful. As Barry said, we know you care about this Third Street Promenade as much as we do, and together we're going to move it into a bright future. So, without any further ado, I do want to introduce Chris Bainan. He is the Vice President and Chief Development Officer for MIG to present our Third Street Promenade Stabilization and Economic Vitality Plan. Thank you.
Make sure this works here. Great. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, and city staff. It's an honor to be here this evening. And what I'm going to do is, I realize you've seen a lot of presentation already tonight, so I'm going to try to pretty briefly, quickly go through the Stabilization and Economic Vitality Plan. There are also a number of supplementary items to this available on the Downtown Santa Monica website, background research and materials. Importantly, this is a strategy document. And it, as I was listening to all of the staff report earlier, it truly does, as by design, as we've been working along the way, support and integrate with the economic recovery efforts that you all are doing. And that were, of course, highlighted earlier. This project, what you'll see here this evening, represents a strong and bold vision with actions both big and small. And I think it is certainly in line with this innovative and visionary city at this very critical juncture in its history, in all of our histories and lives right now. So I'm literally going to go through the document itself. I'll again try to go as quickly as possible here. I do want to underscore, Kathleen mentioned the number of people involved here. I want to underscore the great partnership here, and was mentioned earlier with the city staff. I work all around the state, all around the country. This group is top notch, and I definitely want to call out Anuj and David for their contributions, as well as the rest of the project advisory committee and the board members and everybody involved, and along with Kathleen and Stephen and the staff at Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. So I think a lot has been talked about, like, why now? Why are we doing this now? And it's absolutely critical. And importantly, not just another big vision, hey, wouldn't this be nice to have, but to create something that is truly strategic, focused, and action-oriented. And when we started to do background and look at everything happening in this maelstrom of the last year and a half, you start to really peel back that the critical role that the Third Street Promenade plays in the community. 15% of citywide sales tax is generated from the promenade. And you then couple that with, at points, nearly 40% of the ground floors being vacant. That is a difficult issue. And so dealing with this pandemic and looking at how do we attack this from a number of different fronts was really key. So in doing so, as Kathleen mentioned, we reached out, very much cast a wide net with respect to talking to business and property owners, brokers, residents, advocates, elected and appointed officials, and many more, and drawing upon the expertise of those locally as well as with our national team, and building on projects such as Promenade 3.0 and other plans in the city. Importantly, I do want to underscore this project is really a nexus of the private realm and the public realm. So this is not just about, hey, what can we do between the buildings? This is about how does what's happening in the buildings and in the buildings going vertically interact with and support the public realm environment and vice versa. And you'll see that in the strategies here in just a moment. As we were looking at the market position, as we were doing the background research, the team came up with, I think, is a really useful diagram here. And I'm going to spend just a moment on this. And actually, it had 3 layers or 3 iterations. But if you can see on your screens there on the right, there are 4 points on the compass on this diagram. The top being intimate and understated. The opposite of that being bustling and active, the right side being unique and special, and the left side being mass market and generic. And when we went back to 1990, this competitive landscape was much less than what you see now. There were just a handful of different projects or different places that really would have been considered competitors with the 3rd Street Promenade. Secondly, the 3rd Street Promenade was really over kind of in that unique and special lower right-hand side bustling and active quadrant. When we looked at it kind of qualitatively and assessing through our expert eyes. And what we looked at then today, fast forwarding, is that one, the competition has increased very greatly, whether it's the Grove or the Block or other kind of areas like Abbot Kinney that have really grown in prominence since 2 or 3 decades ago. The landscape has become, and that's not even to say about the retail environment online, right? And all the things we can do now that we had to go get in person, that now we can get at our fingertips or the click of a button. And if you look in the lower left-hand quadrant, you see where we believe in our assessment, the 3rd Street Promenade is more or less today. Its offerings have become a little more mass market and generic. And that's not a pejorative. It's just kind of an objective look at what's there. Well, there are many stores that I can get in many other locations that are now along the 3rd Street Promenade. And so in looking at where we think the opportunity may be, is to recapture a little bit of that unique and special, or a lot of that unique and special, as you see there on the right-hand side. And we believe there's a market gap for that. So that and many other analyses set up where we started to go as we started to cultivate the vision. And that has several key elements, and I know you've all read through the document, hopefully. I'm not going to go through everything here this evening. I'm going to speed it up. But from authentic and welcoming to thriving, which is critical from an economic perspective, to loved by locals, we saw and heard from many, many people that this place needs to be loved by Santa Monicans, patronized by Santa Monicans. And then, of course, we can talk about and think about the tourists and others from the region coming. But we've got to really make this a gathering place that is cherished by locals and loved by locals. So those were anchors to our vision. And then we set out to create some top ideas and strategies. And there are many sub-strategies and actions to this. But I want to cover these 8 that are really critical, as I said, kind of encompassing big to small and what we feel are visionary opportunities, as well as feasible and realistic opportunities. All of that in here together. The first one is to create an exciting new vibe along the street. We believe that there are immediate, visible physical improvements that need to be done to attract shoppers while generating some new energy and optimism. So whether that's bright colors, beautiful, creatively designed signs, spruced up lighting, other things that are basics in many ways to a great environment where you want to take your family, you want to take your friends from out of town, you want to go there every day or every week. Those things are critical to creating a new a feeling and a sense of momentum for this iconic street. Lack of a better term, a refresh. And that doesn't need to be super expensive right now. We know that there are critical components from other documents such as 3.0 that may be some longer term investments, or there could be some critical incremental moves there. But absolutely steps, and they're being taken right now by Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., in partnership with the city to create this new vibe. So in each of these, we see that there's a kind of the bigger idea explained, and then several actions that support that sort of investment. And again, planning for capital improvements and visual aesthetic improvements on the promenade, and really going at it here near term is strategy number one. Strategy number two is support and integrate new types of businesses and uses, and creating a modern mix of exciting shops, restaurants, and services to reinvigorate the promenade. Yes, there are a number of businesses that are fantastic to have, and we want to certainly remain along the promenade. But in order to modernize and create something that can't be replicated elsewhere, we definitely think that there needs to be new investment made and new shopping experiences. And so that can range from spilling out of stores, pop-ups, carts, indoor-outdoor permeability between spaces, as was talked about earlier with the outdoor dining. We think that's critical. We'll talk about that more. Live music, dancing, other performances, you'll see that a part of the whole strategy here is critical. And in doing so, the opportunity to incorporate small and minority and women-owned businesses is a great opportunity here. And whether that's through smaller pop-ups and kiosks and things, or as you'll see later on, the ability to demise and take up some of these larger spaces and allow them to be made smaller along the promenade, because smaller businesses, minority-owned businesses can't afford all that square footage. We want to foster an environment where they can go ahead and find a place and find a route here is a critical part of the strategy. So a number of different actions within this strategy, again, supporting those expanded uses. And that also relates to, in strategic ways, boutique hospitality, residential, incorporation of offices. The mayor talked earlier about fostering local jobs. We think this can be a place that can foster local jobs while maintaining that commercial and retail component. Ensuring a clean, safe, and welcoming environment. Councilmember Brock spoke to this with respect to safety, security, and cleanliness. This is bread and butter and something that Kathleen's organization is at every day. We absolutely believe that that is a critical part of the service here provided by DTSM, as well as the vision for the future. We cannot let that flag as we incorporate these new uses and a new environment. And so there are a number of actions related to that. Sometimes it's a coat of paint, sometimes it's lighting, sometimes it's more ambassadors on the street and greater coordination with the city in that regard. All of that relates in strategy number 3. Rolling here to what we might say is more fun, more candidly, loosening up and allowing for ourselves to pilot some things, test things, try things out, and create and promote art, music, and play everywhere. From street buskers and festivals to mural sculptures, interactive exhibits, all of those things we believe are critical to modernizing and creating a new era for the promenade. And so as we look at that, it can be related to educational components, music on the street every day, things that can be a concert activity that's on a scheduled calendar. So informal, formal, art that is more permanent, art that changes. These are the things that attract locals and the work we're doing in downtowns around the country. I don't know what's going to be happening on the 3rd Street Promenade, dear, but I know it's going to be different than when we went down last week or last month. Let's go check it out. That sort of thing is what allows urban environments to remain vital and active and bring people back time after time. Related there, but in somewhat of a larger idea, is the thought to create a unique cultural center for Santa Monica. And this is a dynamic, one-of-a-kind facility to bring together a mix of things: arts, performance, music, community events. And importantly, this is not envisioned as a single kind of big room theater hall or something that is a formal concert hall setting or something like that. We believe that it can house instead many different venues and could really foster an eclectic blend of theater, music, literature, exhibits, arts, education, dance, performance, community gatherings, and much more. And so this idea is to really tap into what is inherently a very artistic community and to promote cross-cultural understanding and collaboration and cross-income. This is a welcoming, inclusive, dynamic 3rd Street Promenade of the future, and it shouldn't be facilities and places for just one person or one type of concert goer. This place should be for everybody. So as we look, there are a few different places we looked at along the promenade, and as you start to envision, hey, what might this start to look like? You kind of have to choose one of them. and so in looking at, we all know the future of theaters is in flux. There could be some opportunity we don't know with the AMC site that's currently on the promenade at 3rd and Arizona. But we thought, okay, is this a way to think that its current use is here? And if we start to, and this would, of course, involve very much private sector investment along with public sector and nonprofit sector collaboration, that we would go from something like this at this location to something like this, just to get our juices flowing. What could this be to change and create something iconic along the 3rd Street Promenade? In concert with that, right at that key corner, we believe that there's an opportunity to establish a town square and to create a place that is an exciting outdoor performance gathering and experiential space that anchors the promenade at this strategic crossroads. Of course, it's shut down already at times for the farmers market. And we believe, and I think it was mentioned earlier for other events, we believe that this could be done on a continued temporary basis. Friday nights, Saturday nights, things start to happen here that is surprising and fun. A venue for various festivals, for different things that could happen in leveraging the right of way of the community. That's one of the greatest assets of any city is its public right of ways. The amount of land that's owned by cities in the streets, and being able to say, well, on a temporary basis, we could do this. We could host these types of activities and create a flexible multi-use space on at this strategic crossroads. And it could be right here in its kind of potential future form. And then in the evenings, maybe we close it down. And then in the future, maybe this becomes a permanent crossing closed down. And so it's a way of piloting and testing. How does this work? And how do we, as we continue to, as Councilmember Davis was mentioning earlier, I believe, reducing our auto dependency, looking for more ways to foster more bikeability and walkability. What is a natural extension of the promenade? And bringing and inviting people in, maybe this is a spot where we could permanently close it and create something truly remarkable for the community. Just a couple more strategies left, and then I'll be done in passing it back over to David Martin. As Barry mentioned, creating rooftop hangouts and underground hideaways. Really dynamic, successful cities, if you think about them across the country, across the world, are not horizontal only. They have vertical vibe and culture and history to them. And as you look, you're a street corner in Barcelona, you're looking up and you're seeing all this life cascading down from above, or that hideaway down below. There are opportunities for this along the promenade, absolutely. And so whether it's a downstairs jazz club, whether it's an upstairs rooftop dining taking advantage of ocean views, of mountain views, this is a differentiator. And this is a place, again, where drawing locals, this can be a part of the experience, we believe, these kind of hidden gems, if you will. Speaking of hidden gems, finally, back on that ground floor environment. Again, any great city is not just one street. You all have this great grid system here in Santa Monica. And there are many great streets, whether it's Ocean or Lincoln or Main, and 3rd Street is one of them. But it's that fabric that comes together that creates great cities that help people explore. And they go, oh, hey, we're doing something over on 2nd. Why don't we head over to 3rd, see what's happening there? Or, hey, we just drove into the parking structure, and now I have to fjord this weird alley. How do I get my way over? We believe those alleys that run along either side of the promenade can be reimagined as passageways and places of discovery and exploration. And again, I think these can be places where those more entrepreneurial businesses can come in, where minority-owned businesses can get a foothold because the rent is going to be cheaper on the backside maybe than the front side. This is what we want to work with the business or the property owners, and to channel that pedestrian energy naturally, people coming into the parking structures, and give them a space that may look like this right now, but can look like this in the future. So whether it's art, further greenery, lighting, and all this can still work with the deliveries and cars going in and out. It happens all around the country, all around the world. Dynamic, great alley spaces can be transformed or can be like this and still have its functionality. And so we think those hidden gems are also a part of this strategy to bring together something vibrant and exciting. I'll close with saying that this community is amazing. I think you all know that. I think that's why you serve. It's been through a lot, and the communities that around the country that are going to make bold moves and grab a hold of this time and the different patterns, I think are the ones that are going to come out in a much better way. Again, not just for one type of person in the community, one income level, but for everybody in an inclusive manner that lives up to your all's values. So the time is now, and I encourage you to move forward and to continue to collaborate with Downtown Santa Monica and other partners. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. David, will you give me 1 minute? So, because the one thing I've forgotten to tell people is if you want to call in for public comment, thank you for indulging me. The number is 310-312-8173. Again, if you want to provide public comment, the number to call is 310-312-8173. There you go. Go ahead.
Great, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So I'm going to go over a couple of changes in terms of ordinance, get into a little bit more detail. Before I do that, I want to start by thanking Kathleen and Stephen and DTSM staff, as well as the board for their work on this plan and bringing it forward. This is something that, like was mentioned, it happened in 6 months. The city doesn't do plans in 6 months, unfortunately. Sometimes it takes us that long to get a consultant on board. So the fact that DTSM was able to step in and And to put this plan together and bring it forward this quickly, I think is really important and really valuable for the promenade. Also, thank you to them for letting Anuj and me sit in on these meetings and contribute. Much appreciated. So first, I want to start by showing the area where the interim zoning ordinance changes will go into effect. So it's really just the 3rd Street Promenade, those parcels fronting on the promenade between the two alleys. So this doesn't include 2nd or 4th Street. And looking at what those changes are. So we're talking about allowing new land uses along the promenade and also minimizing discretionary review that's required. So we are trying to take away the barriers to these types of uses coming in, making it as easy as possible for new uses that might want to open on the promenade to be able to do that. Some of the things that we've included in the ordinance are, for example, like grooming, pet stores, vet services. This is also in response to kind of what we're seeing throughout the city. There's vets opening in interesting areas. A few examples, the Starbucks on Main Street is becoming a vet. The old Pacific Dining Car on Wilshire is becoming a vet. So there's definitely a demand for that type of a use. And if you think about it, it'd be a great thing to have on the promenade, where you can do, some of your daily business and then also attend to things like your veterinary services. Medical and dental offices. We're also seeing a big demand for things like med spas, which are classified as medical and dental offices in our code. So again, it's the type of use that would be a nice thing to have on the promenade, so we're trying to encourage those. We've included tattoo parlors. So this is really in direct response to the Council 13 item, and because we're doing this as an IZO, interim zoning ordinance, we were able to bring this forward immediately. If it's adopted by council, this will go into effect tomorrow. So it's a really quick process. So that's something we're recommending. Also hotels and motels. So currently they require a conditional use permit. If you think about, along the promenade, it could be a really nice use to have a small boutique hotel, something that would be very compatible with the promenade. Also, hotels like that have, often have nice restaurants or nice lobbies that can spill out onto the promenade and have a real pedestrian orientation. So we think that's something that should be allowed on the promenade without a conditional use permit. Another thing we're doing is we're reducing the minimum active ground floor depth requirement of 50 feet. So the way the code is currently written, you can have something like an office on the ground floor, but you have to be at least 50 feet back. And so that requires that any retail space has to be at least 50 feet deep from the promenade. So what we're recommending here is that we reduce that to 25 feet. We think it's important to still require retail active uses on the promenade, but if it's only 25 feet as opposed to 50, that's okay. I think that's fine. And I think it's actually an advantage because it will allow for smaller spaces that can be more affordable and hopefully attract more local businesses to the area. So that's one of the recommendations. Also, we are looking to permit direct access to upper floors from the promenade. So the way the code's written now, again, you could have offices in the rear of the building and on the upper level, but you can't get to them from the promenade. You'd have to get to them from the rear of the building, which is really challenging because there's also, there's trash requirements, there's loading requirements, there's all these things that also have to happen in the back of the building that make it hard. So, why not have a nice office access on the promenade so you can get to those rear spaces and upper spaces. And then finally, to exempt open air rooftop uses from FAR calculations. So we allow rooftop uses, but they count towards your floor area ratio. So if you have a building that's already at your allowed FAR or over, you wouldn't be able to do this. So so what we're saying is exempt FARs on the roof or floor area on the roof from the calculation, which will allow us to activate some of those spaces. And one thing I wanted to mention, change to the recommendation. So where we talk about limited, or talk about the depth, the 25-foot allowance, and the location for offices, we missed this in the ordinance, And so we need to insert the 25 feet instead of 50 feet. And so I'll mention that again, or I think George will bring it up if we get to a motion. So then moving on, we are also recommending tonight that the council authorize the city manager to designate a city staff person to work with DTSM for uses and activation of the Promenade, Arizona Avenue, and Lot 27. So I wanted to include a map. I'm sure everyone knows the Promenade and Arizona, but you might not all know where Lot 27 is. That's where the annual ice skating rink is. So this would allow city staff to work closely with DTSM to allow them to do more to activate these spaces and have more regular events in the public space. Also wanted to mention tonight a few things that are already underway. So the Moss Adams implementation, earlier Councilmember Brock asked about permitting. So we are actively working on implementing the processing improvements focused on small businesses and permitting improvements. Also, we've, thanks to council, we have budget approval for 3 limited term staff members in the permitting area, 2 in building and safety, 1 in planning. So we are getting those folks on board. The council has already adopted some interim zoning standards that have streamlined the alcohol exemption process. We've created new land uses like food halls and light industrial for the promenade. And then we've also gotten rid of the abandonment clause for restaurants. So it used to be that if a restaurant was closed for more than a year, they lost all their rights. So we removed that. So if it's a year and 6 months, they can come in and not have to go through a whole new process. And then we've also made some allowances for parking and loading operation plans. Our loading and operation or parking plans were required and really very strict under the code. This provision allows me as the director to make exceptions if it makes sense and if it still works for the business. And then finally, under the COVID emergency ordinances, greater flexibility for outdoor dining and community events. We've had things from drive-ins to the opera at the Lot 27, and we've done that via MOU. But we're asking for the council to give us authorization to do that and work with DTSM on those. And then there are some future efforts in the plan that I just wanted to mention and explain that these types of things would need to come back to the council at a later date after more analysis. So obviously, if we got to a point where we wanted to close Arizona on a permanent basis, that would need study. We would need to do CEQA work and bring that back to you at a later date. Same thing if we did anything permanent with the alleys, where we made them like permanent pedestrian paseos, where like it wasn't possible to drive through them any longer, or if the like the trash pickup or anything was changed in a very dramatic way. Those types of things would take work on staff's part, and we would, of course, bring those back to council. Updated site ordinance would come back later, and then as well, any increase in floor area ratios would also require CEQA work and an amendment to the DCP. So those are things that we will continue to work with DTSM on, but they would come back at a later date. So that concludes my presentation. I think we really want to hear now what the council has to say and answer any questions you have. The whole team is here, as well as Jennifer Taylor from Economic Development, who could talk about some of the activations that we've been doing.
So thank you, David. And I think we're going to take public comment. I assume we have speakers on this item.
We have 14 callers.
As I thought. So I think we'll hear that first, and then we'll move to our questions and comment. Is there any objection to that? Seeing none, let's go.
Welcome, Denny Zane. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Council members, hi. This is Denny Zane. As many of you know, I was formerly very much involved with the planning for what was then the old Santa Monica Mall, soon to become the 3rd Street Promenade. I know many of you involved and I know it's a labor of love to try to figure out the strategy going forward to reactivate the promenade in the way that we all envisioned even back then. I love the idea that the plan seeks to emphasize the arts, rooftop and basement uses, and alley uses. I think is a wonderful, wonderful objective. I hope the city is ready to invest in the alleys to make them safe and attractive. But I particularly hope that the city is ready to invest in the plaza at 3rd Street in Arizona. I think there is a wonderful opportunity there for public gatherings and festival type activities, really an identity space that could be fantastic for the downtown. I really, though, would also like you to explore, and I'm interested to hear if there have been discussions about strategies for encouraging a variety of live music venues, including classical even, perhaps working with the college and its programs at some of its theaters to create a venue in the downtown that has classical music, and perhaps live music. The idea of live theater, the idea of incubator spaces that could involve perhaps some public money strategically employed. Bring the Ruskin down to the 3rd Street Promenade. That would be, I think, a wonderful addition. I do have some concerns, however. I am concerned about the opening up of access to alcohol permits without conditional use permits or without necessarily being wedded to food service. I think excuse me?
Your time is up.
Is my time? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Denny. No question. Thanks, Denny.
I just want to mention that there's about a 3 to 4 second delay when I go from one caller to the next. So, in case you guys are waiting for too long. So the next caller I'm bringing in.
Thank you so much. And we understand that you don't control the technology.
Welcome, John Warfel. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Yes, hi everybody. It's John Warfel. I'm a local developer and property owner in downtown, and we've developed over 11 buildings in and around the downtown area. So we're very familiar with dynamics down here. The Vitality Plan is definitely a start, and there are elements of the plan that are easy to support and should be expanded. Tonight I want to talk particularly to the third element of the plan, ensuring a clean, safe, and welcoming environment. This should be the mainstay of the plan. This goes without saying. As part of this initiative, the city and downtown Santa Monica must address the issue of the homelessness, which is exacerbated by the presence and easy availability of addictive drugs. It's unfortunate, but you can buy them anywhere in downtown. It's open in many areas. This is a threshold issue, and if it remains unchecked, it will seriously affect any other initiatives the city might consider. Unfortunately, the reputation of downtown has been tarnished specifically by this issue and some of the issues that go along with it, including the cleanliness issues in the alleys. So that's my main point tonight. I also have some concerns about some of the initiatives that are being proposed to be passed tonight. They don't seem as fully vetted as certainly I would like to see, but I wanted to speak particularly about the issue of the safe and clean and welcoming environment. It is, as I said, the threshold issue. Without it, the rest of our plans will not amount to what we would hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Welcome, Mark Verville. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, members of the council. With the zoning changes in this 7 item, it's now clear that the city and downtown Santa Monica are implementing unannounced, undiscussed, and unapproved end state for the promenade, which is the degradation of this iconic Santa Monica asset into an extremely high opportunity cost expansion of the downtown residential district, to the complete detriment and without the consent of the city's broader residential constituency. The tactics being used to force through this conversion are calculated, bold, and would be admired by Tony Soprano. Make no mistake, these actions are as directed as they are unethical. First, the commercial viability of the promenade has been systematically disabled by the directed neglect of safety, sanitation, homelessness, and parking structure maintenance. This commercial sabotage has allowed a narrative to be manufactured that a commercial use is now outdated, undermining long-term support for real revitalization. Second, the Downtown Santa Monica Revitalization Plan completely omits a coherent, driving, to-be thematic end state for the promenade on which to pivot all subsequent business elements. As such, there is absolutely no basis in the plan for programming, zoning, or infrastructure strategy. The plan's central experiment was conducted in a pre-pandemic, declining visitor environment focused on as-is visitor demographics. The key issue facing the promenade is the need to attract new visitors, including residents, who by definition were entirely omitted. Third, this residential-focused zoning fiat constrains all future commercial options. Fourth, seemingly independent initiatives, including this agenda item and the planned destruction of commercial infrastructure such as parking structures 3 and 1, are designed to change the facts on the ground to further constrain all future commercial options and further constrain resident and stakeholder participation. To restore basic integrity to this process, the Council should, 1, reject this motion and send it back to staff for inclusion of only essential facilitation of existing businesses, immediately cease both the stealth commercial sabotage and the residential end state takeover, ensure downtown Santa Monica decisions are henceforth made by a majority of direct stakeholders through partnership with Santa Monica
Your time is
Stateside
up.
Association.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Verville.
Welcome, Laurel Rosen. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, and Council members. This is Laurel Rosen, as she said, CEO of the Santa Monica Chamber. And on behalf of the Santa Monica Chamber, I am calling in support of the Promenade Vitality Plan. First, I want to acknowledge and thank Kathleen Rawson and all the people who put the many hours of thoughtful work into this plan. I also want to thank city staff. They're exceptional and have gone above and beyond in the last 2 years, and much of that was seen tonight in their presentation. So we've known for a long time that the promenade has lost its luster, and there are definitely issues, and everyone knows that, and that's why this is happening tonight. So even before the pandemic, I received questions all the time from people asking why there were so many vacancies on the promenade, or what tourists and shoppers could get on the promenade that they can't get in Westwood or Century City or the Grove. The pandemic did accelerate these concerns, but it also revealed some of the solutions. We've seen how wildly popular outdoor dining is, for example, and the city responded quickly and thoughtfully to help our businesses utilize outdoor space in new creative ways through a streamlined, simple permitting process. We are forever grateful to the city with the economic recovery team finding ways to support our businesses and continue to do so. So we'd also like to see a continued focus on encouraging new and creative uses of space on the promenade, as been discussed tonight. We also like to see a more diverse mix of businesses on the promenade. And like many others tonight, we have many concerns that have been communicated about public safety remains one of the top concerns for our local businesses. The pandemic has given us guidance as to what changes are needed to revitalize our various business districts, especially the promenade. We believe that the Promenade Vitality Plan is an important step towards achieving these goals and ensuring our economic recovery. Thank you. Please
Thank you,
support
Laurel.
this plan. Thank you.
Welcome, Ellis Ruskin. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ellis Raskin here. I wanted to bring to your attention tonight one really consequential change that's being brought forward by the ICO, and specifically, I'm talking about the change that makes hotels and other lodging uses a permitted use on the promenade instead of requiring a CUP. You can find this change on page 10 of the staff report and page 16 of the ordinance. This is a big deal, and it wasn't brought to the attention of the Planning Commission when we discussed Promenade 3.0 in general terms in August. This has the potential to significantly impact lower-cost visitor-serving accommodations on the promenade, and I hope that you will reconsider this change. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
And that was our fifth caller, so we will be closing the lines now.
Oh, I thought you said there were 14 callers.
There are, but we closed the lines after the fifth caller's heard.
Oh, okay, so from this moment on, we will close our lines, so we will hear the remaining 9 callers? There may have been more after you told me there were 14. So the remaining callers will be heard, but if you wanted to call in, your opportunity is closed, and we'll now proceed with the remaining callers.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi. I thought this was fine. I approve this. You know, I'm out there all the time. And it's not forever. We're seeing changes in economy, and I think the promenade is awesome. The problems I have with the promenade aren't necessarily here addressed, so I approve this. But I did read some of the comments that were written comments talking, and what has been said tonight about the homeless out there. And I want to say out there, I've never smelled so much smoke, pot smoke or cigarette smoke, or so much drinking. It's not doing anything for the promenade. You know, it really comes down to Jesus. What is going on out there is in these areas. If you want to improve, this is how it's improved. If you're going in any other direction, good luck. Okay, and I know this because it exists. Because I'm out there, right? So I've seen what the change could do. It's a great place. I think it's still going to remain great, and I approve these minor changes. It's not forever. I think everybody should allow this, and let's see where it goes. Let's take comments in a month. If anybody has some objections, write the city and let them know, and then they can maybe address some of these changes. But I approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Welcome, Barbara Tenzer. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening. Other than what David Martin has talked about, I'm sorry to say that we disagree with Barry, Kathleen, and their process. While we acknowledge the promenade revitalization is a large and important step towards curing the ills of the past, it cannot be done prior to rectifying the current poor state of management. Crime, vagrancy are rampant. The garages are difficult to access, and the alleys and the public spaces are unsanitary. Swap Meet Saturdays, rebranded by DTSM as Self-Care Saturdays, is an ongoing, disorderly, and unappealing occurrence with vendors hawking their wares in front of, and in many cases, blocking the visibility of the already struggling businesses. Unfortunately, the current proposal does little to remedy the operational issues. If the street is already 50% vacant, will adding competing alley-fronting restaurants and breweries help? If the alleys are unsafe and reek of urine, will tenants visit or flock to the promenade? Before breathing new life to the promenade, we need to make sure the current ills of the promenade are adequately addressed. The current plan was actually developed in a silo with little property owner input and handed down by DTSM as a take-it-or-leave-it solution. As an example, they proposed a public square of 3rd and Arizona that is opposed by the majority of property owners in the 12 and 1300 blocks. A community center at the AMC site that the owner has no intention of relinquishing as encumbered by the lease for decades to come. It is shocking to think that such ideas can be considered and developed without input from the parties and the most impacted by them. We, the residents, the business owners, and the property owners, must therefore conclude that the plan as is unsupportable, and we ask you to put it on hold. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tenzer.
Welcome, Lauren Sasson. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Lori Sasson, property owner and former resident of Santa Monica. I also think that this vitality plan is putting the cart before the horse. We have a lot of management issues in downtown Santa Monica, and I believe that we need to focus on those current issues right away before we can look to anything for the future. One of the other callers mentioned that this plan was handed down to the stakeholders coming out from and was developed in a vacuum. That is true. And the future of the promenade and the downtown needs to truly consider and include all the stakeholders of the area in an efficient and effective way. Because of that, I also agree that this plan in the state that it is unsupportable. I do think, though, that the following principles should be the focus of the future of the promenade and the downtown area, and in reconsidering how these processes are put forward. One, improving the cleanliness and the safety of the promenade and garages. Consider alternatives to the $5 million a year ambassador program that find something that's more cost effective and possibly restricting access between 2 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. in the downtown area. Two, improving access to the conditions of the garages, providing left turn lanes and garages to the garages and adding directional signs to the parking options available. And maintaining a certain amount of equally distributed parking in and around the promenade, including replacement spaces between Arizona and Santa Monica, should parking structure 3 be demolished.
Your
Three,
time's up.
ensuring that, I'm sorry?
Your time is up.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sasson.
Welcome, John L. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Tonight, I request that you put the promenade plan on hold until we have a security and safety plan in place. All else at this time is secondary. Why spend valuable resources revitalizing the promenade prior to addressing the root of the problem? It's like planting a tree in cement. It's not going to grow. A safety ambassador program subbed out by DTSM to block by block to move along those screaming, laying on the ground, or blocking public space is not a public safety and security plan. We have had people die as a result of stabbings and drug overdoses. We now have prostitution on Santa Monica Boulevard and the promenade. The homeless live, are sick, and are dying without dignity right in our municipal garages. It's the city's foremost responsibility and duty to protect its people and property. At this point, emphasis needs to be daily stepped-up police patrols on foot and by vehicle from 12 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. We need City Council to provide the funding for this and allow the police to enforce the laws on the books already. Garages are not meant for people to sleep in. If the property and business owners were to vote on approving or disapproving this plan today, the majority would vote to disapprove. The $300,000 studies every 18 months are fruitless. Promenade 3.0 was rejected. What has improved because of these studies? So many stakeholders were not interviewed, nor did they have a chance to provide input. Please put the plan on hold until we reform DTSM to make it inclusionary of business owners and provide a safe environment so our residents and visitors want to visit, actually work there, dine and shop. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Alley.
Welcome, Juan Matute. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Juan Matute. I'm Secretary Treasurer of Downtown Santa Monica, Inc., and a Santa Monica resident. Make no mistake, this plan has been a challenge for downtown Santa Monica and the city. It's been difficult, a challenge for us to have a medium to long-term focus amidst the significant immediate issues facing the downtown related to public safety, maintenance of city property, and mental illness among those who the economy and the society cannot provide adequate shelter. I urge you to approve this plan so that downtown Santa Monica can bring greater focus to the day-to-day knowing that we are aligned with the city on a vision and trajectory for the long-term future of the promenade. In the item 2A presentation, there were some key points about access to economic opportunity. Downtown is an economic engine for the city, but it also needs to be a hub of economic opportunity for people who live in our city. This brought up the point of how we can re-engage our local and regional community to bring back small business activities. What motivates me about this plan is that we'll have the tools to do that. This plan gives downtown Santa Monica the flexibility to bring local, women-owned, and BIPOC-owned businesses into small vending carts or public space, or steer those that need larger spaces into subdivided retail space or alley access retail. We can program cultural events. Some of the liveliest and most energetic times on the promenade during the pandemic were at Casa Martin when they had live music, or salsa dancing in the street on July 4th weekend. We need more of that, and improving the staff recommendation will enable that. I think from this presentation, you've seen the depth and quality of work that has gone into this recommendation. I urge you to approve the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Matute.
Welcome, Bill Davids. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, I've been a resident of Santa Monica now for 31 years. I lived through the Northridge earthquake, and I saw the strategic errors that were made in planning after the Northridge earthquake, including not insisting upon the rebuilding of the old Mayfair Theater, not pursuing the Improv to come back to Santa Monica. I'm now seeing the very same errors being made for the promenade. As a resident, I am not going to be attracted to the promenade if it has tattoo parlors there, if it has pet grooming stores there, if it has medical offices there. You are going to be creating a dead zone. I participated in 3 sessions concerning the promenade in the pre-pandemic world. I sat in on those 3 sessions, and I was very discouraged by what I was hearing. Basically, it was going to be exclusive restaurants dotting the promenade. That's perfectly fine for the upscale corners of the community, but that's not perfectly fine for the average resident. My concern is that we are not attracting the type of retail outlets that people will actually use on the promenade. I was out in Glendale last week in the business district. There are 3 contiguous shopping centers that are actually being used by people who live in Glendale and apparently come in from other areas to visit Glendale. Rick Caruso has a Chick-fil-A in his Americana project. Next door, there's a Bloomingdale's. Right next to Bloomingdale's, there's a walk-in In-N-Out Burger. These are things that people want to use, and you are not providing those retail and restaurant outlets to the general public.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Welcome, Janet Morris. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Janet Morris. My family owns property on the promenade, and I'm speaking as a steward of the promenade for the next generation. We are not going to be attractive to new businesses if we don't have good infrastructure, including parking, if we have shabby appearance and security issues. Vacant storefronts and homeless are sleeping in mass storefronts is not okay. Nothing will help revitalize the promenade if underlying issues are not dealt with first. The city, DTSM, and law enforcement, in conjunction with citizens and business owners, need to communicate and make sure the promenade is as clean and safe as possible. Just because we pay for ambassadors doesn't mean that the promenade is clean and safe. There's ample proof that the situation in the parking garages and on the street is getting worse by the day. Recent videos and incident reports indicate the true situation. The revitalization plan offers some good ideas to make downtown a better living and shopping experience by streamlining application processes, permitting, and removing roadblocks many new businesses face, specifically signage, outdoor dining, food and beverage licenses, density, etc. A mix of business, entertainment, and new uses would be welcomed and can be achieved in the short term by some of the easy changes to codes to make it happen. I object to the changes in the zoning to add tattoo parlors and medical uses. There are other areas of the city and downtown where this would be more appropriate. A cultural center in a privately owned structure is not something the city should be spending time and resources at this point in time. The promenade itself should be considered the town square. We don't need to block off a major intersection to create this idea. The consultant who spoke throws around a lot of aspirational words and ideas. Did we really need an expensive consultant to tell us that the promenade should be, quote, loved by locals and have an exciting new
Your time is
vibe?
up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Welcome, Peter Trin. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Dear Honorable Mayor and Council members, good evening. Nice to see you all electronically tonight. I'm here tonight as Vice Chair of DTSM, for which I was appointed by the City Council, and as a small business minority owner in the region of several diverse restaurants, to ask you to support this Vitality Plan. This plan is just a small part of what needs to be done to help support local and unique entrepreneurs in the region prosper, as well as entice many others to come to Santa Monica. Listen, the vacancy numbers are saddening, and with these proposed changes, it will help to attract new and diverse businesses to the region, as well as help existing businesses like myself prosper with a more vibrant environment that is forecasted to occur with this plan. Please bear in mind that we are still in a stressed environment, which still has the impact of threatening more business closures and or bankruptcies. I ask for your support in passing this so that we can work collectively to enhance the Santa Monica we knew prior to the pandemic, as well take a step to create an environment where locals and visitors can gather in an outdoor and safe manner to combat the emotional effects of this pandemic, amongst other effects. This will down the line help the city with enhanced additional funding that comes in via the tax revenue created from a more prosperous downtown environment. Thank you for your collective time.
Thank you, Mr. Trin, and thank you for your service.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. As a downtown resident, please allow me to say the way to revitalize downtown is to make people coming here safe and secure. So Santa Monica Inc. might be wise to consider getting rid of the ambassador security and hire real security service instead of the ones presently in place who refuse to go into the stairwells in the parking structures. But isn't that one of the main places problems occur downtown? My next biggest problem with this item is that there is no cost listed, not even an estimate, and it sounds quite expensive from the staff report. And do city staff work for free now for downtown Santa Monica Inc.? Then isn't it interesting how you continually exempt yourself from any CEQA environmental analysis, basing it on an impact report from 2017? Almost 5 years ago. Have you not made any changes that would impact that report? What about the development of the plaza not going through? Or what about removing hundreds of parking spaces from parking structures 3 and 1? Maybe you should check with the state, or is that what you're trying to avoid? Finally, it's interesting how you show preference to certain kinds of entertainment over all others. And from the list of approved uses, one does have to wonder why you'd be making downtown a slum that closes at 7 p.m. This used to be such a classy city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Welcome, Tricia Crane. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, Tricia Crane. I'm a 35-year resident of Santa Monica who once spent wonderful afternoons and evenings with my family on the promenade, who felt comfortable allowing my teenagers to take the bus down and meet friends there. I miss it, and I'm calling this evening to ask the council to really question the proposed revitalization plan generated by Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. To me, it appears to consist of mostly wishful thinking. Are we seriously considering tattoo parlors on the promenade? I'd like to know where the data came from to indicate that that would bring success. Please call for the inclusion of the Santa Monica Business Owners Association in this process and take seriously their concerns, which are our concerns, about the lack of safety in the promenade. This must be attended to first. This will show the community that we are hopeful about the promenade and that it isn't just some pie-in-the-sky idea. And mostly, be sure to take seriously the call to preserve parking structure 3 and make it safe along with the promenade. Thank you for your good work for us, and I know this is a tough one. Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia.
Welcome, Daniel Wilson. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. This is Danielle Wilson with Unite Here Local 11. I just want to call the council's attention to a provision in this iteration of the proposed IZO regarding hotel development on the promenade that you heard Mr. Martin outline in the staff report earlier. Tonight's proposed IZO, unlike previous versions, proposes to strike the CUP requirement for hotel development on the promenade, making it a permitted and otherwise by right use. This kind of a legislative land use change is a serious one that requires community input and certainly some kind of discretionary review by the Planning Commission at the very least. There really are two problems here. One, we do not believe hotel uses should be by right. Some of the best hotel projects in the city have gone through extensive review processes, and this is a community that holds many opinions about hotel development that all deserve attention. And two, we believe there's a potential legal concern here regarding whether or not these proposed changes are even germane to an urgency ordinance that was specifically introduced to address issues related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The city of Glendale was recently sued over this very issue regarding urgency or emergency ordinances that make land use changes and lost. This particular IZO, as we heard in the extensive presentation this evening, is intended to stimulate the local economy amid the pandemic and really save our promenade, not be an excuse to give special favors to hotel developers. Please do not move forward with this particular change today. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
Welcome, Bill Tuck. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hi, thank you very much. Yes, my name is Bill Tucker. I'm a property owner on the 3rd Street Promenade, as well as one of the members of the Promenade Advisory Committee. Although you've heard some dissension tonight about the Vitality Plan, in general, I believe the plan is a well thought out and needed plan, and I think we desperately need to have a starting point. We need to move forward and start. Not everything in the plan is perfect. I agree that there could be some changes, but in general, it's a great starting point. I also believe there's a partnership with the city and that we need to work together with the city and refine some of the things, but let's start moving forward and start to enhance the promenade and bring back what it was. Just to be specific, some of the things I think that we could study a little more and maybe try and improve upon in the plan. One thing would be the buskers on the street. I think we should form a committee within the Vitality Plan. There's an opportunity for us to look at how we can make the street a more vibrant city, and I think the buskers and how we can creatively in place quality buskers is one thing we should be studying. Another thing we should be taking a look at is our pavilions up and down, the 2 pavilions that are on the street. Some people have talked about, and the plan is not finalized, this, whether they should be removed or improved upon. I, for one, believe they should be improved upon, but it should be studied. And the third thing I want to talk about is the town square. Some people believe that that is not needed and that we should not have it at all. I believe it should be studied. It is not finalized in the plan. It's something that's said. It's something we should be considering and taking a look at. And before we decide not to do it, we should study it. But in general, even though there's some dissension, I do believe the plan is a worthwhile plan and we should go forward with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
This next caller is our last caller.
Thank you. Really, you did a great
Welcome.
job.
Thank you. Welcome, Robert Resnick. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I want to begin by thanking the city and DTSM for having the vision to create this planning process. I think it is a good plan. As Bill Tucker said, it is not a perfect plan, and the devil will be in the details and how we go about implementing it. What we also need to be thinking about is how do we implement that plan in a way that will achieve lasting and sustainable change. And I think it's critical that we understand that of the three parts of the plan, the private property redevelopment is going to be a very long-term process. The council, I would encourage the council to move forward with the regulatory recommendations as quickly as possible. And the third component is activation of the street. How do we achieve change? It must begin with activation of the street in a new and different way, because as we come out of COVID, everybody expects different. If we activate the street properly, we will attract new merchants and reduce our vacancies, and that will incentivize property owners to recapitalize their buildings and make the reinvestment that is critical to our success. So I'm going to focus, we've heard about the issue of homelessness, traffic and parking structure 3, etc. I'm going to focus for a couple of moments on the activation of the public street, because I think that the plan will not achieve success unless we begin with that in a bold and aggressive way. The plan calls out the establishment of a new calendar of free signature public events.
Your time is up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Resnick, you only had 2 minutes. Your time is up, but thank you for your comments.
Okay, you're welcome.
So I'm closing public comment. Now we're ready for questions from council members, and I'm going to start with Oscar, and thank you. So Councilmember De La Torre will start, and we'll go from one end to the other again. We have and then next time I'll mix it up.
Okay. Well, just, I think just a quick comment. I like the plan. I think it is a good start. There are a lot of elements that I really very excited about. The rooftop experiences, the basement experiences. I think the alley, activating the alley experiences, creating more activity on the street, especially on Arizona and 3rd. A cultural center, all that.
Oscar,
yes.
We're on questions.
I know.
You're going to get to it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say
This is your prelude. I got
yeah,
it.
I'm just warming up. But I'm excited about it, and I want to thank staff for bringing those forward. Those are elements that I think are very exciting. The concept of expansion of alcohol, something that I think should be studied a little bit. I think the hotels, motels could also be a very good thing, should be studied a little bit more. And I'm wondering, for staff, I mean, in terms of today, is there anything that, any negotiations or that we need to know? I mean, not really that you would have to put that forward, but do we have to vote on certain elements today? Like, is there something that if we couldn't support it all, but support a part, some of it, are there elements of it that you, for whatever reason, that you would really like us to move forward on today versus waiting, giving us a little bit more time? Because,
I think Mr. Martin can elaborate, but what the staff is asking the council to do is to take action on the regulatory portions of this report, which is the amendments to the zoning ordinance.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, that's correct.
So
it's the changes to the zoning ordinance as well as the authorization to allow the city manager to appoint someone to work with DTSM on the activation of the public spaces. So those are really the two components that we'd like the council to focus on today.
So that's it? Okay, Councilmember Brock.
David, don't go away. Can you be more specific? Because there's still a lot there. So I know starting on page 6 of the staff report, it started talking about zoning changes. You're talking about that's one of the things you'd like to adopt?
Yes, so the list of zoning changes is what we're recommending.
Okay, and that has to be done tonight? Can we can now ask questions about different zoning parts of that?
Sure, it's certainly up to the council. If
Okay.
there's things in that list that you're not comfortable with, then that's your
I'll
prerogative.
start with one. Liquor stores. Why are we talking about a liquor store between 2nd and 4th and on the promenade? Did I read that wrong?
No, so currently, what's required is there's a conditional use permit required for a liquor store, and then also a conditional use permit required for a type, I believe it's a type, I don't remember the type of alcohol license, but you also need a CUP for the alcohol license. So this wouldn't change that requirement. So in order to get an off-sale alcohol license, you would still need a CUP, but you wouldn't need the CUP specifically for the liquor store, if that makes sense. So
Why would we think about changing that? Why are we entertaining the idea of liquor stores? Not what Wally's is, which is a restaurant that also has a bar, that also has sales of fine wines and champagnes. But to me and to most people, a liquor store could be Eddie's on Pico and 20th, or Roberts on 10th and Wilshire. It may be a different name now. I certainly don't want to see, I know people are concerned about tattoo parlors. I just came back from 3 different shopping areas in Northern California where there was a fine tattoo parlor at each one of those. But liquor stores, I just have a problem with that. So my question is, why would we even entertain that? Why would we entertain a change?
because, well.
How is that? I guess, let me add something. I don't understand how that's a desired use on the 3rd Street Promenade now, in the past, or in the future.
Yeah, and I think if you think about what you might consider a corner liquor store, that's not necessarily a desirable use. I certainly understand what you're saying. However, there are certain operators or stores that, they might sell, fine whiskeys or, fine wines and those types of things. And under our ordinances, that would still be considered a liquor store. So what we're trying to do is expand the types of uses that can be approved. We want to open it up for creative uses, for things that, wouldn't be traditionally what you would think of as a liquor store, but would still meet our definition.
But that's not what the change in ordinance would be. So that, and I'm looking at other things, the hotel, if you put a hotel on the promenade, that takes up half of 1 block or more. So what you're really doing, it would seem to me, would be destroying the promenade. So I guess my question is the end result of this 10 years from now that the promenade is either an open street, we've given up on the promenade? Tell me where a hotel fits in. Isn't there supposed to be a hotel now on 2nd and Arizona?
Yes, the Miramar is approved.
No, 2nd and Arizona.
2nd in Arizona.
Bob Holbrook's father's old apartment house, the brick building. I thought that was becoming a boutique
One that was
hotel.
office,
No.
It's going to be
It
offices?
was converted to office.
Thank
It's
you,
already
Glee.
office.
It was, I understood at one point it was going to become a boutique hotel.
Right. So to answer your question, what we're thinking about is smaller hotels, not something that would take up the whole block. It's not something like the Proper. It's something that could be, maybe 2 lots, maybe 100 feet wide, but it would be an activated, a way to activate the storefront. There could be a restaurant, the lobby could spill out onto the promenade. So we think that there's a potential for that to be a really interesting use on the promenade, maybe on the 1200 block. We think about other similar areas, State Street in Santa Barbara, where you see hotels that are part of the urban retail restaurant mix. And
State Street to me would be closer to Main Street in Santa Monica because it's a lot longer. It's not a 3-block linear thing. It extends from the bridge under 101
Right.
and up 7 or 8 blocks, including a shopping center.
It's just an example where retail, hotels, restaurant, all kind of interact.
So I have a couple of other questions. We talked in the Promenade 3.0 plan, it shows the AMC theaters converted to a cultural center. I talked to some of my other people in the business today, and regardless of the fact that Netflix and things like that have taken over a little bit, Netflix has just opened their own movie theater on Hollywood Boulevard. I don't see that people are going to have their first dates in their house, and we're not going to end up with the 1, 2, 3 dates at least. So I hasten to think that we're saying that we have 7 screens there and 4 screens down the street. Yes, unfortunately, the landlords of both those properties need to work with the AMCs to make them look substantially better, the exteriors.
Right.
But I would hope that 10 years from now, there are still going to be movie theaters in downtown Santa Monica. So the look of a cultural center taking over that spot 7 years from now when their lease is up?
Yes. So what I would say to that is, as Chris said, that was just an example. That's one location where, we thought about maybe a cultural center there. You're right. I mean, we have no control over that property. We also think it's important that we maintain some movie theaters on the promenade. So, there's no disagreement there. It's just that that's an example of the kind of thing that can happen. And that building, because of where it was located right at the corner of Arizona and 3rd, next to the potential town square, it's an illustration of how a cultural center could be incorporated into the public space and could, where a use that maybe is obsolete or maybe isn't, the type of tenant the owner is wanting to keep, it could transition to something else. And so that was the idea of just showing that as an example. But
if I was the AMC theaters right now, I'd be looking and going, well, I guess they're not going to want us 7 years from now, so we shouldn't spend any more money renovating.
Yeah, and that certainly was not the intent. And I think we tried to make it clear that that was just an illustration, an example of where something like that could go.
In addition to that, the town square idea. Whereas I am one of the early proponents, along with others, of changing Arizona permanently into an extension of the promenade from 2nd to 5th. At this point, it still seems as if that would create significant issues with traffic circulation. And also, until the promenade is safe, it's not going to significantly draw more people. So my question would be, I think if they want to do a town square, I'd like to see limits on how much weekly it could be converted. Is there a specific night? On Saturday nights, is that when you want to convert it? I don't want to see it become just a random collection of, we'll do something tonight and tomorrow night, and then people who already can't park downtown, who already can't find a place to come, who are less likely to walk right now, regardless of the fact that we're doing more with bicycles and enhanced private mobility vehicles, it's still going to be a problem. To go to a meeting on the promenade yesterday, I made a mistake, turned the wrong way, and took 10 minutes to get around, a total waste of gas, for instance.
So, Councilmember, we are not recommending changes to Arizona at this time.
Okay, because that's what I'm seeing in the plan.
Well, and Phil, I
That's
feel
okay.
as if we aren't hearing questions.
You're hearing questions from me. I'm asking if that's a great answer right there, for instance, that's not part of the plan.
Yeah, we'd have to do environmental analysis on that and look at the traffic patterns, and it would be something that.
And my last question is that in the plan, point number 3 was public safety. And I would question why that isn't, unfortunately, even though it doesn't look as good in the plan, why isn't that number 1 in the plan?
that's certainly a important issue for the city, and as you know, there's a lot of discussion going on around that point. I think the plan was just because it was focused on the economic vitality, it was looking at, how do we allow additional uses to come in, but it was by no means intended to not address, what you identify as a
David.
very important problem.
I appreciate your time.
Can I just clarify something? One of the recommended actions does relate to Arizona Avenue. It's not a closure of Arizona Avenue on a permanent basis, but it is a recommendation that the city manager be authorized to negotiate with downtown Santa Monica on the frequency of use permit fees and revenue share opportunity associated with the use of Arizona Avenue for community events. So that is one of the recommended actions.
But that is not part of the initial zoning amendments. That's a separate.
That's correct. It's not part of the zoning amendments, but it is a separate recommended action.
But it's not a permanent closure, it's for certain events, yeah.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
There's so much. And I think probably it'll be for you first,
Okay.
David, if that's Mr. Martin, if that's okay. I'm trying to figure out where the best place to start is. So a challenge I'm having with some of what we heard in the calls and some of the proposed zoning changes, particularly transitioning things from a CUP to a permitted use. Thank you. Is sort of everything you've said, right? This idea of but we're talking about this type versus that type, and with tattoo parlors, even we have an idea of what, like Phil said, what works really well, but then what we don't want. And I guess my question is, how much discretion do sort of your department, the planning commission, or others, once we change these permitted uses, have in that decision making? Because I am concerned. I mean, a medical or dental seems like a great idea if it's Next Health or Med Spa or even One Medical or one of these that are bringing tons of income to Westfield and other, malls and outdoor facilities. But how do we know that that's what we're going to end up with and not just your normal place where you plan to go for your checkup? So I'll start with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so by going from a conditionally permitted use to a permitted use, you're right. I mean, we do lose any ability to review it. If it meets the definition of that particular use, then it's permitted. And that's part of the objective is to make it easier for these uses to come in so they don't have to go through a lengthy entitlement process. But it's hard to, we really can't have it both ways where we, want to remove the entitlement process, but then also want to have discretion over the use. So that's just an inherent issue with what we're doing.
That's a hard one for me, because I totally hear you on these great liquor stores that we're seeing, but then we don't have control over who people lease to if that's the case, and so I am concerned about giving up all of that ability to have.
Yeah.
So the liquor stores are not an essential part of this plan. You could really leave them out, right, David?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I totally get that. And I feel that way about the B&B and the hotels and motels if we're starting to list those things. But I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly.
Yeah, you understand it. One thing I will say, this is an interim zoning ordinance. So that means that it will be in effect for a certain period of time. At some point, we will come back to the council for permanent zoning. And if in fact, you don't see problems, or if we think the changes have resulted in good outcomes, then we can make them permanent. So if you want to think of it as more of a trial period where we put these things out there and try and see, how they go, then that's certainly one way to look at it.
Totally. I just think with as many sort of empty spaces as we currently have, there's an opportunity for potentially a lot of those to get filled during this interim process? And then like, what is the length of time that then locked into that particular establishment? Again, not necessarily an issue with the use overall, but if it's the wrong, person getting approved for that use, it is a little concerning. So I just wanted to sort of put that out there. And then
May I just want to add, I do think that the amount of rent that's charged on spaces in the promenade is a natural limitation on the kind of business we're going to get. I mean, I've been in that world a little bit, and rents, even, the rents that aren't quite as high, but at $20 a square foot or whatever, you're only going to get a certain kind of business, I think.
I think that's true.
I appreciate that and the confidence coming from all of you. And I'm inclined to want to.
Look, we all want to control everything, right?
And I don't want to control. I mean, I'm a firm Al-Anon believer. I don't want to control any of it, but I am curious. So I just feel like I need to ask.
Right.
And so, okay, another question that I had. And again, I support additional opportunities for housing and other things. I just want to pull up some of these uses. Group residential, congregate housing. I like all of this. I had a question about when you outline in some instances allow with promenade frontage, and in others there's like no clear delineation that it would. Does that mean that if it's not outlined here as allow with it would not allow?
Yeah, it means that it could be allowed in the rear 125 feet of the building, so it could have alley frontage, but it can't be fronting on the promenade.
And what about the ones that only say allow on upper floors? Where would the entrances, would that be alley or promenade? Or would it?
Under what we're proposing, it could be promenade. Currently, we don't allow access to upper floors from the promenade, but we're recommending that we make that change so that it could be from the promenade.
Okay, so.
Part of the ordinance tonight.
So like convention centers and those types of uses are allowed with promenade frontage. Given that we just went through this pandemic and we saw a steep decline in those types of uses, I mean, it still is not back. I just get a little concerned about if it's limited to just being a promenade frontage option, taking away space from something that if we ever find ourselves in this situation again, is even more sort of blighted area on the promenade when we're trying to revitalize. So I didn't understand why the limitation to.
Yeah, just to clarify, if it says promenade frontage is allowed.
It doesn't preclude the other things?
No, it doesn't preclude it anywhere else in the building. So it could be anywhere in the building. It's just that in order for it to be on the promenade, it says with promenade frontage.
But does it mean it has to have promenade frontage? Okay.
It's just that it's allowed.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And I think I can stop there. I mean, I had another question about load and delivery and the fact that people get very upset if we start to add more housing around a very dynamic and robust middle of the night area, but I'll let it go.
You mean because it's dynamic
Yeah,
and robust,
the more housing we add, the more alleys we close, where are all these deliveries and other things going to happen? And then how many emails will we get from folks living in those areas, even if they move in after this stuff is all underway.
Right. Even if we put a sign up saying
you live in a city.
Things.
I mean, yeah, it is a city, and I'm all for it. I just want to make that very clear. Yeah. But I still wanted to raise sort of how we're going to navigate all of that.
Yeah, I mean, we do have loading requirements and drop-off requirements. We have a provision that allows us to make exceptions to those requirements by staff review. So we built that into the process just to be more flexible, but it doesn't mean we're abandoning, the requirements for loading and drop off and those kinds of things.
Okay, and I didn't touch on the vitality plan simply because I don't think that's really the core crux of what we're voting on tonight, but I think it's, great that we have some options to think about for the future, so thanks.
Councilmember Negrete.
Hi. Okay, I tried to order mine. Just to touch on the comments and the concerns about safety and cleanliness, have you guys thought about, I've talked about this before, about a substation on the promenade taking up, I don't know what to call those middle, it's not a kiosk, but they're the permanent pavilions in the center. And I just would like to say that it doesn't have to be a substation where it's, police are there in uniform there, but maybe where the PSOs or community service officers are, coupled with ambassadors where community members and tourists can get information. I've even said, what about it? There's at 9:00 in the morning, it's coffee with officer so-and-so to talk about some current issue in the city. And at 3:00, it's, I don't know, something else, right? So that it's really a community engagement piece, but it does offer a point that's on the promenade every day that has community service officers and or ambassadors that you don't have to look around and find, but that somebody will be there.
Thank you for the question. I think that up until just 10 years ago when parking structure number 6 was constructed, we had a downtown substation. I'm sure it was called a substation.
I remember it.
Yeah, it might have had a different name, but it was functionally it was a substation. Yeah. And it made a big difference because then, just like me, I work in Santa Monica. That's where I go to lunch. That's where I get my jewelry done. That's where I pick up something. You become enmeshed more in the community. When we lost that in downtown, it was a big loss. The new police station or public safety building was built. Everything was concentrated in that area, which I certainly completely understand. But we did lose a very important link to our public safety folks when that happened. So we'd love to see it come back.
So maybe it's more of a question for the city as something we can add to this plan, or maybe it's separate from the plan that you're standing up here and talking about. Because I think that these issues that we're talking about as a city, clean and safe, are things that we definitely have to look at. But I also believe that a lot of what's in the plan will lead to a lot of those things happening. Because as a business owner, I know that when the storefronts are empty next to me, we experienced way more people sleeping, using drugs in front of our business and theirs as soon as someone took over the space again, or actually once they reopened, that changed. So from personal experience, I know that has a lot to do with it. So as we activate the promenade, as someone who activates spaces for a living professionally, I know that makes a huge difference because people are using the space and there's less dead space for people, to be lingering out doing other things, whatever. So I just wanted to point that out, that I recognize that there's a plan that has to be moved forward to revitalize the promenade. But while we still have to look at these other issues, I think they need to work sort of hand in hand, city with downtown Santa Monica. So number 2, outdoor dining and entertainment. I just want to point out with the outdoor dining, I've noticed that sometimes it moves around and is sort of, I don't want to say unorganized, but there's at the front part of the promenade that's right across from the main mall. It just seemed one time when I was going there a few times like distracting, and it looked like it was constantly being like put up and taken down. And I couldn't figure out what restaurant it belonged to because it looked like it was a restaurant that was like 3 storefronts down. In terms of the outdoor dining, I'll start with that specifically. Is that going to be more organized and less in the way, obstructing walking? Am I making myself clear?
Thank you for your patience with our outdoor dining. It is true. We are just, we have been in a moment of just trying to help these restaurants get as much seating as possible. So it has been moved around. It's been, it's been shuffled, it's been bartered and traded, and that's still going on. When the city council does take action to make the outdoor dining permanent, we will work with the city to create standards for those patio spaces, which is very important. As it is right now, a number of them have been removed because they could no longer, they couldn't find staff for the most part.
Yeah, I noticed they weren't in use.
Yeah, so the ones that were not in use have been removed. And so it is currently an evolution, but when those become permanent, you'll take action on that at the end of the calendar year, then those standards will be established.
And then to dovetail on that, the food court, which I haven't been in, that's on the second block,
Yes.
right? I was so excited about what that could have been. It's just hard, I know, because it's inside, and it sort of was like what the Citizen is in Culver City, but it seems to be, it didn't really survive. Whatever happens with food, are you guys looking at putting outdoor community tables like there once was on the promenade where you could, there was times where you guys would have outdoor picnic tables where you could eat outside. Is that going to be part of the outdoor dining plan that's not attached to a specific restaurant?
It will, so that people can take from a number of different places
right.
and sit on the street. We've pulled we've loaned a lot of that furniture to restaurants to use for their patio dining. So we'll get that back or recycle that when the permanent standards come into play. But it is our hope that that type of seating, the types just open to the public, whether it be Adirondack chairs or picnic tables, is completely deployed again. Did you want to add?
Just wanted to add on the food court in particular. So there's a new owner there who's looking at doing some new restaurants. That is a passageway, and that building got a height bonus by providing a public passageway. So whenever that does open, it's required to be a link from the promenade to the alley.
Right.
So that will come back.
And I hope it does offer something for my 13-year-old and her friends to eat that's affordable. And I'm just going to go down my list. All right. So then with entertainment, dear friends of mine have Casa Martin, one of our favorite places, and they opened during a horrible time. And live entertainment, the stage in the back, they haven't really been able to activate that yet. And I know we're not there yet, but when we're thinking about live entertainment, which I love, of course, the music and the arts, this speaks to me. I think it's great. I just think we also need to make sure that we're taking into account these businesses that have already included that, and so that we're not doing something that's right on top of theirs that prohibits them from having their, and maybe instead engaging them and bringing them out into the street front.
So as a business that had live entertainment before, they would be able to have that again. So there's no timeline on when they have to bring it back. If they were entitled to that before, then they still have it.
But what about if you guys are activating live entertainment that then is now inflicting on when they can have their live entertainment? If you have some music going on, they've got to stop what they're doing.
Oh, you're talking about how we program public
Are
space
you-
in the street.
Right. Because that space particularly is right where they are. Well, what I'm talking about is and I know we're not talking about closing down Arizona, but if we're putting on a show right in front of where Casa Martin is, when they're hoping to have a mariachi or whatever it is that they're doing, that's competing. I'm just wondering, are you guys really engaging with these businesses? I'm saying them particularly. I know the other restaurant has a live DJ that's really loud. That's a little different. Theirs is based on live performance of mariachi and baile folklorico and stuff. And if you're having that sound right in front of their space, no one's going to buy tickets to watch that, right? Because they can't hear it.
Yeah, we work very closely with those guys. As you know, they're very friendly. And so it would never be we certainly would never purposely do something that would harm their business. The things that we're looking at doing at Third and Arizona are more passive than live entertainment. Ultimately, if Third and Arizona is closed permanently or for longer stretches of time, we may decide to put a holiday tree there or something, because you can fit 3,000 people in that area, whereas everything on the promenade now has to be so long and narrow because of the fire lane. But we wouldn't put, for example,
A band right in front of their
absolutely not.
Okay. I just wanted to make a comment about the tattoo parlors to the community at large that seems to make a lot of comments about it, that I don't know what people think about tattoos, but long gone are the days of like picking, heart number 49 for $25. Tattoos are pretty expensive. I have them, and they're an art form, and you would be surprised who has tattoos nowadays. We happen to have a local artist who's well known in the community doing tattoos that I know I can't afford to get one from him, but the clientele that he brings, beyond just the celebrity clientele, are the people who are looking to open up a space. And I think Mayor Himmerich hit it on the head when she said those rents on the promenade will hopefully, that kind of helps direct who's going to be on there. My music store can't quite be on the promenade yet. I hope to at some point, but I don't want people to think whatever they're thinking about with tattoo parlors. I can only imagine what's going through people's minds, but I can assure you that at least of the people I know that would like to be on the promenade, that's not what it is. In terms of those middle kiosks, I was also just wondering if we could also look at the idea of involving the community in sort of a pop-up model with temporary stores and giving small businesses opportunities, whether it be local clothing stores, a space for a month or 2 months, like a pop-up in that space that's rotating, maybe on a lottery basis. Stores that already have an existing business, maybe very east of downtown, that can have like a pop-up portion of time there that gets the community to know where their major location is, right? Something like that. I would love to see a part of this plan when we're talking about involving smaller businesses.
Good entree, because it's in there way down at the bottom in the matrix, because it's a small program that we're starting with. We used to have carts on the promenade, you remember?
Right.
But they were selling cell phone stuff.
Right.
And so we purchased some of those carts when that operator no longer was doing business on the street. We've refurbished them, and we will redeploy them on the street specifically for makers, specifically for potentially the folks that are getting the micro grants, to ensure that we get a diversity of businesses in downtown. It's really hard because the rents are high. So we have to do these kinds of programs where maybe an entrepreneur rents one of these carts for a weekend, or maybe it's a month, but it's an affordable rent that offers some diversity in both our retail mix and in our operators.
And not just the carts, but even looking at a more physical space too, just because
I'd love to do that. Again, it's pretty expensive, and the city does own those 2 pavilions. We could potentially use those in the futures, but currently there are leases on those with
Okay.
all small businesses, though.
Last comment, I promise, is just to consider when we're talking about alleyways in the future that there's a playhouse my daughter does acting lessons in, and those are drop-off zones for parents. And if you're talking about divvying up businesses in front and back, thinking about as a parent, if there's cultural services happening or whatever, other types of businesses taking spaces there, that people are going to have to transport people and drop people off. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
And I just want to make it clear, I'm going to limit myself to questions, so I want to reserve my right to take the floor back to make comments later, if that's okay.
Everybody's going to get to make comments,
Okay.
but I hear you. I know.
All right. Okay. So the first question I have, and I guess this goes to you, Mr. Martin. We had the discussion about liquor stores, and Mayor Himmelrich made the point that Eddie's Liquor probably couldn't afford the rents on the promenade. But the other issue is that there's the convenience markets are not given automatic permission to go. And so it seems to me, can you describe what the difference between a true liquor store might be versus a convenience market, which I think people conjure up a lot of these quote unquote corner liquor stores, but they're technically convenience market.
Yeah, so it would be based on the percentage of sales area devoted to certain products. Obviously convenience stores like 7-Eleven is a classic example. What we think about as a liquor store is, again, something more focused on spirits, different types of imports and beers and those kinds of things.
So if someone wanted to open something that we all might collegially think of as a liquor store, but it would really probably be closer to a convenience market because the percentage of sales would come from Lay's potato chips and dollar burritos and things like that.
That's good.
And that is not a permitted use on the promenade. The other issue I noticed is under the industrial section, commercial kitchens are not allowed. And the question I have is, and we recently have had a couple of local bakers open what are essentially commercial kitchens and storefronts on some of our boulevards, and people are very excited about them. If someone did want to, and I just don't know technically under the zoning code, are those commercial kitchens, or are those some other food and beverage sale thing that I'm not seeing here?
Those are commercial kitchens, and we had some discussion about those, and the feeling is that because they generate a lot of pickup and delivery, that it probably wasn't the best use in the center of downtown, but it's certainly something we can consider if the council would like us to.
And obviously, we're talking about downtown, and I think sometimes when we all think downtown, we think promenade. But for example, we know that some of the buildings, existing buildings in downtown, some of the churches and others, for example, there was the Metropolitan Cafe, I think at 6th in Arizona, which was actually in an old church space, and they used the church kitchen to turn it into a coffee house. How can we sort of facilitate that adaptive reuse? I think I think one of the churches on 2nd has a large kitchen that would be maybe an interesting place to sort of convert into a more public opportunity. So how do we slice that salami that thin?
Yeah, I think we could look at, in those locations, whether or not it would make sense to allow commercial kitchens either by right or through some kind of process. These changes, again, are focused just on the promenade. So that's why we didn't think it was necessarily appropriate here.
Right, okay. But I just wanted to make sure we weren't necessarily precluding them in other parts of downtown.
Right.
Okay. And then there is the issue, the comment was made, we want to avoid generic retail, and I'm hopeful that everyone agrees with that. The question is, what kind of incentives? I mean, people always say, oh, but Century City, oh, but the Americana brand, oh, the Village. And everyone forgets, one, those are all owned by a single owner.
Right.
And two, they're all private spaces, which means that the single owner can curate the businesses in a way that the public, that we cannot, because we have multiple property owners on the promenade. So how do we encourage property owners, because generic retail is very attractive. They tend to be bigger stores, they can pay the higher rents. How do we is there some incentive system we can provide to say, yeah, I know, H&M is a great tenant because they're got backed by a huge corporation, but it would really be great if, you actually rented to someone that was, a local store in Santa Monica that might want to also have a presence on the promenade. Is there anything we can do to sort of give them that oomph?
Yeah, I think we've tried to approach it kind of from the other direction, since we don't really have a way to, require a property owner to, lease to a certain type of tenant, and we could think about incentives. But what we've tried to do is make it as easy as possible, because the problem is, if there's a long entitlement process, that makes it almost impossible for a small business to move into the space. H&M can, they could pay the $20,000 to get a CUP or to do whatever they have to do to go through a process, and it's not a big deal to a big corporation. So I think we've tried to approach it by, opening the gates, making it as easy as possible for some of these uses to come in, so that we can hopefully attract small businesses and independents. I think, coming up with incentives, that's a little more challenging and something we'd have to come back to the council with.
And then the proposal to actually allow access to upper floors from the promenade. And actually, you and I have had this discussion for quite some time about opening up the range of uses that buildings can have on the second floor. For example, we know there was a successful gym on the second floor on the promenade. And I always refer people to Newbury Street in Boston, which is a little weird, but you actually have a fair amount of retail on the second floor on that street. And the advantage of it is, again, that you're getting more unique shops because the rents on the second floor are so much cheaper. Are we also sort of thinking about revisiting what you can do on the upper floors of buildings?
Yeah, that's certainly allowed. So there's nothing that would preclude a property owner from doing that. We've, over the last several years, we've seen multi-level retail, but it's usually one tenant with just a big giant store. But there's certainly nothing that would prevent someone from breaking up that space and creating smaller stores on the upper level.
And that's because we're now going to allow access to the upper level from the promenade. Before, if you had to go into the alley to get to the upper level, probably not. Okay. And then just a couple more questions. It seems to me, I mean, talking about allowing rooftop operations, and I know that's been very successful in West Hollywood. How are we sort of thinking about that in terms of, I mean, I'm trying to envision, are we talking about rooftop restaurants or other sorts of operations?
We're talking about rooftop restaurants in certain locations. There could also be other, there could be an office building that has space on the roof for their tenants for meeting space. So it could be either commercial use or it could be like more of a private use devoted just to an office.
And then going to the issue of hotels, I know there was some discussion about, how that would interact. I know in Europe, for example, a lot of hotels open up directly onto the street and they have coffee areas and that sort of thing. Is that the sort of thing that we're envisioning there?
Yeah.
Like a portico or a promenade
Lobby
or
and
something?
restaurant can spill out on the promenade and activate the space.
Okay, and I think I said that was my last question, but let me double check before I let you go. I guess I do have one question, because some of the callers, and this might be for Ms. Rawson and you as well, some of the callers gave the sense that somehow this whole process was not publicly vetted, that people didn't have the opportunity to have input. And I certainly participated in the process, and that was not my experience. And I think it's important to remind people that Downtown Santa Monica is a unique board where half of the board effectively is elected by the property owners. And then the other half is appointed by the city council, and the tiebreaker is typically a city manager or his designee. So I'm wondering if you can, without going into too much detail, tell us about the public process that went into vetting the economic vitality plan, as well as, to the extent it's relevant, any of these proposed zoning changes.
Certainly. So the process included one-on-one interviews with many of the Third Street Promenade property owners, as well as block-by-block meetings that we held. So there was one for the 1200 block, 1300 block, 1400 block. There were key development sites. The AMC you saw as one example, but there were several where an owner may own several parcels in a row that could be something. It could be the cultural center. So we spent time with those owners just talking about what they were interested in and whether or not they were interested in redevelopment. We held a town hall, invited the public. We had about 40 participants in that. And it was great because, we all know who participates in public meetings in Santa Monica, but we had a number of people that we'd never seen before. So it was wonderful. And then, of course, we noticed the Vitality Plan. We've had a lot of press about it. We had an online option where people could give us comments. And Stephen, do you know how many comments we received? Yeah, so we received 80 comments that way. So it was quite robust. And in this moment of COVID, having these big town halls, that was a challenge. But I feel like we did very good public outreach.
And my recollection is that actually the Vitality Plan frequently appeared on the agenda of Downtown Santa Monica board meetings, which are in fact Brown Act meetings open to the public, and there were in fact comments on it at those meetings. Is that
That's correct, as well as the Planning Commission heard it, and that of course is public notice.
Thank you. Those are my questions. I didn't know if there was any public input about the zoning changes that you wanted to include, Mr. Martin.
No, because this is an IZO, it goes straight to the council. We did stop at the Planning Commission and have them review the plan and provide comments.
And it was agendized there and people could have spoken there. Yep. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Parr.
Hi there. So the majority of my questions have been answered, obviously, but I do have a few.
Sure.
But let me begin, though, by saying just a big thank you to everybody involved in this entire process, Downtown Santa Monica, all stakeholders, businesses, staff. I know, 6 months, wow. this is a really good and solid, start to a plan and really some good solid information here. And it's really
Christine, you need to tell them that you were once a planner before you were
Oh.
an emergency operations person, which is
Well, I
how
never-
she speaks with authority, please.
Well, I'm a planner by education, but I never got to practice. But anyhow, thank you. So one of the things, so now my questions seem a little silly, but so one of the uses that we're talking about here is vets, veterinarians, and what have you on the promenade, and so vets often have rescues, and so would they be able to hold Saturday rescue clinics out front on the promenade? Is that something like a permitted use? Would that be something that they'd be able to do on the promenade?
They would need a use of the public space permit or approval, but I don't see
So
why
they
that
would,
wouldn't be
would they need
something.
okay, so we need a
Yeah.
permit.
Yeah,
But they could do that technically if
sure.
if they have their, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
there's-
just trying to imagine like all the different, because clearly we're trying to activate this space.
Right.
I mean, animals bring people, like you show me a bunch of animals that need to be adopted, like stop the car and I'm running,
Yeah, there's a place on Montana across from Whole Foods.
And I have
every time
adopted
you have to
animals
stop it,
from
yeah.
there, so
Right.
yeah. So that's why I was asking, because that would be kind of cool in my opinion,
Yeah.
but, okay. And there's a lot of conversations, obviously Clean Safe Promenade in Santa Monica. And so I know that there's work from a city perspective, in terms of trying to accomplish this. I know that downtown Santa Monica has done work trying to accomplish this. And so looking at the vitality plan, is there any additional work or discussions or ideas or planning or teams that have been talked about or spoken about in order to move this forward? Because clearly this is going to have to go hand in hand with all the work that we're talking about as we move these ideas forward.
May I ask, do you mean efforts on the safety side of it or just in general?
I just said clean. No, I did say safe. I'm sorry. Clean and safe. Because it's obviously it's two different. So if we talked about the clean part of it,
Yeah.
that's one effort because there's the labor, right? There's the actual cleaning of the space, and then there's the safe part of it, and so it's maintaining either a presence, whether it's you, whether it's the city, and so is there talk about how what is that going to look like, moving forward?
Okay, I think I understand. Thank
Okay.
you. And going back to what Councilmember Negrete said about social surveillance, about the vacancy next to your business and how that affected you, we're having the same situation. The more vacancies that we have, it's just the less that people are around in order to, make sure people behave better when there's other people around. I will say that we are working very, very closely with Lieutenant DeAndrea, who is in charge of the downtown area. He's working very hard with his downtown service officers, but there is a definite need to amp all of that up. As our chair mentioned, we deployed a safety ambassador program for the first time in April. I will say that from our perspective, we have been very successful with that and have helped the police substantially because 90% of the calls that our safety ambassadors respond to are resolved without any action from another city entity, whether that be the help team or the police department. A certain percentage are, the person is gone by the time they arrive, but most of the issues in downtown are de-escalated and addressed by the safety ambassadors. But we still have this underlying issue, which is prevalent all over Los Angeles.
Right.
If I may say, Los Angeles has made a debacle of the homeless situation. And in comparison, Santa Monica is doing an amazing job, but it still has a huge impact on downtown. So we continue to work closely with them. We are excited to work with the new chief and somebody with a lot of energy coming in, knowing eyes wide open what they're getting into and what the community demands. And I think together there are ways that we can really do some lockstep work to move the needle on this issue. While we're looking to the future, because if we do not look to the future at the same time we're trying to solve the problems on the ground, we're going to be just months and months and months behind. So I'm really proud of this effort because we've done it in a very, very challenging time. Did I even come close to addressing your question?
I just wanted to make sure that we're all clear, that it's top of mind for everybody and that it's something that, it has to be done in conjunction, right? So it's like we're working on our vitality or reinvigoration, if you will, of the promenade while we're addressing, those issues that we're all concerned about. Exactly. And again, these issues are not as specific to downtown Santa Monica either. These are issues that are being affected citywide. And so, so I just wanted to talk to you about this, but also just remind people that it's a conversation that we're having daily. And I'm also hopeful that our new chief will have some great ideas as well. And then in terms of the clean and, the clean part of it, what efforts is the city currently doing? And is there, to maintain cleanliness, to step up?
So when the city had.
Between city and DTSM.
Understood. When the city had significant budget cuts, recently, 2020, the city services were pulled back all across the board. For example, all of the fountains, the water features throughout the city were turned off. But if we're trying to revitalize the 3rd Street Promenade, we can't have that. We can't have our dinosaur fountains not working. It's like having a vacancy next door. So downtown Santa Monica picked that up. We picked up the slack where we felt like it was important, where the city pulled back. So we're going to be looking to the city to reinstate some of those base level of services, both in the parking structures and throughout downtown. Our ambassador program is about $5 million, but it's not just safety ambassadors and hospitality ambassadors. It's also a number of custodial ambassadors. So you'll see, and I know you do, see them all over downtown with pan and broom, directing people taking off graffiti and so forth, which is why downtown generally is substantially cleaner than a lot of the other areas in the city, because the private sector puts in a lot of money to go above for a standard that's above and beyond the city's base level. So I would, we always say clean and safe in the same breath, but I would challenge anyone who's walking through downtown Santa Monica to look at the sidewalks and say, wow, those sidewalks are clean. If you want to find a mess, you'll always find a mess. It's a public space. So there are nooks and crannies, and we work hard in cleaning those up. Our ambassadors carry power washers and everything to clean up the code browns and everything else that we run into. You can all be an ambassador for a day if you want to try it. It's really fun, right? Right, Councilwoman Davis?
So, Councilmember Parra, consistent with what Kathleen is saying, the time has come for the city to review the service agreement, and that provides for who does what with respect to allocation of funds. That's quite old. It's time to review, and I think we are going to be making a recommendation to start that process.
Okay. Thank you. And then one of the other questions that I had was regarding strategy number 1. And that was something that was indicated that it's something that could be done immediate, right, to attract shoppers, and that is to create a vibrant sense of momentum, to refresh the promenade, right? And some of the things that were spoken about was, color, to recapture the unique and special space using color, using art, using just something to appeal to people's senses. And so any ideas on how to, immediately implement that and carry that through the promenade?
The things that we're able to do immediately is if you walk down the promenade today, for example, you'll see there's a whole bunch of new banners down for Hispanic Heritage Month, the September 15th to October 15th. That's all over the promenade. We've added color with the Adirondack chairs. We have picked up the maintenance of the flowers on the promenade when the city pulled back. So there's those kinds of things that are ongoing. The more challenging part is Promenade 3.0 was focused on capital improvements on the street. It was a $65 million project. There's no taste for that at the moment because everybody's just, reeling from COVID. There may be in the future, but we will need to do a capital upgrade of the street. We haven't done one in more than 30 years, and that can't be just on the private sector. The public sector is going to have to invest in that as well. So that's in the future, but in the meantime, we'll do what we can with light and color and art. And if you look on the promenade, there's actually quite a bit of art. We've got some great partners and cooperative property owners that are allowing us to use storefronts.
Personal care.
Thank you. And I think.
Oh, don't go away, Kathleen, my turn, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, wait, maybe, I'm sorry, Christine, I thought you were.
I think she brought up my point about Casa Martin. I was just there last week and listening to live music, and it was amazing. But yeah, no, I think that's it for now.
Okay, so I do want to follow up on a couple of things that that you said. First of all, in terms of help, and what I wonder is whether it would be helpful to you to have more help from us. And so what I'm wondering is whether it would be helpful if we formed an ad hoc, which we can only do in a temporary situation for a temporary project, right? But to be a sort of, a booster group, so to speak, right? To help you implement what you're talking about doing. So do you think that would be helpful?
I think that we are at a crucial moment in the evolution of the promenade. And I call it the evolution because it's had two lives before this one, probably another one before any of us can remember. But I believe that if we had concentrated support from council, that we could really move the needle on some of the things that are most crucial right now. Your priorities during COVID are, safe environment for everybody and economic vitality and so forth. And yeah, we could use the extra support from council to sort of understand on a deeper level, not just, in a few hours in a council meeting, but a bit on a deeper level of
Donna, who I haven't spoken to about this, right? So can we form an ad hoc as we're discussing this matter?
I don't believe so. That's not an action that was listed on the agenda as an action that the council would consider taking. But what you can do is you could put it on as a 13 item at the next council meeting for consideration, or you could ask the city manager to put it on the agenda for the next council meeting.
Okay, great, thank you. So I wanted to know what we could do. Wait, still? So, and then I'm going to move to David, but the discussion about what we're doing first, I mean, the idea of refresh, right, is not, I want to ask you if there's a better way to describe what we're doing, because I think that sounds too much like, I'm freshening up my living room and fluffing the pillows. And I think what we're doing here is more of a redirect than a refresh or something. And I just wonder if what we're talking about here is broader than refreshing. And there was another thing, new shopping experiences, right? But I think we're talking about experiences beyond shopping.
We are.
Yeah, so, and I just want to understand that we aren't talking about just refreshing the promenade. We're talking about doing a whole new vision of it.
Yeah, I think what's important to distinguish here is that while Promenade 3.0 isn't moving forward right now, you did move forward, and we did with a number of things that were part of that, including the CUP, elimination of the CUP for alcohol and so forth, which really helped. It opens up the doors of leasing possibilities on the street, which is really what we need. It's a welcome mat.
Right.
This vitality plan is also very much focused on curb in, getting rid of the obstacles, really enforcing opportunities for leasing. It does touch on public space like the Third in Arizona and activations on the street, but the actual physical improvements aren't articulated in this plan. That still is a 3.0 or some variation of it, maybe a very modest variation of it. But that's going to take a separate action of our board. And, I'm here to give you bad news that we're not going to have the ice rink this year. And that's because of the production. We can't get the parts we need in order to fix the electrical that blew up during COVID. It's just such a shame. But we were somewhat reliant on those revenues to make our budget whole. So our board is going to be looking at quite a sad situation mid-year budget. So we're going to, if we want a capital improvement on the 3rd Street Promenade, again, it's going to have to be a public-private partnership.
I'm sorry, so what would it cost to stand up the ice rink? I'm just curious.
No, we can't get the parts. It's not about cost. It's about the electrical improvements, the fix to the transformer blowing. The parts are not, it's completely impossible for us to get the parts. We have tried every way, shape, or form. It's just so sad.
Anything is impossible. Councilmember Brock?
So the only way right now I had a talk with Southern California Edison in Sacramento last week. And the only way to do this on a short-term basis would be through diesel generators. And the diesel oil is not, that's the only system. I talked to them about finding parts, replacing it on a short-term basis, doing something so we could have a shorter term. It doesn't have to be November to February. It could just be Thanksgiving to January 5th or so. But the only way to do it right now would be the city council would have to decide that the use of diesel for that 6 weeks would be acceptable.
And
am I correct in that?
You are correct.
Before us, right?
And we made the assumption that diesel was not going to be an option.
I think that's, anyway.
But that would be the only way to do it. And I haven't had a chance to tell you that yet, but I talked to 4 of the top administrators in Edison to try and get them to move heaven and earth for us to let kids ice skate.
Thanks, Phil. Now I have some questions for David. Sorry. Thank you. So, David.
Yes.
So, in some ways, I was looking at this, thinking about how we could create new opportunities, right? And to follow up on what Councilmember Parr said, pets, right? So is there a reason that in the pets category, right, that there are some things that, whether on or off the promenade, still require CUP? Let me preface this by saying, having walked the entire city in 2014, I can tell you 95% of the people in Santa Monica have pets.
Right. What particular uses are you thinking about?
I'm thinking of anything, because any place you have to take your pet,
Right.
you're going to have to stay at least for a little while or do so. If you drop your pet on, let's say, the alley or even on the frontage, you're going to go shopping until you have to pick your pet up. You know, that's what most of us do. So my question is, right, is there any reason to have any restrictions on any of these pet uses?
No, and I think what we're recommending is that vets, pet grooming, and pet stores would all be allowed by right.
There was one that isn't there, at least one use in there, but I lost it because I wrote it down separately.
Pet daycare services.
Yeah, pet daycare service.
Pet daycare, yeah, we didn't include that because that's more of a kennel type use, and those can have barking issues and other things that are more disruptive.
Okay, and I hear you. And so then The other is community assembly. Not on the, limited to second and fourth and not on, is that right, or it's not right?
So I think that one's on alley frontage, but not on promenade frontage.
And why is that?
Just because it doesn't seem like a very active use. So, people could access something like that through the alley side. Once they go in, it's kind of a blank space. So we didn't think that was necessarily appropriate for the promenade.
Okay, and then new auto sales are not there at all, but wasn't there a Tesla store on the promenade?
I think that's already allowed. So we made that change for electric, I think alternative fuel
Only?
automobiles. Yeah. So
And I just want to follow up on the convenience market, right? Because I think you could have a high-end convenience market that actually could afford the rent, that might have some high-end things. I mean, there's some on Montana. It's not that, it's not 7-Eleven. And I just wonder, is it because you're afraid it would be that?
Well, because, if we allow it by right, then we do, like we were talking about earlier, we lose all discretion. So we can't pick and choose. So we thought it was best not to allow that without a CUP.
Right, and then nursery and plant stores also not without it, right? Is that right?
That one,
I think it's still limited. I just want to say that with all these little succulents and things that people do, you might want to think about that again. Okay.
So, I mean, you could certainly have a store that has plants. It's just not technically considered a nursery.
Okay,
like our
and I
stores.
don't know what,
Yeah.
yes, but it said nursery and plant stores is what it was. And I just think that those should be wherever you want to be.
Yeah, and I think the ones you're referring to on Montana, they're like gift shops. They have other
I'm not
things
even
besides
referring
plants.
to Montana. I'm just thinking of my life, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
that, this is something that.
in Century City.
Good, so she shops. There's one in Century City. I mean, I have to say I'm not a good shopper. And then buildings and materials, sales and services, right? I can tell you that in New York, like they have stores that are just buttons, and I could see a store that was just doorknobs, or a store that was just, so I think that that's an unnecessary limitation. I don't think you're going to get a lumber store.
With that one, I mean, we do allow, you could have a hardware store. It's just that you can't have, when you think of building materials, we think of something more like Roger Brothers, that has big, pieces of stone or, those kinds of things, which is not something we'd want to see on the promenade, or lumber stores, like you said.
But what I think that shopping may become, right, and I think that this is why we need to open our minds to it, is, now there are stores, I was just in one where there isn't really, it's not like all your merchandise is out there, right? I mean, there's only a limit and there's all, so it's not what it used to be. So you could have a store that was selling, for instance, tiles or guitars or whatever it is, right? And they just aren't out there, right? So I think we need to think outside of our boxes of the way things are and think of what you could have in a store that might not be the way it looks right now, but will be the way it could look.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the kind of things you're describing would be permitted. Like there's furniture stores where you go in but you don't walk out with a couch. You order it and they have,
You never walk out with a couch. They never have one.
So, they show the merchandise and they help you decide what you want and you can customize it, but it's not, you don't take it with you. So, but those kind of things are allowed. There's nothing that prevents that from.
So what category would, other than.
That's just retail.
So like, right, restoration, but they have like a lot. I mean, I'm thinking of, and maybe I'm thinking about these things as more expansive categories, and you're thinking of them as more defined categories or something like that.
Yeah, but it sounds like it's generally retail, which is a permitted use.
And that's fine, right? But the pet thing, I think across Santa Monica, we have not monopolized on the great love of Santa Monica of its pets. I'm just saying, right?
Yeah, well, like I said, there's several.
And for every, stray, I mean, you heard, right? So, I mean, it is everywhere, and it is, and I think it's a great business, right? I mean, and we need to make it less of a, less of the kind of business that's focused on breeder pets, right? And more on what's out there.
Yeah.
So,
and that's what prompted us to include this, because we have gotten a lot of inquiries, throughout the city, but even on the promenade, people wanting to open these kind of businesses.
right, dog training. No, seriously. I mean, I think that there's so much, I think you could have dog classes on the promenade, and everybody would come. So, okay, so I think we're done questions. And so now we're ready for comments. And guys, I want to remind you that we're running late here, right? We've taken a long time, only 2 hours late, according to my Mayor Pro Tem. So comments, Oscar?
Testing. Okay, it's working. My screen's out. Well, I think one thing that's really important for me moving forward is affordability. Of course, this council has already decided that a safe and a clean Santa Monica is a priority for us. So that's when you look at the slides, I think that's definitely should be priority number one, because nothing else is going to work unless we bring security and safety and cleanliness, to the promenade. But after that, I really want us to think about affordability. I think about, our working class families, that we want to bring residents back, to the promenade. That's going to be very important, so that there's experiences. For people who don't have a lot of money, I mean, I asked my son, today, I said, hey, what do you want to see on the promenade? What's something that your friends, enjoy about the promenade? And he goes, he's like, the best thing about the promenade is that you can get a pizza slice, talk to some friends, hang out. Teenagers, they don't need a lot, but just it reminded me, it's like, if you don't have like a Chipotle, or you don't have like, some of those more affordable options, young people or working class people can't spend, $30, a meal. And so it's something that we should really consider. And then in terms of like, how people can congregate, all that's been addressed. I think staff has done a good job of thinking through a lot of the different options in terms of seating arrangements, how people can congregate, space for people to hang out, congregate. For me, growing up as a young man here in Santa Monica, going to the promenade, we call it the old mall, once they built the new mall, was really, if you can go with a little bit of money, go have fun, and talk to people, meet up with friends. And so I think that's really important to consider as we move forward. How do we create an experience for all people at different price ranges, so that they can all enjoy it. But mainly to have a space that really, if you don't have a lot of money, you can go have fun, and see something interesting. And I think staff did a great job of talking about, all the ways that we can accomplish that through art and music and programming and so forth. And so I really appreciate all that. That's it. I think there's a lot of good elements in it. I spoke earlier about all the things that I think that are very excited about it. There are some questions, on some of the other topics like, the liquor, but I think, we talked about that. It's not your 7-Eleven, and it's a different type of operation. But just affordability, access, for working families, teenagers, and then all the cultural attributes, that were discussed, which I think will bring back a lot of residents and just life back to the promenade. So thank you.
So Phil, before you go, Oscar, you made me realize that I probably teed this up wrong, because I think that what we really need to do is figure out what our action items are. Do we have a slide of that, of what you're asking us to do? And particularly the zoning ordinance. Because I think that's what we should be focused on now. I think we ought to be looking at, like, if we want to get rid of the, no CUP for liquor stores, or if we want to keep the CUP for hotels, I think our conversation should be focused on that, right? Because we're passing that tonight.
Yeah, we don't have we could put a slide up of the ordinance.
Yeah, that's good.
Back that, yeah.
Okay, good. Because that's, I think, what we need. And I think that maybe it would help to have a motion to start this off. Looking to Councilmember Davis, who's so good at this.
Sure. I move the staff recommendation, which is to introduce and adopt an emergency interim ordinance amending interim zoning regulations established by emergency interim zoning ordinance number 2636 CCS and extended by emergency interim zoning ordinance number 2658 CCS for supporting economic recovery of the city's BC Promenade District and those portions of the BC 2nd and 4th Street District bounded by 2nd Street in the West Broadway to the south, 4th and to the east, and Wilshire Boulevard to the north. And I believe there was an amendment in there, Mr. Martin.
It's too soon for this slide.
No, this was an amendment recommended by staff, which is on page 17, in footnote 1.
But
isn't it in the ordinance?
Can we put up the other screen? I'm sorry, because we need to work off it. I don't know who put the voting screen up. I didn't.
No, but if you're making a motion, I have to put the screen up because you're starting the vote at that point.
No, we aren't going to vote for a while. I'm just trying to get the motion to tee up certain items in it, right?
So I assume the motion would be subject to the amendment by staff, which was on page 17, footnote 1,
Right.
which was
That's
to
right.
modify the 50 feet from the front property line to instead be 25 feet from the front property line.
Right, that was my
Right.
question. And now the question I have before I cede the floor is, do we need to make 1, 2, and 3 3 is sort of just review and accept, but can 1 and 2 be made together?
They can be made together or they can be made separately. That would be your choice.
Well, my choice is to further move that we provide Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. with greater authority and opportunities to propel the economic recovery and vitality of key downtown public spaces through public realm activation as follows. A, authorize the city manager or designated city staff to negotiate with Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. on the frequency of use, permit fees, and revenue share opportunities associated with the use of Lot 21 in Arizona Avenue for community serving events, as well as fees and revenue share opportunities associated with the updated promenade vending program. And B, authorize the city manager to develop and execute a restated master services and license agreement with Downtown Santa Monica, Inc. as the mechanism to allow for the continued and expanded use and programming of Arizona Avenue, Lot 27, and the promenade for community serving events and activations.
So just to clarify, in the first part of the second motion, I think you mistakenly referred to Lot 21, and I just want to make clear that the references are to Lot 27 in both portions of that.
Yes, if I did, I apologize. Yes, it's Lot 27.
And so you were recommending all of these changes to the ordinances, including hotels and motels without a CUP?
Yes, it's essentially the staff recommendation.
And do I have a second?
So I just want to clarify on the hotels and motels without a CUP. Is there a size limitation, a point at which certain requirements would go into place?
Yes, and that's a good question. I wanted to bring that up. So if someone were to build a new hotel on the promenade, any new building over 10,000 square feet, which a new hotel would certainly be, would require a development review permit, which means it would go to the Planning Commission. Under the current ordinance, anything over 30,000 square feet that's commercial would actually require a development agreement. So depending on the size of the hotel, if it's new construction, it most likely would trigger a DR permit at least, and maybe even a DA.
Okay, and then how long is this interim zoning ordinance in place? Did I miss that part?
No, isn't it 60?
It's in place through, as worded, it would be in place through December 30th of 2022, I believe.
So a year and a half, 15 months?
So section 6 of the proposed ordinance says that it'll be in place, it will be of no further force or effect after December 31st, 2022. So it will be in place through the end of next year.
Okay.
I thought when we did I thought when we did interim zoning ordinances.
No, that's a different type of ordinance. This one can be in effect as this is through the end of next year.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking for a second for the motion. Okay, seconded by Councilmember Para.
Councilmember.
Oh, did you second it?
I can second.
I think, Okay, good. Okay, seconded by Councilmember Para. I'm sorry, seconded by Councilmember McCowan. And do we have, and I see it's right on the screen. Now, let's have discussion on the motion. And I think we should be focusing on really these changes to the zoning code, which are really big changes.
So I just want to remind everybody that what's up on the screen now is just a summary of certain aspects of the zoning ordinance. What's been moved is the zoning ordinance as drafted that was attached to the staff report.
Yes. Yes, it's attachment H, so everybody might want to look at that.
The chart is also in the staff report, starting on page 4, if you wanted to. And it's highlighted in red where the changes are. So you could focus on that as well.
Okay, so we're at Councilmember Brock, right? And so now let's, with the motion made and seconded, I'm looking for comments that are directed at what we really need to do tonight.
If our comments have to be limited now to this ordinance, there are uses that I don't think are going to help us bring the promenade to economic vitality. It was said earlier tonight that it's 15% of our tax income. Some of these uses are not going to restore or add to the economic vitality of the promenade. And Mr. Martin's comment that, well, if they're a mistake, we can dump them at the end of 2022. That error will have been made and last for 10 years to 20 years. So I think we are rushing the judgment. I mean, I could give you a list in a couple of minutes of the things that I believe we should not be doing, but
Okay,
it
good.
may not.
Well, let me start with, then let me go to Kristen and you can formulate your list if you want to do that. I'm not trying to push you to comment before you're ready. I just.
Well, no, it was, but I had
I want to hear the list.
I had a list of comments before, and there are other things that I still believe that were, one of the callers talked about In-N-Out Burger in Glendale Galleria. I know we had this discussion 8 months ago about limiting fast food. So there is one fast food chain that I can think of on the promenade right now, and one individual restaurant that is inexpensive. Councilmember Delatorre talked about letting people without huge economic means access the promenade. I said back in March that we are now the land of $20 burgers. The promenade can't just be the land of $20 burgers. So that's one thing I would like to see changed, because businesses on the promenade and retailers, we need those food uses. And they can't all just be the uses that are on Ocean Avenue. So as far as liquor stores, my question there was, instead of liquor stores, why aren't we talking about a different use? Why aren't we talking instead, at a high-end convenience market, there is already a convenience market on the promenade between Arizona and Santa Monica. That one doesn't sell liquor. So if you're talking about a high-end convenience store, then it shouldn't be liquor. If you're talking about a liquor store, I think the use should be a gourmet store that also offers liquor. That's what I would call Wally's. Wally's is not a liquor store. It is a gourmet market and restaurant liquor. So I'd like to see, for instance, that use changed, huh?
Do they even sell liquor? Isn't it
Yeah.
just wine and, isn't it
Well,
just-
wine.
Yeah, but that's not
Wine,
liquor.
it's still,
Wine, it's still
huh? It's alcohol. Actually, they do sell high-end liquor too. They sell cognac and things like that as well. But that is a gourmet store that adds liquor to it.
Right, but we have to go by the zoning code designations. We can't just start making up definitions. And that is, I
You're
believe.
interrupting me.
I'm sorry,
Council member.
but Wally's is a liquor store.
No, it's not a liquor store. It has 2 restaurants, Gourmet Deli, and then sells liquor. David, am I wrong about that? Is it just designated as a liquor store where Hennessy's was?
No, because it does have a restaurant associated with it, that's part of their operation. But where they sell liquor to go, that part is considered a liquor store. And it's based on the type of alcohol license they need from the ABC in order to do that.
Okay, I still believe that would need to go through a normal process and can't just be grandfathered in. Medical and dental offices. Yes, if it's a high-end office like Forward or something like that they have in Century City, I think that would be a welcome addition. But the question is, I don't want to end up with, I forgot the name of it. What's the dental place? Western Dental. I don't want, one of my actors was a spokesperson for Western Dental for about 5 years. I don't want to see a Western Dental on the promenade. So regardless of what you're saying about lease rates and being high enough, there are some landlords who are going to have to pay their mortgage. And at some point, they'll crack and just lease. And so I think we want to keep somewhere along the line some holds in there to make sure that things are in an area that would allow the promenade to prosper. And yes, I've said before, I want stores for all economic levels, because that will be the way to bring our residents back to the promenade. My question, though, is by allowing, we're talking about grooming and pet stores and veterinary services. As much as I absolutely understand that they're popular, I'm not sure that someone who can only park for an hour and a half on the promenade is going to bring their sick dog to the promenade for care when there are veterinary stores, veterinary doctors, and pet stores throughout our city. So I think there is more needed on some of these things. The alley frontage and upper floors for business services, I support. I don't support a convention or conference center because we don't have the space for that. Hotels and motels have to require a CUP because they have to be vetted more thoroughly. And in conjunction with our city standards, the fact that we want hotels to have decent working conditions also means in many cases we want them either to be unionized or pay comparable wages to unions. So I'm not sure I would want that either. And I know I'm not giving you a complete list right now.
So in other words, you don't support the motion?
Yeah, I just won't support the motion. That's the easiest.
Okay.
I'd like the motion to come back with better definitions of standards and what's allowed. There are many things I do support. I support basement uses. I support more nightclub uses, but I may not support 2 a.m. nightclubs in areas that may be contiguous or close to contiguous to our residential areas. And by example of that is the letter we received from the lady who lives behind Bay Cities daily. So I think we have to be somewhat careful, and we have to make sure that we care about the residents in the city.
Let me just say, Phil, that having been on the Planning Commission before this and now having been on the City Council for 6 years and having, I think my views on some of these items are similar to yours, right? And I think that the restrictions that you're talking about are the sort of restrictions that are holding us back right now in terms of economic recovery. I think that if landlords relent and lease to a lower, less expensive use, it won't be a long-term lease. It'll be a stopgap, right? I think that there's an economic reality here that what we're trying to do is reboot this area and get it active and occupied. And I think that the kinds of rules you're talking about are impediments to that. I'm just
and Mayor, I want it revitalized. I am wed to our promenade and our downtown. I want it to prosper. I want to make sure that the decisions that we encourage downtown Santa Monica to make are good decisions for the future of our city.
I hear what you're saying. I'm explaining to you,
I understand.
what I think this is trying to accomplish. That's all. Yes, Councilmember McCowan.
So I completely agree with what Mayor Himmelrich just said. I think, and I raised some of the same concerns. I mean, if we're talking long-term, there are some concerns about the lack of authority we'll ultimately have about certain things, which is why I asked a clarifying question about at what point would sort of some additional, attention kick in. And so thanks to Mr. Martin for clarifying that. I think with all of these things, we can game out a scenario where it's like not ideal. Take the grooming, right, and the dog stuff. On the one hand, someone might not have parking, but on the other, what about all of our downtown residents that are within walking distance of that area that don't have dog parks, that can't, don't have these other things, and would like potentially access to something like this closer than having to drive somewhere else to pause an effect on the other side of town or whatever. So I just want to kind of put that out there. And that's like what I'm using to sort of lead my decision making on this. It's not exactly what I think is necessarily the best long-term thing. And yeah, of course, our role on council gives us the ability to sort of say it's not exactly what I want, and I'm going to put my foot down and vote no. Absolutely, we can do that. But on the other hand, too, we have a responsibility to give sort of our business community options during an unprecedented time. And so that's where my thinking is with this. And again, sort of playing devil's advocate, what I was asking earlier with regards to tattoo parlors and stuff, it's because I completely agree with what you're saying. The rents are too damn high, but not they're high. It's okay. But it will get us, sort of the types of businesses like Wally's that we ultimately want, I think, and by giving these landlords more options, it will reinvigorate their businesses and their properties potentially, and then get us in a direction where we can go somewhere with a larger vitality plan beyond just the clean and safe streets that we need to focus on right now.
Mayor, I think that it's important to recognize you're not making a decision tonight that has permanence. You'll be able to visit this 2 years from now, 3 years from now. You can make adjustments. The important thing is to start proceeding with the zoning ordinance, because my understanding is there are parties that are actually interested to do some of these things. And considering the situation we are in, it'll be helpful to show some activity on the promenade.
If I can make one quick comment and then I'll quiet. I agree, City Manager Jalili, with the fact that we want to loosen it. We want to change some of the uses. I'm concerned about the width of what we're changing. So there are many things that are in the 3.0 Vitality Plan that I support, absolutely. But we're not talking about those now. So the parts of this plan that I believe go too far make it untenable for me. But I want to see more uses. I want us to see some of the restrictions. You mentioned something earlier, I don't think you mentioned it in public, but dancing. For instance, we had one club operating in the promenade now, which is probably illegal. But I'd like to see dancing. I'd like to see us go back to, we used to have a club on Santa Monica and 3rd. So, for instance, that many of us used to go to.
Well,
so there are.
Is dancing an unpermitted use?
It is now permitted?
David?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's
I
what
figured.
12-12 dances, right?
And
Yeah,
Casa
12-12
Martin, I
is-
mean, people are going to be dancing.
Yeah, it's not unpermitted. It needs a CUP.
So that's,
See, that's
okay,
good.
so for instance, rather than be against the entire thing, that's something I think should be added and should be permitted on the
Is that a
promenade.
friendly
If,
amendment?
well, it would be if I was voting for it, if you
Well,
take out some of these other things. So,
You could take out the, you've had concerns about liquor stores, you can take that out by an amendment and add the dance hall.
Well, no, so Gleam would need to agree to that.
okay, so I'll make a friendly amendment. Friendly amendment would be that we delete liquor stores, but we reinstate dancing in the appropriate nightclubs in the promenade. And, well, but on the promenade, people dance. I'm talking about,
Answer, we have the authoritative
Yeah,
answer.
so actually was something that was included in the first IZO the council adopted, which allowed dancing in restaurants and,
oh, it did.
It's currently-
So we already voted for that.
yeah, you voted for that already. No, it's not a CUP. Yeah. Right.
Okay, then I take that part of the amendment back. However, I will make a friendly amendment that we delete liquor stores at this time.
And that is not friendly to the maker of the motion, simply because I think that one of the hottest retail uses right now are whiskey stores and wine stores and tequila stores in particular. You go all over the country and there are very specific tequila stores. And I know, and Ms. Rawson may be able to confirm this, that we actually have some interest from some very high-end liquors and spirits proprietors who would like to take up space on the promenade. And if one of our key ideas is we need to fill in those empty storefronts, I think telling people who want to sell $100 bottles of tequila, and I'll get to affordability when it's my turn to speak, that they can't come to the promenade is cutting off our nose to spite our face. So that's not a friendly amendment.
And the only thing I would mention to that, with all due respect, is we have the most liquor permits, if I recall, for restaurants and liquor of any city our size in the state of California. So there may be a time that we say no, especially when we're understaffed with our police department. That's fine.
Thank you. Councilmember Negrete.
I don't want to bring up tattoos again, but I did want to ask. I did want to ask why in the rest of the area it's permitted on the promenade, but for like Wilshire and Fifth, for example, it's an MUP. Sorry to bring it back up here.
So, yeah, because we're only dealing with the promenade tonight, we can only make the change now. We are going forward with the citywide change. In fact, the Planning Commission is taking that up on October 20th.
Okay.
So then that will come back to the council within a couple of months after that.
So we're just looking at the first column.
Yep.
For all these items.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
My tattoo thing.
No, it's okay. I had just wrote up here, sorry. The only thing I see in here is that just want to ask, sorry to make you possibly have to get up again, is the Convention Conference Center, which I don't know if that was because of this way futuristic plan of potentially what could happen to the AMC building, or what does that really look like? Because to me, a convention center brings in thousands of people that need lots of parking and a big building.
And, we're certainly not thinking of something like that. But also if there's a, there's a shared office space and they have a large conference center, or there's a function where they can have seminars and those types of things, that might fall into the category of a conference center or convention.
So the mall has that already, because I've used that space professionally and I use it. So I'm just curious, what makes it go from just an office space using its building? Like, what is their amount of people? What turns it into a convention center? Or
It has to do with whether or not it's just strictly for that office tenant and their visitors, or if it's leased out to other organizations for their use.
is there a size restraint on how many people can use it this way?
It's not really a size issue. It's just how this space is used.
So just to be clear, by changing it to just permitted, that means it doesn't have to come to council. A building could then be used to invite however many people to do events.
Yes, but of course they'd still have to meet all the occupancy requirements and
But they could maximize the occupancy for an event.
Yes, yes.
And is there parking that, I mean, when you do that and you're maximizing it for a one-time event, are you requiring them, like what happen, how does that impact parking?
So parking, there are no parking requirements for any uses in the downtown. So there would not be additional parking requirements for that.
That would be my only question is just, I know you answered the question about the hotels. That would still, if it's a boutique hotel, I get that existing. If it's anything bigger than that, it's going to go to planning, right? But it sounds like for this convention space, is this sort of fall in the same category where it's, unless it's building a new building that becomes bigger, if it's use of an existing building and just changing how you're using it?
That's correct. So if they were building anything over 10,000 square feet, it would trigger the development review permit and go to planning commission.
Then it goes to planning.
But if it was going into an existing building, it wouldn't require any discretionary approval. I think it's very unlikely that we would see anything over, a very modest size facility in the downtown because of the price of real estate and how much it would cost. So I don't.
It's more about multi-use. Like, can I ask you if there's a specific use you have in mind that's been presented where you guys thought of putting that on there?
You mean?
For this convention, like to put this on there, was it because somebody presented the idea of using their space in this manner?
No, I think it was more because, we have in the past heard from some, types of tenants who might want to create a space like this that, they would use, but then they could also lease out to other users. And, that doesn't seem like a bad thing. So that's part of the thinking.
If I can answer that as well. So for specifically, when we did have the American film market, one of the specific requests from Santa Monica Travel and Tourism is that we have convention type space, not necessarily for the exhibition of films. For that, they used our movie theaters, but they wanted to have more convention type space that was not located in a hotel, that they could do, for example, seminars with artists and things like that.
Okay.
So that's the kind of thing that I'm sort of envisioning. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Martin, assuming someone isn't building a new building, we don't have a lot of buildings on the promenade that are going to accommodate the LA Convention Center. We're talking about relatively, even if someone were to convert an entire second or third floor, we're talking about 20,000 square feet.
Yeah,
maybe.
That's my thinking. Yeah, typical lot on the promenade is 7,500 square feet. So if it was a single lot building, even if it was 2 stories, that'd only be 15,000 square feet.
But what
So
about
I
in the
don't think it's
Jantz
very big.
building? I'm sorry. The Jantz building is the largest building, right? So
But
if
that's
they-
residential.
I'm sorry, what?
The top 3 floors are residential.
No, but what I'm asking is if they wanted to convert part of that, what's the most they could do in that office space?
So I don't know exactly what the square footage is there.
But
I think
more,
it's
probably, right?
Yeah,
The
it's
Noble would be the place.
yeah, yeah. So
Okay, so.
it's possible in an existing building, but again, I think it's very unlikely.
That was my question. That was it for
I
me.
have one, and does it also apply to like co-work spaces? So it would be, WeWork or something like that?
Well, again, I mean, if it's a space within the larger space that's used by the tenants of the building or the members of the WeWork, then that doesn't count as a separate convention space. It's only if they lease it out to other users that it would qualify as a separate space.
So not if they host something, but if somebody were to come in and rent out the space for an event. So you're allowing them to sublease it for a specific event,
Right.
ultimately. Okay.
Thanks. Councilmember Davis.
Could I bet clean up since it's my motion?
Oh, sure. Councilmember Parra.
I'm actually pretty good with the way it is.
Okay, and so, well, I guess I need to say that I met with a couple of building owners on the promenade who were complaining about the tattoo parlors. And if you don't know this, I'm Jewish, and you know this thing that Jews can't be married, can't be buried in the Jewish cemetery if they have tattoos, right? All I have to say, I have 15 nieces and nephews, and of them, I think that at least 10 of them have tattoos. So either that's not a rule, right, or they aren't going to the Jewish cemetery, let me just say that, and they too are all Jewish. But the real point I'm trying to make is the world has changed. I have no tattoos, right? I mean, and the next generation, they all have tattoos. I think that those of us, you know, in my generation, think about things in different ways, and we need to sort of release the chains from our minds and from how we're used to thinking about the world, because this is not the same world, and the change is accelerating faster than we thought. So I would have said no tattoos probably 10 years ago, but now I would say everybody has tattoos, right? So, you know, and I think that for all of us, this is an attitude adjustment, right? This is really something that is we need to figure out something that we can start now that will still be vital in 20 years, right? And this is just the beginning. I mean, somebody said it, and I wrote this down, that this is just a starting point, and I believe it is just a starting point. I mean, I've heard from various stakeholders about issues about rooftop space and whether the elevator can go there, or issues about, you know, all of these issues where we aren't even close to that now. All we're trying to do is get this space up and running again so we can make it what it has the potential of being. And when I say that, you know, I care about affordability. I think that's important. I don't know what that's going to look like. It might be, you know, a commercial kitchen in the back with various, you know, spaces where people have their food. It might be an arcade. You know, somebody was talking about, you know, maker's experience, right, where you have actually on the second floor the workshops and they're vending it down, whatever it is, right? I think the idea that every store is going to be Forever 21 or, you know, Victoria's Secret or whatever, those days are gone, right? They aren't coming back. And I don't think we can even envision what it's going to look like. So I am supporting this, and I have been very aligned with, you know, many of Phil's views, but I think that this area needs a reboot. It's 15% of our revenues. There are so many things we can't do without restoring the revenues. And I just think we need to get this thing going, and this is a way to do it. I don't find any of these uses, including, frankly, the liquor store, and I know we have a lot of liquor stores, but I also have been in these high-end, you know, I don't know, whiskey. Yeah, I mean, everybody drinks something different, right? But this is, this may be, you know, the future of spaces like this, and whether this is going to be where I heard people say, I won't go there. Well, maybe, look, I mean, I do go there, but, you know, I always say this is, when my kids come here, this is where they go. Right, and they still go there, although people say, no, now we go to Culver City or now we go other places. I have to say my kids, when they come home, go there. I know that my nieces and nephews who live here go there. I mean, this is a place that is a draw for people who probably aren't me and who probably are more shoppers than me or do other things than me. I do think we need to make it more affordable, but I think we need to make it more experiential and more varied. And I think the only way we're ever going to start to do it is by getting rid of these old notions we have of what buildings ought to look like and what the spaces, how we can control what happens in the spaces in buildings. So I will be supporting the motion. And now you may do the cleanup.
Thanks. And I'll try and be brief. So I do want to address the issue of affordability, because we talk a lot about building affordable housing, and the question is, where can the people who live in that affordable housing shop? And that's why I and others on this council have supported, for example, the Targets that we now have downtown. I do want to point out that, and not to overly personalize it, but I'm amazed my son just had his 25th birthday given all these Stefano's pizza that he ate, because that is I shouldn't say that, it's not very good pizza. But my point is that there are affordable outlets on the promenade. The Chipotle, the Stefano's, Auntie Anne's, if you like pretzels or pretzel dogs. And really, you don't have to go beyond the promenade too far to get to other affordable options for food. So I don't have the sense that our young people aren't going to the promenade because there's not affordable food. I am more concerned, in all honesty, about affordable shopping, you know, for our families, our working families in Santa Monica. But again, We do have the new Target downtown, which from my experience when I've been there is quite successful. And we do also have some other uses on the promenade that are not what I would call traditionally affordable, maybe is the way to put it, but actually do, for example, PacSun, the Volcom store frequently now run sales and things like that. So they have become, perhaps because of the necessity of COVID and other things, more affordable. So I do think that there is an affordability factor, and people who maybe can't afford, some of the luxury items that we see, perhaps in other places can shop there. The second thing, and to me, one of the important things about this interim zoning ordinance, and it dovetails with the Promenade Revitalization Plan, is there has to be spontaneous discovery. If the promenade is a place that you have to plan to go to, okay, on Monday at 3 p.m. I'm going to the promenade, then it's not going to get much business. What you want are people to say, hey, it's Saturday, it's a beautiful day out. After all, it's Santa Monica. I know if I go to the promenade, there's going to be something cool going on, whether it's live music, whether it's crafts for children. And I think the broader range of uses that we let happen in the storefronts will lead to that spontaneous discovery, because those uses will then start to pour out into the street, perhaps in the liquor store, quite literally. But for example, you might have a children's craft fair, but as the parents are watching their kids make masks out of paper bags, notice that there's tequila tasting in the store across the way. And now all of a sudden you've got a very, what they call in the retail business, sticky experience. People aren't just going in, I got to go to the Apple store and buy a lightning charger. They're staying there. And then now it's like, okay, it's 5 o'clock. Now we're going to eat. So I think it's about creating variations what people can spontaneously discover. I really love the idea of expanding animal services. For those of you who do not know, there is actually what we in our house now call the Fancy Dog Park, a private dog park on 5th Street between Santa Monica and Arizona, I believe.
We just made it legal tonight.
Yes. And we've taken our dog there and it is packed. So I think having veterinary and other animal services, clearly there is a market for that. I do want to talk about the convention issue because I think we have to remember that these are the names in the zoning ordinance that we have to use. And just like with liquor store, when you hear the word liquor store, do you think of Wally's or do you think of the corner liquor store? And same thing with convention center. We are not talking about building a convention center in downtown Santa Monica, but having a space, it could even be, for example, an event space, a wedding space where people could host meetings, people could do weddings, people could do anniversaries, that could have a catering service, that sort of thing. We know, for example, that again, pre-COVID, the Annenberg space was very popular with that to the point where it was impossible to get in. So I think it would be really cool maybe to have something like that available to people on the promenade. And most importantly, the generation, the pedestrian generation that would involve. So you might have people coming from Culver City or West LA who might not naturally come to the promenade, but come to somebody's anniversary party and then go, wow, this is a really cool place. I want to come back. And I do want to say something about tattoos because Councilmember Negretti is absolutely right. They are now an art form. Having a tattoo parlor is no different than having a art gallery on the promenade. And my son is tattooed. I do not have tattoos like Mayor Himmelrich, but I will tell you the cost of those tattoos was exorbitant. And they were done by a woman who actually is an artist, who actually also does tattoos. So yes, in our mind, we hear the word tattoo parlor and we think of drunken sailor tattoo parlor. That is not what we're going to get on the promenade. What we are going to get are true artists who work in a different medium, namely human skin. And I agree entirely with Mayor Himmelrich that this is about putting away those conventional thoughts about what these words mean. And we are somewhat tied, unfortunately, by the definitions we have to use in the land use arena. When we say liquor store, we mean, because Wally's is a liquor store. There is a restaurant component to it. There is a liquor store component, but when we hear liquor store, we think of some other place that might be less desirable. Same thing with tattoo parlors. So that is, of course, is why I made the motion. The one thing I would like to do, Mayor Himmelrich, is after we vote on the motion, And I don't know if we need a separate motion on review and commenting on the downtown revitalization plan, but I would like the opportunity to give some direction to staff at the conclusion of this.
But I do have one question, and then Councilmember Brock has a comment. But would it be a friendly amendment to add creating an ad hoc at our next meeting to this, so that there's something
Again,
like
that would not be a separate part of the motion. You can simply add that to the agenda for the next council meeting without any action here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Brock and then Councilmember De La Torre.
I appreciate hearing everyone's comments this evening. I think I'm more frustrated with the process in that long list. I would have rather had a shorter list that we could have curated a little bit better. At the same time, I hear the fact that we want the promenade to have a good, strong heartbeat. And if all of you believe that the heartbeat will be strengthened by this motion and that it will allow more organic growth as times and tastes do change, I will vote for the motion. Thank you.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Now, Oscar needs to say.
The only question I have, I think everything that's been said has been on point. The hotels and motels without requiring a CUP, would it be so problematic to require the CUP so that we can, have in-depth conversations about what those hotels and motels, what standards, especially worker standards, unionization rights, and so forth? Can we include a CUP so that we can have a more robust discussion if those hotels, motels come forward?
Well, that is not friendly, but for the following reason. I think everyone on this council knows and everyone in Santa Monica knows I very much support workers' rights and have brought forward numerous workers' rights provisions. But in accordance with what Mr. Martin said, there already is going to be a review process because no one's going to do a hotel for 2,500 square feet. Right. So there's going to be a review process. It's just not going to be a CUP process. It's going to be either a DRP or a DA, a development agreement. Mm-hmm. So we're just sort of shifting it from being a CUP to having it be a different kind of process, and that's already existent. So so it's not friendly because it's not necessary.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we have those protections, moving forward.
Great, let's take a roll call vote, please. And thank you for bearing with me. I think we're stumbling through this together, so there we go.
Thank you for bearing with me.
No, you've been great. Thank you.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCallum?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich. Sorry.
Yes, and so that passes 7-0. Go make the promenade great, guys. And I think Councilmember Davis has some direction.
Yes. So I would like to move that we give direction to staff, specifically with regard to the idea of clean and safe Santa Monica. And I heard interim city manager Jalili say that is something we're going to revisit. But I think the council should be very specific that I would like to give direction to staff to make sure that the city is holding up its end of the bargain to contribute to a clean and safe Santa Monica. And that could include, but not be limited to, for example, deployment of additional public safety personnel, not necessarily police officers, but neighborhood resource officers, as well as taking other actions that would increase the perception of people visiting our downtown generally and the promenade specifically, that it is safe. And the one thing I would mention specifically is making sure that we have some sort of public foot patrols so that we have people actually walking the promenade and in the downtown area. So that's part one. Part two is completely unrelated, but I want to mention it. I also want to give direction to staff that it study the circulation issues that were raised by some of the speakers tonight during the public comment. That really wasn't an issue here. with the interim zoning ordinance or the vitality plan, but I think anyone who has tried to use any of the downtown parking structures know, while we have some wayfinding signs, we do have some genuine circulation issues about how you get out of the structures, especially if you're going counterclockwise instead of clockwise. So they're two disparate things, but they're both, I would move that we give those two directions to staff.
And I think
That'll be fine.
no, I think we need to vote on the direction.
That's fine.
Can I add one more direction in terms of, there are other business owners on the promenade that feel, for lack of a better term, disenfranchised from this process. And so anything that we can do where staff might be able to, hold hearings with them, engage them, I think that will help us move this forward collaboratively,
Thank you. Let's take a vote.
Well, we need a second.
Oh.
And does the motion now, is
I'll second.
Councilmember Delatorre's addition a friendly amendment to the mover?
If I could restate it in a way, Councilmember De La Torre, that I would include it as part of my initial motion to give direction that staff facilitate, because we know we're talking about having increased relationships with downtown Santa Monica, staff facilitate increased and ongoing conversations between all the various stakeholders, including landlords, tenants, and others on the promenade, so that there is ample opportunity for them to have input into the process and for them to express their views.
I second.
I'll second. Oh.
Seconded. Okay, so motion by Davis, seconded by Negrete. Great job. You beat me to it. Let's take a roll call.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and my thing's not working, but maybe because it's not a real motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's my fault. Okay. Now you
No, you're doing great. Everybody push your yes
can.
button.
Councilmember Davis.
That's a 7, yes. Count, yeah. 7-0. And I think we are done with this. Thank you all. Go and make the promenade great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And let's move on to item 8, something.
Item 8A, appointment of interim city attorney, and the public comment lines are now open.
Oh.
So I'll be providing a very short staff report, which is required under state law, that because this is the appointment of a local agency executive, there's a requirement that there be a summary with respect to the pay and benefits that would be accorded to the appointed official. So as an initial matter, as authorized by council, staff engaged in negotiations with Joseph P. Lawrence to determine whether we could reach acceptable terms for his appointment as interim city attorney. Those negotiations were in fact engaged in and completed. We believe that acceptable terms have been reached. As a result, we're recommending, as the first recommended action, that council appoint Joseph P. Lawrence as the interim city attorney. Second, the terms that we reached with him, because he is a retired annuitant, he will be coming in under specified terms. He's agreed to serve for pay at the hourly rate of $130.82 an hour, which equates to an annual salary of $272,112, which is the salary for the city attorney position at step 2 on the current city salary schedule. As a retired annuitant, as required by California law, he will receive no additional benefits. So the second portion of the motion is to authorize the mayor to execute an employment agreement with Mr. Lawrence for his service as interim city attorney on those terms.
I move the staff recommendation. That's okay.
We have no callers.
Oh, do we have any callers?
We don't have any callers.
I'll second.
Any discussion? So moved by Himmelrich, seconded by, what's your name? By Councilmember Brock. And do we have any other comments? I want to express my thanks to Mr. Lawrence for agreeing on such short notice to be available and to actually charge us such a reasonable rate. We're really appreciative, and let's take a roll call vote.
Can you just press your buttons to make the motion?
Yeah, sorry. Oh, wait, I could push my yes button.
Oh, hold on for a second.
Yeah, Phil did. There, it worked. Sorry.
And then Councilmember Brown?
Phil,
I'm trying.
yeah,
I did.
we're,
There you go.
the touch screens are not as touchy as one might want.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, and that passes 7-0. And is everybody voted? Yes, great. And so let's move on to the next item.
Item 13A, appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Personnel Board for a term ending on June 30, 2025, and we have no callers for this item at this time.
Well, so, and the lines are open. Should we have any callers? And I think maybe, I think we should leave the lines open for 13A and 13B since they're both the same board. So, do we have any nominations?
Combine them?
We can't, they're different terms. So let's start with, okay, so the first term we're looking at ends in 2025. The second one ends in 2026. So do I have any names for the first one?
Jason Brown.
Wait, let me look. I have another one. Suzanne Barron. So let's take a vote on this, right? So everybody just says a name.
For the first round, this is for the one ending in 2025?
Yeah, 2025. The other one ends in 2026, just so you're aware.
Flip the names.
It's like 6 of one, half a dozen, or 5 of the other, right? So, okay, council members, thank you.
Sorry.
Let's have a roll call vote. I'm sorry, no, we have to go through, do you know how to do this?
Yeah, you just go through and pick your person.
Yeah, everybody, that's right. But everybody says a name. We all say a name. Okay, so,
It would effectively be a roll call vote, so the clerk should call each name and that person should state who they're.
right.
Councilmember Parr?
Jason Brown.
Councilmember Davis?
Barron.
Councilmember Negrete?
Barron.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Aaron.
Jason Brown.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Jason Brown.
Mayor Himmelrich?
Barron. Now, let's, I'm sorry, Suzanne Barron, congratulations. You are a member of the Santa Monica
No.
Personnel Board. And now let's move to,
Wait, no, it's 3-4 with
Yeah,
Brown.
4 for Barron. It was
Four.
Davis, Negrete, McCowan, and Himmelrich for Barron.
Davis, McCowan. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Like, I can't
The
remember.
names are similar.
Yeah, okay.
yeah, so now let's move to 13B and,
I nominate Jason Brown.
Yeah.
yes, and can we say that that's going to be by acclamation? Can we
No,
do-
you have to
Oh,
do a
just
roll
goes
call
through.
vote.
Okay, any other names? Let's do a roll call vote.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Jason Brown.
That's it.
Councilmember Brock?
Jason Brown.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Jason Brown.
Councilmember Negrete?
Jason Brown.
Councilmember Davis?
Brown.
Councilmember Parr?
Jason Brown.
Mayor Himmelrich?
Brown. So there you go. Thank you.
But he's still 2026. She's still 2026.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and congratulations, Jason Brown. You are now a member of the Santa Monica Personnel Board.
Item 13C, request of Councilmember Brock that council direct its representatives to the West Side City's Council of Governments to seek a determination from the West Side COG whether the West Side, West Side COG should join as a party in the lawsuit brought by the Orange County Council of Governments against the California Department of Housing and Community Development, the OC COG versus Velasquez and others, Los Angeles Superior Court, case number 21 STCP 01970, in which the OC COG alleges that the HCD should be required to recalculate the regional housing needs assessment allocation to the Southern California Association of Governments region for the 2021-2029 planning period, because HCD failed to comply with state statutes governing the determination of the RHNA allocation. And we have 2 callers so far for this item.
Great, so lines are open. I understand that we already have callers. Councilmember Brock will introduce it, and then we'll close the lines, I guess.
So the RHNA requirements that call for just a huge allotment in Santa Monica, but this has been a mystery, if you will, to cities across the state. Our state population is not increasing. The RHNA requirement is tremendously higher than our past RHNA requirements. And it seems like there has been controversy about this for the last year and a half. So in an effort to quell the controversy, the Housing and Community Development Department in the state has refused to allow an audit of their figures. We've heard from one institute that the figures were inflated and in some cases double counted. We heard from Freddie Mac that our allotment should be approximately 3,300 and some odd units for the next decade or the next cycle. So the question is, there are several COGs, several council governments throughout the state, different counties, that are now challenging housing and community development. Orange County COG sent Santa Monica a letter asking us to join in the lawsuit. I don't believe it's proper for each city to join in. I think if each COG wants to join in and ask for that recount, ask for that audit, then I think that's appropriate. So all this motion does is very simple. It doesn't ask us to join into a lawsuit. It asked our representatives to the West Side COG, Council of Governments, to confer with their specific cities and see if they wish to join the lawsuit from Orange County. So there's no financial liability to us at this time, but it would quell a controversy. So is our housing allotment really supposed to be that much? Is it something that we all know we may have a problem even doing the necessary affordable housing? And we want to do affordable housing. We don't have a question about wanting to do affordable housing, but it needs to be in concert with our city. And it needs to be something that does not destroy the character of Santa Monica. So combined with the recent signing of SB 9 and 10 and the RHNA requirements, citizens of Santa Monica are in for a shock. Some of the shock will be offset by our using city land and trying to do our best to honor the state's requirement. But the question really comes down to, is the state's requirement proper and just? And if it is, then the state's Housing and Community Development Department should not question a recount. They should voluntarily do it to make sure not only their figures are right, but it quells controversy within over 200 cities out of 432 cities in our state. So that's the gist of it. So I'm asking that we support and just forward this motion on to the West Side COG, and I believe it would be Mayor Himmelrich who would do that within a month or so.
Alternate, I mean, but I just have to say, Phil, that, what you haven't addressed is what the lawsuit says.
Okay.
And I'm interested to hear the public comment. I've read the lawsuit. I don't think and there is a lawsuit, and I've read all of those attachments, right? I really went through the whole thing. I'm not sure it says what you just said, and that's a problem to me, but nevertheless, I think the COG should take it up, so I will be supporting the motion. My problem is actually with the content, I guess with the gravamen of the lawsuit and whether it can be successful, because I do these writs all the time.
And I welcome your comments on it.
I'm just saying, but I do think the COG should consider it. I mean, it just is, I don't think it's a.
And my understanding is that from 3 of the directors of the OC COG is that they are their board of directors is reviewing the lawsuit and talking about adjusting it and doing stuff to it too. So it's where it is.
So let's hear from the callers and then we'll hear from everybody. Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Mark Verville. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Dear council members, we strongly urge the request for the Westside Council, City's Council of Governments to join in the pending lawsuit filed by the Orange County Council of Governments challenging the RHNA allocation for our region. Santa Monica's RHNA mandate of 8895 total units with 6168 affordable units is entirely unrelated to the housing needs of either Santa Monica or the surrounding communities. This mandate was decided without any actual analysis of local need. In fact, the draft Santa Monica allocations were increased by 87% from 4,829 to 9,058 units in November of 2019 as a result of lobbyist pressure that explicitly demanded the elimination of local input in the process. The only justification offered for these outlandish numbers has been thinly based on transit concerns, presumably reflecting the relocation of residents from existing housing and communities surrounding Santa Monica. However, no analysis of the net impact on any criteria of resident relocation has ever been performed or offered. The complete absence of local data in the SCAG process led Abundant Housing LA to request in a March 30th, 2021 letter to this council that Santa Monica's planning group not rely on SCAG's analysis because it, quote, it was inconsistent with local data for housing unit level analysis. As the entire SCAG RHNA housing unit allocation methodology was based upon non-local data from the outset, compounded by a completely arbitrary process, these factors clearly indicate that the entire SCAG housing unit distribution is thoroughly flawed and invalid. Moreover, there's a complete absence of any understanding of what the real affordable unit requirement in Santa Monica really is. The enormous arbitrary affordable unit allocation, compounded by the complete absence of state funding for the construction of the unsupported affordable unit count, is incentivizing real damage to city infrastructure that results from the pressure to convert city land. This damage will be irreparable, counterproductive, and potentially devastating to the essence of what this city is. In addition, the defective process has buried other affordable housing strategies, such as the purchasing of existing multifamily buildings and converting them to affordable projects. Moreover, the process completely ignores the real housing issue in the city, which is rent-burdened households. We urge the council to restore public trust and protect the city of Santa Monica by approving this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verville. So Esther, are you, that did seem like a long comment. Who's monitoring the time?
Yeah, that one just went a little over.
Yeah, we noticed.
I'll cut him off. Sorry. Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Let's remember we owe the inflated RHNA numbers for Santa Monica to the unregistered lobbyist Lenora Kamner, who is the executive director of Abundant Housing LA, a lobbyist organization. So why does Lenora Kamner get to continue to be a housing commission member, considering by the city's own requirements for the city clerk's webpage that executive directors of nonprofits need to register as lobbyists? Who voted to appoint Lenora Kamner as a housing commissioner? This is what happens when we allow Scott Wiener's foot soldiers to get into the city's business. And now we're paying the price. Consider we're now joining a lawsuit to get out of the problem lobbyist Lenora Kamner caused for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
We have 2 more callers that came in.
Oh, there's another, oh, I'm sorry. I heard 2.
Do we have
Welcome, Natalia Zernskaya. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Himmelrich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and City Council members. My name is Natalia Zernskaya, and I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Monica. I'm just calling in we did submit a letter, but I just wanted to call in as well and urge you to please reject the proposal in Agenda Item 13C. Although Santa Monica's RENA numbers are higher than they were in previous RENA cycles, the process by which they were allocated accounts for many variables, including the number and the type of jobs available in our city, the availability of transit within Santa Monica, and the fact that we are a well-resourced area, especially as compared to other communities in California. Additionally, the currently assigned number of new homes that Santa Monica must plan for over the next 8 years already includes concessions and reductions that were incorporated throughout the regional housing needs determination process. Recommending or encouraging that the Westside Cities COG participate in a lawsuit against HCD would not be in the best interest of the city of Santa Monica or its community. And for these reasons, we urge the council to reject the proposal in Agenda Item 13C. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Zernitskaya.
That was the last caller.
Great. So the queue is closed, and I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
So as this is written, that it is simply to seek a determination from the West Side COG, whether or not they decide to join as a party in the lawsuit, that I'm not opposed to. And I think if that's what we're actually voting on, that I'm not opposed to. I obviously a lot of Councilmember Brock's comments I don't necessarily agree with, and I think our first caller wasn't speaking to what's before us at all. But I would say I support. I'm okay with what's written here in the 13 item, and I'm inclined to support it. And I think that's what we had previously talked about when this was agendized, in close. So I'm not opposed to this action tonight, but I am opposed to a lot of what I hear in the editorialization of it and the comments and everything else and the letters. And
I do think it is important to clear up that as worded, this would simply be direction to the representative to seek to, as Mayor Himmelrich posed it, have the West Side COG put this on an agenda to be taken up.
That's it. Yeah. That's all. And that I'm okay with.
Okay, Councilmember Davis.
So I'm going to be opposing the motion, and I'm going to state my reasons now, so I don't have to state them afterwards. Yes, I understand this is just simply going to the West Side COG and asking whether or not it wants to join with the OC COG and the other cities that have become plaintiffs in this lawsuit. I'll start out by saying I completely agree with Mayor Himmelrich. This is one of the weakest petitions for writ of mandate I've seen in my 40 years of practicing law. And as someone who actively participated in the SCAG process, I think a lot of the notion that somehow these numbers were pulled out of thin air and weren't completely vetted is ludicrous. And in fact, if you read all of the attachments to the lawsuit, you will find that SCAG and HCD went back and forth about the numbers quite frequently, and I'm not even going to get into the issues that other people have raised about Freddie Mac and the Embarcadero Institute. That's for another day. But one thing I will say is that there's no need for us to suggest to the COG that they join this lawsuit. The prayer for relief in the petition for writ asked for a peremptory writ of mandate directing HCD to vacate and set aside its RENA determination for the SCAG region, change the input of information utilized in calculating its RENA determination as described herein, and conduct a new assessment for the SCAG region in compliance with state local planning laws under Government Code Section 65580. In other words, if Orange County is successful, then to the extent you think we need to revisit our RENA numbers, they will be revisited. Adding the West Side COG as a plaintiff does not change the applicable law in any way, shape, or form. All you've done is add a plaintiff to the lawsuit. So there's no upside to asking the COG to join. The question is there a downside? And I believe there is, and I see three. One is there actually is some potential for financial exposure. As I think everyone knows, the West Side COG does not have an independent source of revenue. It depends on assessments of the various cities that are members of the COG to pay its bills. It does, in fact, get grants for specific projects, but its operational money comes from Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, Culver City. If, in fact, the COG were to become a named plaintiff, and I've confirmed this with our city attorney, and if, in fact, the COG as a named plaintiff were to lose the lawsuit, the West Side COG could, in fact, become liable for costs in the lawsuit. And for those people unfamiliar with the process, it's not necessarily pro-rata. So if there were 100 plaintiffs, it's not like every losing plaintiff pays 1%. The defendant is free to go after whoever they want for 1% or 100% of the cost. So, for example, HCD, as the winning party in this lawsuit, might decide to simply go after the COGs and not go after the cities who have become named plaintiffs. And depending on what the amount of those costs are, if they were anything more than nominal, then the West Side COG would have to assess its members in order to pay those costs. And then one of those members is Santa Monica. So there actually is some, it's hard to know how much, potential financial liability. But two, I do want to point out that we are currently in the middle of negotiating with the Department of Housing and Community Development, the named defendant in this lawsuit, about our housing element. Now, as someone who has spent 40 years of my life litigating, I can tell you when somebody sues you, whether it's directly or through a business association, you're not going to be very happy. We, in fact, are trying to get the Department of Housing and Community Development to approve whatever housing element we ultimately come up with. And I think even the act of suggesting this be brought to the COG has the potential to, pardon my French, piss them off and jeopardize our ability to have good faith negotiations with the Department of Housing and Community Development to get our housing element certified as compliant. My third reason, and I think this is also goes to the issue, there is in fact potential liability. I don't know what our housing element's going to look like. I'm not going to prejudge it. But in the past, we have been sued on our housing elements and we have lost. I believe that even the mere submission of this without recommendation one way or the other could be used as evidence in a lawsuit where we've submitted a housing element that says, please, Department of Housing and Community Development, because one of the things they've asked us to do is put more meat on the bones. And it's my understanding that what came out of Planning Commission will be in substantive part, for lack of a better term, a statement of our intentions to do the right thing. So on one hand, we're telling the Department of Housing and Community Development, trust us, we're going to do the right thing. We are committed to meeting these RHNA numbers. And on the other hand, we're suggesting that the Westside Council of Governments sue HCD because we don't believe the RHNA numbers are valid. That will be evidence in a lawsuit. The weight of that evidence, I can't predict. But I think we are actually, by taking this mere action, and I understand it's without recommendation, but simply even suggesting it be agendized as the Westside COG, we are opening ourselves up not only to potential liability as a losing party in this lawsuit, but in the past, the city has had to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in attorney's fees when it has lost lawsuits about the housing element. And so if in fact we are actually creating evidence of our alleged bad faith in terms of meeting our obligations under the housing element, we could be exposing ourselves to literally hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees somewhere down the road. So I don't think there's any upside to recommending this to the COG. If I am wrong, and I have been wrong before, the Orange County Council of Governments, this is the best petition for writ of mandate, and it sails through and they get what they want. To the caller's points, we all benefit from it. But if we lose, there is not only the potential for the short-term payment of costs in this particular lawsuit, but the longer-term payment of hundreds of thousands of dollars in attorney's fees if there is in fact litigation about our housing element. And our action tonight is submitted as evidence of our, for lack of a better term, bad faith in our housing element. So I will be voting no.
Councilmember Brock.
I think bad faith would be ignoring the will of our residents who will be severely impacted by this, and our treasury, which doesn't have $1.5 billion to pay for this housing. So my first point would be that my understanding is the San Gabriel COG is considering this and several other COGs as well. So my viewpoint is that we need to stand up for our residents, that we get sued all the time and pay all the time. I'm sitting in closed sessions where we're getting sued constantly. I don't want to get sued. I don't want to give up any of our city money, our treasury, for anything that isn't just. But in this case, it may well be just. However, we're not at that point yet. We're only at the point of asking that the Westside COG take a look at this lawsuit. They will decide at that point, and I'm sure at that point we could decide still later, you know what? It's going to have to come back to council. We're not at the point where even if they, right? No? Okay. All right. And I guess I have another question. When were we sued and lost on the housing element? What cycle?
Not the last cycle, but the cycle before, I believe, if that's
Can
correct.
I ask why did we lose and what did we lose?
It would have been 2005 to 2013.
I'm not sure I know all the details, and I'm not sure anyone up here does either.
Because I just looked at
I've never
City
seen it.
Manager Jalili. He had never heard that either.
No, but we did get sued on a housing element, and we had to pay $250,000 in legal fees as a result of that
What was the
lawsuit.
issue?
I think the issue had to do with the technical compliance of the document. It wasn't and I don't, in all honesty, remember. The Housing Council.
Okay, so I don't know anything about that lawsuit.
Yeah, and so we have no facts on that. I think our residents
Know about it, so we do have facts on it.
Okay. I would love for someone to research that and let us know that later in the week if they can. In the interim, I believe we owe it to our residents who have been asking us to fight back. I'm not asking for a dissolution of the RETA. I'm asking to see if this is a correct number. Now, even if there is an injunction and it's set aside temporarily, RETA and SCAG will come back with either the same number or they'll come back with a new number.
There's no prayer for injunctive relief, is there? It's just a writ. Yeah, it's a
Just a
writ.
writ? Okay. And then the other part of this, I think, is I don't think we can equate fear of approval of our housing element for non-willingness to fight for what's right in this case. I just don't see that as a complete equation. And if HCD would say to us that, well, if you fight this, we're going to screw you even more, that which is what you're implying, that we have to live in fear of housing and community development. I don't want us to live in fear. I want us to do what's right, and I want them to do what's right. Thank you.
If I can just respond, I wasn't saying that they're going to say, oh, you sued us, we screwed you. What they're going to say is, you are asking us to take it, you on good faith that you intend to comply with the RENA numbers. And they're going to say, well, gee, you're doing everything you can to try and get the RENA numbers overturned.
Well,
and, I don't, look, I stated while I'm voting no, but I don't want to have what I said misstated. And what I said was that HCD, one of the things we're doing in the context of our housing element is asking them to accept our good faith representations that we intend to comply with the RENA requirements, regardless of what you think about them. If in fact we ask the Westside Council of Governments to join a lawsuit which explicitly says we don't believe the RENA requirements are correct and we want you to throw them out, I believe HCD could take that into account in evaluating our good faith willingness to actually try and meet the numbers. You can disagree with that, that's fine. I'm just stating my position.
And last thing I would say at the League of California Cities, in the first general session, that was a huge point by their executive director, I think it was 242 cities had joined in opposition to the HCD RENA requirement. This is not us fighting alone. but I don't think we need to acquiesce either. I don't think that HCD is going to punish 242 cities. Thank you.
And it appears that what Councilmember Davis was referring to most recently was in about 2002, the end of 2002, but
That
we've
was the
been
housing
sued
element before.
over 4 times.
On the housing element?
Yeah.
Is that the only one that, where we settled, or?
I didn't get that.
That's the only one actually, I don't think we settled that one. We actually lost that one.
This one, it looks like we lost. This was the Santa Monica Housing Council and California Housing Council suing the city.
Yeah, and I just want to remind people, HCD doesn't have to sue us. A private entity can sue us.
Santa Monica Housing Council is the group that Chris Harding often speaks on behalf of in front of the council.
That's who sued the city?
It sounds as if that's true.
Yes, any entity can sue the city on the housing element. It doesn't have to be HCD. It can be a private entity. It can be an individual.
So, anyway, let's take a roll call vote. Oh, wait, do we have a motion? No, okay, so.
Oh, I move
need the
that we
motion.
approve 13C.
Second.
Moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. Everybody push your buttons. Make motion, second motion.
I need Councilmember Brock and De La Torre to make the motion.
Yeah, I asked him. Everybody's pushing. It's just the touching doesn't work so well.
And if I can point out,
We've tried.
apparently well, I'm not going to worry about it. The comment line went down, but.
You should be able to do it now.
Okay, I've done it. Okay, we're good.
All right. Councilmember Parr,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
No.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen,
No.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes 5-2.
I need your vote. Yes.
You got it. Okay, and may we call the next item, please?
Item 13D, request of Mayor Himmelrich and Councilmember De La Torre that the city council form an ad hoc committee of 2 or 3 council members to study and make recommendations for the murals in the lobby of City Hall. The ad hoc committee would act as liaisons and advisors to the Landmarks Commission and would participate in the Landmarks Commission discussions on topics concerning contextualization of the murals. And the lines are open, and so far we have no callers.
So as you may have heard, the lines are open, but it sounds as if the lines are all down because it's after midnight, is that?
There's some problem with people getting in, is what I've heard.
People are having trouble getting, so, thank you. Great. So let me introduce this. So we have had some letters about in opposition to covering the murals in City Hall. Councilmember De La Torre and I met with one of the representatives of the Conservancy, who feels that we should never cover the murals, right? Even though it's an impermanent solution. I think that it would be helpful to be working more closely with the Landmarks Commission and the Conservancy and everybody interested in this to move this forward, because even though we did pass this, I thought that this would result in somebody moving forward to contextualize these murals, which is what we all really want to see. We want to see them discussed, right? And instead, we're just getting pushback. And I think that it would be helpful to have council members help the historians in our community move forward with explaining the context of these murals. So, when we had this meeting, yes.
Mayor, I think you need to add the Arts Commission as well.
You're right, and I was sort of getting to that, right? So, anyway, so I think that this is in the province of both the Landmarks Commission, and thank you, City Manager Jalili, and the Arts Commission, because the murals themselves apparently are not landmark, they're contributors to the landmark building, but they themselves aren't landmark. So this is an intersection between the Arts Commission and the Landmarks Commission. And I'm going to but my understanding is Councilmember De La Torre would be on this committee. I'm looking for one more volunteer. And that's my introduction of the item. Councilmember De La Torre, do you have anything to add?
I just want to add that, this has been 6 years in the making. This is not something that just happened recently. There's been at least 2 protests with 40+ students from Samo High and SMC, and another one with about the same amount. And there's been very little change. And so, we got to vote to do something about it, and that was our resolve. But to show our heart and our compassion and how we want to hear the other side of the aisle speak and bring their positions forward, we are entertaining a process so that we can do that. Even though that wasn't afforded to the people who brought the issue up, this is being afforded because we're good people and we want to do what's right for our city. We want to bring people together to have a better understanding.
Well, so Oscar, let me just say that one of the reasons that I think this is a good idea is because you were one of the people who brought this up, and you will now have input on how we contextualize it. So in that way, the people are still involved in it, and I think that it's always good to respond in good faith regardless of how people responded before. So, and I think it's good for you to be involved in it. City Attorney Cardona.
So to the extent the liaison with the Landmarks Commission is in connection with the Landmarks Commission acting solely as an advisory body and providing advice or participating in discussions without taking a formal action that would be subject to council appeal, I believe that is appropriate. To the extent the Landmarks Commission takes the position that they are going to take formal action or seeks to take formal action in terms of issuing or denying a certificate of appropriateness that would then be subject to council appeal for reasons that we've discussed at prior meetings, in those circumstances, I do not believe it would be appropriate to have an ad hoc committee participate with the Landmarks Commission in those decisions, because that same decision would then be subject to appeal to the City Council. So I think it's important that the ad hoc commission, to the extent it's communicating and participating with the Landmarks Commission, that be only in connection with advisory actions or consultation with the Landmarks Commission, not in connection with any decision whether to issue or the issuance of any certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you, and I do think that was what we contemplated, because what we were looking at was simply the contextualization and not the certificate of appropriateness. So thank you for that. Any other comments? So let's hear the public, please. How many speakers?
We have 3.
We have 3 at the moment. Welcome, Ruth Ann Lear. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Ruth Ann Lear, representing the Santa Monica Conservancy. And we appreciate Council Members Himmelrich and De La Torre bringing this motion and moving us constructively to deal with the goal of interpretation, education, and contextualizing the murals, which we have all been looking for, and places the Landmarks Commission as a key body to deal with these historic murals. This is a positive step forward. But there's 2 matters we'd like some clarification. One is the relationship between the ad hoc committee and the Landmarks Commission. It would seem that there might need to be some space between these 2 bodies, because the Landmarks Commission is advisory to the City Council, and the City Council's role is to make policy and set a framework for the Landmarks Commission action. Some years ago, council members were advised by the city attorney that participation and being actively involved with the commission might cross a line. when there might be potential bias with such participation, which could taint future council decisions. So I think this relationship needs to be carefully managed. The second thing that I'd like to suggest as part of this action, that this may be the time to reconsider and put aside the very contentious decision to install the fabric covers over the existing landmark murals. The fabric scrims are counterproductive to an effort focused on community engagement in what the murals mean and imply. The community has to be able to view them. Moreover, the covers are opposed by many community stakeholders and are fraught with time-consuming legal implications. They will be expensive, using public funds that could better go into new interpretive public art and education.
Your time is up.
So,
Thank you,
Thank you.
Ms. Lear.
Welcome, Roger Genzer. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. Roger Genser, I'm chair of the Landmarks Commission, and I'm not going to make any comments on the merits of the mural issue because it could come before us. But that being said, there is considerable interest by several commissioners reflected by the many questions directed to staff about the process during our general staff updates at the beginning of our last two meetings, which are bi-monthly. But we have not had the opportunity to discuss it on our agenda. So I believe the Landmarks Commission would welcome a dialogue about the interpretation. But do consider that the mural was specifically called out as a character-defining feature in the original City Hall landmarks designation in 1979, and that fact was reiterated in many staff reports and consultants' reports through the decades. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Genzer.
Welcome, Erica Leslie. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, Mayor Hemmerich, Mayor Pro Tem, Kristen McCowan. I'm just calling with a simple suggestion that you also involve community input. It was my understanding with the Arts Commission that community relations was supposed to also take care of this. So I just wanted a little clarity. Thank you.
I'm not quite
That was our last caller.
Yes, and I have to say, I'm not sure I quite understood that, because I think substantively, community relations may have some role, indirectly, but not with the content. Maybe she meant, whatever. We know that the Arts Commission also needs to be involved. We're aware of that it needs to be the Landmarks and the Arts Commission. And is there any discussion? Let's vote. Oh, let's make a motion. I move that, and do I have any volunteers? Yes, I know.
I will,
Thank you.
No, go ahead.
I've been having conversations with Ms. Lear for the last couple of months.
Good.
About it, so I'd be more than happy to.
Good, okay, so Oscar, you and Christine will be the committee. So I move that we form an ad hoc committee to work as, and I wrote something down here, as liaisons to the Landmarks Commission and the Arts Commission to participate in efforts to contextualize the two murals in the lobby of City Hall.
I second.
So moved by Himmelrich. I'm trying.
I did it for you.
Oh, you did? Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nikki. That's so much easier. Okay, roll call vote.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parr?
Yes.
Mayor Hemmerich?
Yes, that passes 7-0. And the next item. No, we have public comment and then we have an adjournment tonight.
Public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under the agenda, under this agenda item. And the lines are open for public input, and we have 3 callers so far.
Great, well, let's go.
Welcome, Olga Zaroska. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good morning. Earlier during this meeting, the Council once again violated the Brown Act by discussing 2 unagendized items, the recognition of the outgoing interim city manager and interim city attorney. Could it have been by design to prevent the public from expressing their opinion of those 2 officials' performance? Let's sum up Mr. Cardona's tenure as interim city attorney. Number 1, Mr. Cardona hid vital information from the HCD and allowed the illegal negotiations regarding the Plaza project to continue despite the clear legal authority against it. As a result, the city failed to comply with the California Surplus Land Act. Number 2, Mr. Cardona failed to recognize Councilmember Glenn Davis's conflict of interest regarding the $500 million Miramar expansion project and failed to investigate her potential past conflict of interest regarding the Miramar. Number 3, Mr. Cardona has been covering up for and enabling multiple violations of federal regulations by the Santa Monica Housing Authority, apparently in an effort to prevent subsidized housing tenants from having a voice on the policy-making body of the Housing Authority. Number 4, Mr. Cardona has allowed multiple Brown Act violations during City Council meetings, including earlier in this meeting when unagendized items were discussed without allowing public comment. On previous occasions, Mr. Cardona fails to enforce that public comment be allowed on several agendized items. Mr. Cardona also allowed that closed session items be agendized even though they belong in open session, etc., etc. It is my hope Mr. Cardona's replacement, and especially the new permanent city attorney, will set the bar higher. Thank you.
Welcome, Jonathan Foster. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Hey, Jonathan Foster. I'd like to first start, if we could pause for 13 seconds for the 12 Marines that were blown up in Afghanistan and 1 Navy seaman medic. 13 seconds of silence. Thank you. So I was calling about 3rd Street. You know, I've been a performer out there, and there's a First Amendment issue going on out there. It is a very elusive. And I've learned a lot about the world performing on that street for 20 years or so. And it really makes me sick to my stomach to have to say stuff like this. I mean, it is a great place, but it has very, very darkness on it. And for a long time, I've been in denial about it. And though it's going to make money and it's going to have people walk on it, but it's, you know, I have to tell the truth, you know, and sometimes when I have to point out some people, they get mad, right? And I've already talked about what I feel is, you know, kind of a satanic place, the way I've seen it treat Christians. And some of the things that I've also been calling on calling the council about and commenting about Phil Brock. I did the research. I saw him back in 2014 on a YouTube post, and there's the current mayor. There was McCune. There was what's his name there? He's got the stickers out on 3rd Street. Jared Rubin's on it. So it's just amazing, you know, the kind of anti-Christian Merry Christmas hatred that's out there. So it's really...
Thank you, Mr. Foster. I think your time is up, but thank you for your input.
Welcome, Denise Barton. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. At the Thursday, September 23rd, 2021 Housing Commission meeting, I was unable to speak once due to Chair Buchanan not checking to see if the public wanted to speak on each item. But Mayor Himmelrich, your husband Mike Soloff nominated Renee Buchanan for that position, and you were watching that night, so a train wreck for the Housing Commission is what you both wanted. Now, please allow me to give you the presentation I wanted to give that night. Let me begin by first expressing my concern if the Housing Board appointee is also known as the RAB representatives. The reason for my concern is because the RAB is supposed to be separate from the Housing Commission, not an extension of it. Then if the Resident Advisory Board is supposed to represent Section 8 tenants, why would they not be available to Section 8 tenants, including returning emails? And why is there no phone number to reach the RAB representatives by, considering people, including with physical disabilities, don't do emails, so might it be seen as discrimination against the disabled? Or is this whole thing just a sham? Because if the RAB representatives don't return emails or have any meetings with this membership, what else does it look like? Because at this time it does appear that the RAB representatives are position titles only, so the Santa Monica Housing Authority can take the money for it by saying they have it, even though it's untrue, so they continue freely with their corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. And I believe we have an adjournment that Councilmember Davis will deliver.
Yeah, and it is with great sadness that we recognize that Rita Lois Lowenthal, age 94, of Santa Monica, passed away on Saturday, September 19th. Rita was born March 12, 1927. She was an educator, a community organizer, and a social activist. She's was the former spouse of the late David Lowenthal of Pittsburgh and the widow of Jerome Cushman of Santa Monica. As a mother or stepmother, she leaves behind 5 children, 5 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. Rita taught at the University of Pittsburgh School of Social Work before teaching community organizing at Hebrew Union College. As a member of Clergy and Laity Unified for Economic Justice, she participated in numerous demonstrations supporting living wages and union rights for local hotel workers who once landed her briefly in the Santa Monica jail, a fact of which she was very proud. Rita was also a dedicated member of the interfaith community United for Justice and Peace. Both a writer and a poet, Rita wrote and published the book One Way Ticket, describing her younger son's struggle with heroin and his death at 38 from a drug overdose. Based on this experience, Rita campaigned thereafter for humane drug laws. Rita is survived by her older son, Mark Lowenthal, who lovingly oversaw her care and well-being as her life energy waned. She will be remembered for her eternal curiosity and compassion. She truly met the definition of a shero. She will be deeply missed by everyone in the community, and we send our condolences to her family.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. This meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting is on Tuesday, October 12th at 5:30 p.m., where you will all have the opportunity to meet our new city manager.
Is the recording off? This would be the new opportunity for you to insult the new city manager.